The short winter is finally over. We're back with the World Racing League here in Texas. It's Eagles Canyon Raceway for the first round of the season. Welcome, everybody. This is Ryan West. We've got Brendan Kazmarek in our Easton Data Center. Brendan, good morning.
Good morning, Ryan.
JT Tammy's in our Pacific Northwest location, our satellite hub. JT, good morning.
Good morning.
And we've got Jordan Worth on the ones and twos, calling the shots, making plays, doing all the things today. So we're very excited to get the season underway here. Roughly 30 cars making the trip out to Decatur, Texas this weekend. Looking forward to the beginning of a new season. On pole today, we have last year's championship-winning car being run by a different team. JT, you're going to love this. It's the Triple I Motorsports Porsche 911.
Fantastic.
It's great. I'm happy to have that joke back fully. We did have some drama at the front of the GP1 field this morning. It's my understanding that the Screaming Goat racing car broke out of their power to weight number and were sent to the back of the GP1 field. So they'll have to fight through some traffic here to get going this morning. I believe that has meant that one of the Porsche Caymans was promoted to pole in GP1 as he frantically looks for his grid sheet. I really expected there to be a grid graphic today, and then there wasn't. So
I have the 38
Team
of
S Collective. I'm sorry, it's 38 of Palomar. I may have messed that up. I'm pretty sure it's S Collective, unless Palomar starting from the pit lane, because they are not out there.
I'm just looking at timing right now, but yeah, it does look
right.
like
But look at
S Collective is behind the safety car.
Exactly. So something is there, I would imagine. Have not been made aware of what it might be. At the front of GP2 today, we've got the 214 of Garage 66 JT, which obliterated the lap times in the GP2 field. They have a substantial pace advantage.
I mean, that we saw last year that was a very strong team in GP2, so it's not a huge surprise to see them off to a really good start this year.
Absolutely. If you recall, JT, last season they were the lone GP3 entrant for this race, and at the last minute they decided to move their car into GP2 and still had a hell of a time at that race, doing exceptionally well, having really good results. So now, with a car more optimized for GP2, I imagine that this being their home, they'll have no trouble at all taking at least 2 podiums would be my expectation.
Well, we'll see. That's pace is definitely good, but remember we have 8 hours today to get through, so hopefully reliability is not a factor, and then yeah, definitely in the hunt for good podium results.
I don't believe it was a trouble-free run for them at COTA just 2 short months ago.
But we've had a whole off-season since then.
Well, we've had part of an off-season, Ryan. I mean, 2 months is not a huge turnaround time for getting a car basically flipped back over and ready to go. 15 hours of racing at a time. Bearing in mind that once we get started here, 4 weeks till Barber, 4 weeks till Thunderhill, then 3 weeks till Road America after that, kind of crisscrossing the country. And not everybody does every race, obviously, but it's still a pretty quick timeline. So we'll wait and see. I'm pretty excited to get this one underway.
This is also a good time to talk about potential simulcast going on right now. If you have Brazilian or Portuguese relatives that would prefer a broadcast in Portuguese, feel free to go watch the Portuguese broadcast. I don't know what the name of the channel is, obviously.
They have 4 viewers at the moment, and 3 of them are Cole.
Excellent. Good.
It's okay. Look, it's going to grow.
It needs some promotion, obviously. So
it's getting there. No, it's getting there.
We'll figure it out.
I'm excited to see how that goes. This is the first time, not the first time we at DriversEye Live have done a dual language simulcast, doing some Spanish language work with the SCCA down at Homestead. But bringing the WRL to a new audience is pretty exciting. Brazilians love their sports car racing. I'm sure Cole would be able to confirm that if Cole were here.
Indeed,
his car is, but obviously not Cole. It's exciting stuff. Truly putting the world in World Racing League, Ryan.
Yes, absolutely. The world is our oyster. And to be clear, this is a real Portuguese simulcast, not an AI translation to us. It's like the real deal.
Yeah.
I'm not going to...
Not just pressing buttons on the iRacing spotter pack. They're...
Right.
Yeah.
So here's...
Oh, Ryan is playing with the Wi-Fi again. Yep, we're going to be doing this all day.
We've doing it live.
If you've never been to Eagles Canyon Raceway, the facility has come such a long way since it was since the renovations began, let's say, and it really does kind of, I think, straddle the modern member facility with accessibility for club racing and track rentals in the best possible way. There's excellent hospitality opportunities there at the track. You see the facilities just up on top of the hill here from the penultimate corner. Ryan is in one of those buildings with an excellent overview of turns 1 and 2. But unfortunately, there we go. Yeah, unfortunately, from my memory there back in 2024, the Wi-Fi occasionally does play games as the pace car heads into the pit lane. Ryan, take us away.
Indeed. So they are going to be maintaining pace car speed until they are able to see the green flag. That'll be on our next shot here. So it's going to be the GTO field along with the lone GTU entrant at the back. As they come into the next shot here shortly. Green flag is out. They're going to get underway here. And it looks like the Porsche is going to be able to hold the inside line, but they're going to be on the outside going into turn 2. And they are very clear. You've got the Stoic racing car, followed by Lupe Tortilla BMW going up the hill out of turn 2 and towards turn 3. So a pretty clean start for the GTO field. I think everybody a little tentative here, first race of the season. And then this is going to be the general production start. We've got the good on the inside. We've got the Palomar Racing BMW on the outside. And here they come. They'll take the green flag. This field's going to spread out a little bit wider here. Palomar's on the inside. The Cayman's going to take the inside lane. The Palomar car in the middle here.
That Ginger racing there on the outside?
Going through. Yeah, a little bit of a gaggle going into turn 2. Ginger racing
from Ginger
down into 4th position after that attempted move there. S Collective out in front. Looks like everybody's kept it mostly clean, and
look at that. Cayman's 1 and 2. With the fifth gear number 550 slotting into 2nd, and then a pair of BMWs now back to 3rd and 4th. Really good start there from the S Collective car and from the 550.
The 550, formerly known as Frozen Rotors.
Is that the Palomar, all yellow car? That's the new Palomar car? Or a new Palomar car? What are we looking at there?
That is a good question. I don't believe that is the new Palomar car. I was going to say, that's not them. Palomar's fallen back here substantially.
Jump back up to the GTU field. A bit thinner this weekend, although GTO not necessarily big buyers into the Eagles Canyon Experience production cars, making up the bulk of our field this weekend.
Indeed.
And as they round the final sequence of corners here for the first, look at the margin that Porsche has built. Picking up right where we left off back in December, just with a slightly different livery.
Turns out Josh Felicki and Cole Lofsgaard aren't that good. It was all car. You heard it here first.
I did also hear yesterday that it was Cameron Shields who put in the pole time in that car yesterday, presumably also starting that car this morning. And there are some unknowns here, right? I mean, that car in round 3
the Cargo Shorts racing car is going to try to take one of the Ligiers down the inside into the first of turn 3. Doesn't quite get it done, but they're going to be right on the rear bumper here. That's the white and blue Supra.
Just real quick on that Triple Eight Racing Porsche. Yeah, that car in round 3 hands, they obviously knew that car inside and out, and it was built so that they, didn't have to put a ton of time and work into it once it was prepped and ready to go for a race weekend. But let's wait and see what the Triple Eight Racing folks have to.
Triple Eight Motorsport Engineering. The 550 is taking the lead in GP1.
Indeed. Let me get this thought out. Let's wait and see what the driver lineup looks like. Let's see what the the rotation looks like through that car throughout the balance of the 8 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow, what the serviceability of that car looks like. If it does hit problems, does that team, that Triple Eight racing team, know the car left the round
I'm sorry,
3
but
team
the
did?
Palomar car just made an incredible pass into turn 3 on the Zipa Racing Corvette.
And nice to see that Zipa Corvette from the front now. Good. I think we only saw it yesterday entering the pit lane once or twice, but that's a really nice looking car and really competitive taking the fight to that 83 Palomar BMW E36.
Absolutely.
GP1 field, tail end of the GP1 field, working its way through the right-hander at 6 into the left-hander at turn 7. Interesting there, that's a Screaming Goat car being hounded by the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ. That's GP1 pole sitter yesterday and the GP2 pole sitter yesterday. Bearing in mind, the GP2 pole sitter was only about 2 seconds off the back of that Screaming Goat car's fastest time.
Well, and as it turns out, the Screaming Goat car not entirely legal from a power perspective, so if they've had to revert to a more conservative tune, they may not have all that pace available today.
Indeed, but they were still the quickest car in GP1, and I go back through the results to find out what the differential was between the second car in GP1 and the GP2 pole sitter. But either way, there it is, just all over the back now of the. Is that the Montgomery? Find him here in timing. TCS maybe there.
Worth noting, it was a chilly morning. Temperature in my car read as low as 39 at one point. So not a whole lot of energy built up in the track. It's going to take some time to get temperature into the tires. So I'm just noticing from my vantage point here as you exit turn 2 and head up the hill, lots of people getting a little squirrely on power, trying really hard to stay off of that exit curbing, which is, of course, a lot more slippery, especially with a cold tire.
Yeah, the tires should come up to temperature fairly quickly here. GTO especially. I mean, they tend to work them into the temperature window pretty quickly. The GTU cars and the lighter cars, maybe in GP2, were the ones that always historically kind of struggled to bring those tires up into the operating window. We've only got the one GTU car here this weekend with 40-48 competition.
We got a car off at the top of the hill for turn 3. It looks like an MX-5. They're going to pull all the way off track.
AOA car, yeah.
It is an AOA car.
So we jump on board the Toyota R&D, number 90. Super on super action here, but this is GT4 ahead of us versus the road-going Supra base that the Toyota R&D number 90 is built from. Right up onto the back there through 13, but
I suspect we're going to go full course yellow here, Brendan. There's a substantial trail of fluid down on the exit of 2.
Yeah, well, let's stick with the onboard here and see what the track looks like from a driver's perspective. This is the battle for 5th place.
Still green.
GTO, 5th place overall. Not seeing the fluid here yet as we begin to... Oh, there
right
it is.
There.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
It's not in the braking zone, fortunately. It does kind of cross the racing line there before you get to the top of the hill. But, I wouldn't expect them to leave the fluid there long term, especially if it's oil. If it's coolant, it's maybe a slightly different scenario, but
with the amount of it that's on the ground.
Yeah. And just 10 minutes into the season here, kind of an inauspicious start for what I assume is the 851 AOA Racing MX-5. I know AOA has kind of shuffled some numbers around over the years. Used to make it very easy for us, and I would not call it that at the moment. But that is the last car running, and a best lap of a 2:18.373.
We may end up with a spot where it's just Jordan doing the broadcast.
This now the battle we're watching here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Beginning with the Stoic Racing number 87, driven by Jason Marks, according to live timing. The Lupe
Cool.
Torti number 188, recognizable with its bright yellow, although we are getting more and more bright yellow cars in the series, which isn't super helpful for us. But then
I'm sorry, Brendan. The BMW, my goodness, what a day today. Interesting. The Screaming Goat car slowed to just a crawling pace coming up out of turn 5, and then looked like it picked it back up again. So not all is well with that car, I would imagine.
678 is the last car in that line. That is the lead of the pair of Ligier JS2Rs in the sorry, as I page through timing here, in the GTO class. And we do go full course yellow.
Of course, safety cars being used here. This is not a Code 35 track. I think we're down to just Barber, right? That does the Code 35 for WRL.
Watkins Glen.
Oh, and Watkins Glen. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, makes for one of the best races of the season, honestly.
All right.
Yeah, I'm interested whether or not we would have done a hot pull here if not for the fluid. It's not necessarily in an impact zone, although they would have to cross the track to get it to where they need it to go. And it's probably going to need a flat or a tilt bed,
right,
in order to get it home because of the fluid drop. Not that I think there's much fluid left in that car.
No. But it is probably coating the entirety of the underside. And so here comes the speculation already, Brendan. Is it too early to come in for a pit stop?
No.
No?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you're not... We hadn't really started lapping...
One comes in.
Well, it's Screaming Goat. We hadn't really started lapping the production cars yet. So if there's no real risk of you being split, as long as you wait for the field to bunch up, and you're at the tail end of the queue there, I don't think it's a bad idea to come in and throw a couple of gallons at the car. Same thing if you're in GTO. You don't even need to wait for the field to bunch up. Just, pop in and probably get one can in the car, I would assume.
Yeah, just top off.
Yeah.
And they did run 2 pace laps as well, which isn't a ton of fuel, but it's more than the 13 minutes of running would have you think. This might be a good time to run an ad. Get it out of the way
16
early.
16 minutes.
That's fine.
Well, Ryan, remember we do have,
that's right. We have
the additional concern. Yeah, so we're going to have to wait till the bottom of the hour in order to do that.
That's right. That was my suggestion as well. What a terrible idea that was.
Well, no, it's going to be okay.
All right.
It's going to be okay.
So I do want to point out, going into this full course yellow here, our GP2 leader was the 986 Fast Track Racing.
Interesting.
There you are.
What happened there?
First,
yeah. So you were saying that they were harassing the back of the Screaming Goat car, and then when I saw them the next lap around, I didn't see that car behind Screaming Goat.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. No, it wasn't Screaming. Well, it was Screaming Goat briefly, but yeah, that's interesting. Maybe I was caught somebody else from trackside. Bearing in mind, I'm not. This is a bit weird, honestly. I haven't called a race from home in, I don't know,
Decades.
mid 2024 probably.
All right.
It's been a minute.
And then I do want to point out a little odd start to the day here. We did have an AOA Racing M2 join us for the second pace lap in GTO. So they're out there. I believe that is the 54.
My feed has just gone down.
We'll be doing a lot of this.
I'm still here though. That's good.
Just a quick note, if you are looking at the timing pylon on the left-hand side of the screen, we made some updates yesterday, and while the timer is correct and the flag status is updating, which means we are taking in the data correctly, only a handful of the cars are being processed at the moment. It's peculiar. So give us a moment on that, and we'll try and get that squared away. Timing is available, of course, over at race-monitor.com or redmist.racing. like the whole integration of race control log information, etc. Ah, tremendous.
Nice.
So if I am understanding timing correctly, 38 has not yet joined us from Palomar.
So that's the new Palomar car, we think.
Yes,
Hmm.
and there's
JT.
pictures of it as well.
I did see the sunset photo that was posted on the World Racing League Instagram yesterday after qualifying was over. It is a beautiful looking piece of kit, but definitely didn't see it on track yesterday.
No.
And obviously I don't think we've seen it yet this morning. I wonder if this is a show-off exercise or if we're that car's really ready to go and just dealing with some other kind of teething issues at the moment.
If you're from Palomar Racing, you have any data, please provide it to us.
Oh, they'll be up. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, Sadaka says it's still at the hauler.
Hi to Sadakal in the chat. And I can see Murray and Chad in the other hospitality suites. That must mean that Rob Walker is in the Supra this morning.
Chad?
Chad.
You like Chad? Oh, man. My monitor up here with little success. Not exactly the way I would have wanted to start the 2026 season.
No.
Better than contact. Definitely prefer a failure to contact, but based on the way this was all described in the race control log, 4 off drivers' rights, stopped and smoking. I would say
I think smoking is an aggressive term. I'm sure that was steam.
Right. Yeah. It does sound a little bit catastrophic for that number 851.
I think that was Gino Manley having made an unexpected trip
to
Texas. Yeah, and I spoke with him yesterday.
Oh, here we go. Did he bring the minivan? Is what we need to know. We're doing hot laps of Eagles Canyon Raceway in the Gino Manley minivan.
I mean, why not? I've shared a track day with a Cayenne before.
Interestingly, JT, we were Ryan and I just last weekend were both at various Porsche events up and down the country. No Cayennes during the HPDE sessions.
It can be surprisingly planted.
Oh, I believe it. No Panameras either. Yeah.
Well, that's probably because they're too ugly.
I'm not a fan either. Not a fan.
To be fair, I'm fine with them. That's just an ongoing Top Gear bit.
Chadwick Moorhead, 5115. Wish we could have been there. And then fix his account situation there. Finally in with Speedworks. Chad, am I right in saying this is like one of your best tracks? Didn't you guys pick up a win here on the debut weekend for that Ginetta? Johann Schwartz putting on a masterclass in rain showers?
A clinic.
That is correct. The Sunday event.
Yeah.
The 290 took the win over the 188.
That was a pretty wild day of racing.
Yeah.
From memory, the last hour and a half there, hour 45, we were dodging these very short but very intense rain showers.
Yeah, the chaos going into turn 11, if I recall correctly.
Oh, there at the end of the back straight? Yeah. Yeah.
No such concerns with that this weekend.
Yeah, we won. You guys had rain here last year too, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I was elsewhere that weekend. Homestead, maybe.
Beautiful Homestead.
Well, In February, it's fine. Hello to everybody who has joined us for the opening round of the 2026 World Racing League Championship season. First out of, we're 10 events this year, right?
Yes, sir.
We had next to Barber, and then big one everybody's got circled on the calendar is the debut out at Thunderhill.
Thunderhill Raceway Park in beautiful Glenn County.
Oh, the
California.
Jeanette is going to be at Thunderhill. Heck yeah. Tremendous.
Whoa!
We have just baffled an entire Portuguese-speaking audience.
Yes.
I say we, it was Jordan.
I hadn't seen that yet.
Does Jordan have the graphic for the actual poster? Like, you could have that one wipe across as well.
I haven't sent him the whole thing.
Oof.
Dominic Johnson, 8380. Kind of reminds me of Charlotte Road Course, but with straights. There are elements of Charlotte, I would say. It's not a track I would really... I don't know that there really is a comparison.
To Charlotte?
For this. No, for anything.
Okay.
I mean... So if you look at the old map of Eagles Canyon Raceway, before they kind of started the renovations, I don't know, 2020 or so, 2022, something like that. Oh, Charlotte Road Course is terrible. That's a bad take. Charlotte Road Course is great.
Used to be.
This track used to be a lot of chicanes and 90-degree or 90-degree adjacent corners, right? Like it was a lot of this double. Look at turn 14 or turn 15 up there in the top right corner of the track map. The turn 1-2 chicane, the turn 3A, 3B complex there in the top left. Like that was all Eagles Canyon was, with some long straights. It actually kind of, on paper, looked a lot like a street circuit. And then when they redesigned the layout, the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sweepers that are all there to the left-hand side of the track map, that was all brand new. And it added a much more flowing element to the track, apart from the technical nature of the circuit that had existed previously. And I think it kind of turned it into a brand new identity for the track. And when it did that, I don't know that there was any really obvious comparison. I do know that the SCCA Time Attack National Championships or Time Trial National Championships are going to be held here later in October. And it does, to me, it feels like it suits that format very well.
Yeah,
like as a hot
too.
lapping track, I could really see this being actually really compelling.
This reminds me a lot of Oregon Raceway Park.
Interesting.
A lot of the, not only your landscape, but a lot of the elevation, some of the tricky corners through here, just how the corners connect. Yeah, reminds me a lot of it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
More raceable though.
Yes, and so I have heard that about ORP, and when you look at onboard laps of ORP, it's a lot of camber, almost like a Laguna Seca mixed with an Eagles Canyon.
Yeah,
with the way the corners move around, we don't get quite that movement here. There's a lot of constant radius corners that have limited to no camber, other than this kind of dip here at the bottom of turn 5. But yeah, I don't know. It has become, I think, a favorite on the WRL calendar. I think we peaked last year at something like 44 cars. Fewer than that here this year for a whole variety of reasons. But again, that quick turnaround does contribute to a lot of this. With Sodacol, I know someone who has a hot take on this track. Spoiler alert, it's Sodacol.
you're telling me Sodacol has opinions, man?
Well, this is one of the few tracks Sodacol can prepare for, because he doesn't prepare on iRacing. He's an Assetto Corsa guy.
Well, no one's perfect.
Yeah. Hey. Tell you what, I would like to check out that off-road track that's being built there in the background.
Yeah.
Get Ryan on a 4x4 out there. It's still on the safety car. as we work about 15 minutes now since we went full course yellow.
The car is recovered, and they're about 3/4 of the way done with brushing oil drops on the fluid.
Yeah, again, the good news here is that from what we saw from the Toyota R&D onboard, it doesn't really look like the oil dry crosses the track in any grip limited areas. The car got off track before the braking zone begins up there at the top of the hill. So hopefully this will be kind of brushed off within a couple of laps of going back to green. Working on our timing issues at the moment.
Nice. Timing issues, Wi-Fi issues. I imagine the timing issues are related to the Wi-Fi. That would be my position.
No, because I think timing is correct on the places we actually watch timing on.
Got it.
Not our pylon.
All right.
Windy there this morning, Ryan?
A little bit.
A little bit breezy.
Not as windy as it was last night. There were multiple canopies knocked over in the pit lane when I was out there this morning.
Chris Long, how did the Porsche out-qualify the field by nearly 2 seconds? It's a really good car, man. That is last year's championship-winning 991.2 GT3 Cup.
Also, this is a great track for that car.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Really get on with power and it stays stuck. Yeah.
Yep. We knew that car was always going to have pace. Cam Shields put in the lap yesterday. But there's still a lot of unknowns with the team, with the car. I know team's been very active in the WRL Racers group over on Facebook, which has been excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Not just kind of hiding off in the shadows. But yeah, with that car in the right hands is always going to have the pace. Let's see. I actually don't know the driver lineup on that car this weekend since we don't really get access to that data. I suspect it's not a bunch of names I would recognize, but yeah, let's see how that car goes once we get into a little bit later stages of the race.
They actually did post that.
The driver lineup?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
On the WRL page.
Very good. A tough way to get things going on a Saturday morning.
Indeed.
Getting ready for a new season, you're all kind of amped up and ready to go, and you're settling into a rhythm, trying to pick out what the new power structure of the WRL is going to look like with all the changes we've seen over the last couple of months. And then 10 minutes in, we're right over to full course yellow. JT, you can just say that, man.
Yeah, you were talking.
That lineup in the number 102 888 Racing Porsche, JT posted along. It's Courtney Crone, Cam Shields, Brady Marchinsky, Ken Dobson. Why do I know the name Ken Dobson? Related to Dominic? Been around, man. If I could get driver database to play nicely. Pull that up here. Nope, not happening. All right. one of the things this did do to us is kind of bunch the GP1 field back up a little bit. When we were under green there, Fifth Gear, S Collective, and Ginger had kind of started to escape a little bit out the front. If you look at the fastest lap times over on timing up at the front of GP1, 206.6, 206.9, 207.2 for those three cars, 550, 140, and 46. And then fastest lap for the Cajun Canuck, 555, 209.1. So maybe now as the sunlight starts to bake the track a little bit and put a little bit of energy into it, maybe we get a little bit of leveling out of some of those lap times. Those Caymans were just so strong off the jump this morning. And obviously the Ginger 46 car has been around for some time and is a well-sorted car.
Yeah, and we do need to keep an eye out here. I believe fourth in line behind the safety car is the 29 from Screaming Goat. Currently 9th in GP1, still in the same lap, but
well,
fortunately, oh, there we go, about 6-7 cars behind.
6-7. Anyway, no, remember JT, that was the only car to pit when we threw the full course yellow initially.
Yes.
As soon as that flag came out. Yeah, okay. I knew the name Ken Dobson. I also thought of Dominic, but yeah, Eric Foss. Hello, Eric Foss.
Nice.
Yeah, did confirm all that. I knew. Listen, here's the thing, Eric Foss. I watched a lot of racing as a kid, and all these names are stored in this brain back there, like somewhere. You know, it's there. But then I went and I did other things, and I didn't have quite as much time to watch all the racing I watched when I was a kid. And so, like, those details become a little bit fuzzy when you're not quite as plugged in. And then they keep appearing in places like the World Racing League and some of the other series that we cover at DriversEye Live. Like, oh yeah, I remember that guy, and I remember that guy. It just takes a while to, like, really hone in on all those details again. Did Ken Dobson run the Stratus in the Dodge Stratus in the NATCC, or was that Dominic?
I couldn't tell you.
I think that was Dominic.
I could tell you that Eric Foss drove a Viper. I remember that.
Ken Dobson Isle of Man TT profile? What?
Brendan is going down a rabbit hole now.
I think Ken Dobson rode the Isle of Man in 84, 85, and 86. Wild. Most recent race, 2012 Petit Le Mans. PR1 Mathewson.
Ooh, was that when they were running PC?
LMPC, baby.
Hell yeah.
Currently running, or most recently, I guess, running Super Trofeo now, it looks like. And I get driver database to load. This is the most unfortunate time. Sonic call. Daytona 2013, I confused Eric Foss for Jason Sadie, who was flattered. Bit Saney in one of our recent club races on DriversEye Live, and I was convinced it was of the SAINI variety, and it was very much not. But I couldn't wrap my head around that there was another Saney spelled differently from Jason. Sir Lancelot, just two dudes doing the Remember Some Guys meme. Caution's made for this. To be fair, just WRL is kind of made for this. We flow in and out of the race coverage as the race presents itself to us here. When you've got 8 hours of content to cover, at some point, you are going to cross names that, and or sports car racing programs, and or races, street circuits. I mean, you name it.
Food.
We'll talk about it. Food, yeah. We will talk about it. But we've got time, man. 35 minutes in with slow fade. Looks like they're in the blowing stage up at the exit of turn number 2 at the moment.
That's
they
good.
are. Yeah.
Just really struggling with the Wi-Fi here, unfortunately.
Yeah, from memory, I think I did the broadcast on site with only a hotspot.
I have got one of those, unfortunately.
Interesting.
Unless you know of one that's in the box that I do not.
No. I have it on good authority, Ryan, that the kitty litter truck is driving away.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. You are right about that.
Yeah. Oh, Ken Dobson's in the chat. Hello, Ken Dobson. Tremendous. Driven by a very talented young man. Yeah, we've seen Cameron Shields a handful of times in the World Racing League. Jeez. What an experience this is turning out to be. What a day. It looks like, Ryan, has the safety car picked up the pace here?
I don't
really stretched out the field ahead of the 90.
Yeah.
Like, really stretched out the field. Finally starting to catch the back of the Kingpin car.
Well, that's a good sign here. So hopefully,
Yeah.
last lap under yellow.
I sure hope so.
There we are. To answer the question, I think it's yes, it has sped up.
Yeah, it really looks like it. Interesting to see, as we get ready to go back to green here, hopefully, interesting to see what the situation with the 29 is here. Now, it's most of a lap down to the rest of the GP1 field. In fact, there it is, about sixth in line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 cars between it and its class leader, being that number 550 Porsche Cayman. Oh, you know what I bet we're doing here? I wonder if we're just speeding up to try and get some temperature into the tires before we go back to green.
Yeah,
You know,
that
it's
was
still
my thought.
quite chilly. Yeah, that does make some sense. It's unfortunately, it's just really strung the field out here and kind of created an potentially awkward resumption to the race, at least as far as the wheel-to-wheel stuff is concerned. Although if you're concerned about cold tires, then maybe wheel-to-wheel is
Wheel to win.
wheel to win. Yeah. Wheel to wheel is not really what you need anyway. Ken Dobson, our Ken Dobson, I think I'm right in saying now, did not run the Isle of Man because he says if he did, he would for sure have died. So good on you, Ken. Multiple Ken Dobsons, and apparently one of them did not fare so well at the Isle of Man, and the other one is racing with us this weekend. So welcome, Ken. Happy to have you. And thanks for clarifying.
Especially the fact that you are not dead.
If you also don't mind, can you also confirm for us whether or not you are actually related to Dominic? Former fans of Pac West Racing and also the North American Touring Car Championship want to know. I would look up your driver database, but it won't load for me. Thanks. Appreciate it. All right. Ryan, do we have lights off on the safety car?
Tough to say. I can't see it. I literally cannot see it.
All right.
So,
Lights off on the safety car.
Safety
It will
car
peel
comes
off
in.
to the right-hand side. And we will do this all again.
perfect. 7 hours and 20 remaining here. Eagles Canyon Raceway. We're going to take it green. The whole field is going to start ostensibly single file. Already got some moves being made.
Yeah, I think we're trying to get past the number 29 there.
Ooh, the Stoic car is right on the rear bumper of the Porsche at the front of the GTO field. Same with the Lupe Tortilla car. I think they're able to get a little bit more temperature in the tires. That little opportunity there. They're going to head down into turn 5.
Ooh, a little wide there for the Ligier up ahead of the 77 Kingpin Racing. Super, it does hang on to the spot. Love this section of the track. A little breathe of the throttle there through turn 4, and then you get to the compression just as you load up the car through turn 5. Car rotates really nicely. There's your GP1 leaders, nose to tail, going up the inside of the
AOA N2 and GTO.
Okay.
still side by side going through here.
No, that's Ginger. Yeah, making the pass for second in GP1. Gets past the number 140 Team S Collective Cayman. We won't see them again until they head up the back straightaway here. Cellular dead zone there up to the north end of the circuit. Got basically nothing for cameras.
Use our imagination.
Well, we don't have to anymore. Here they come. Climbing the hill up into the braking zone for turn number 11. Choice Racing has also cleared that AOA Racing number 54 M2. So it's now 1, 2, 3, and 4, then the M2 car, and then Cajun Canuck number 555 rounds out the top 5 in GP1. GP2 race leader is the Fast Track Racing number 986 from the Garage 66 number 214. I did see a Palomar number 83 in there as well.
Yeah, just behind them. Yeah, so those two cars should be relatively close together. Last time across the line, the TCS car was in between them.
Yeah, okay, the number 22.
So here they are, shot here. So yeah, still there's one car in between them at the moment. That's the 214, I believe, actually. So the 214, I believe, has moved into second. Come across the line here.
Yep, they had last time as well, actually. So it's the 3 GP2 cars, nose to tail. We love to see that. Fast Track Racing, Garage 66, Palomar Racing. That Fast Track car, based here at Eagles Canyon, of course. The team is based right here in Decatur at the facility, running as what I understand to be a GR86 Cup. Field cars in that SRO run series.
Yeah, and the sister car just a couple cars behind them with some GP1 traffic of TCS and Zipa.
Yeah, excited to see how that Zipa Corvette goes today. At the moment, the pace isn't quite there. 2:10.005 was that car's quickest lap compared to laps in the 2:06s and 7s for the GP1 leaders, but now I'm not sure what that car's lineage is.
It's I believe, a new car for them.
Okay.
And if I recall, under the registration, it was listed as an LGR, which I believe would stand for Luciolati Racing.
I would think so, yeah. One of the G-Speed
builds.
Yeah.
So yeah, hoping to really see that program grow this year.
Speaking of Lugiolati, friends over at the Champ Car Endurance Series have an event coming up at the G2 Motorsports Park, which, from what I have heard, the facility is it's got just a few too many walls for some people's liking, but the layout itself looks really enjoyable. So intrigued to see how that one goes. Is that Kelsey Karangas in the chat? Karangas? I'm sorry, I'm terrible with the pronunciation of names I've never heard before. But hello. I did get a message from Kelsey before the event. Fast Track cars, my understanding, are modified street cars to emulate a GR Cup, but purpose-built for WRL. That does make sense, and we have seen, Ryan and I had this chat yesterday, Kurdog Racing, with hashtag not a GR Cup, running one of those cars in GP2 as well. The chat we had yesterday during qualifying about the GR Cup cars was that they didn't really fit the mold for GP2. You couldn't get them to the number, the ideal number, anyway. And they were just a little bit on the edge as far as being able to drive them comfortably over an 8-hour window. I'm sure or an 8-hour race. I'm sure you could do it. But maybe just better off purpose building the car for WRL and getting it right into that performance window. But anyway, regardless of that car's prep level, being based here at Eagles Canyon, we would think something of an advantage. We have the onboard for the number 90 here, Jordan, as they climb the hill out of turn number 14. Yeah, let's Jump on the brakes now into the last sequence of corners here. Left-hander at turn 15, double apex, slings you onto the front straightaway. And this very much not a GT4 Toyota Supra, hounding the very much a GT4 Toyota Supra. Toyota R&D Racing, now based out of Michigan, I think, from memory. Previously been based down in the Arizona Proving Grounds area. All over the back of our friends there at Rob Walker Racing. Cargo Shorts Racing. Section of the track just flows so well until you get down into that compression at the bottom of the hill. Compresses again. It kicks the back end of the number 90 out. Climbing out at turn number 5. Another breathe of the throttle, 100 miles an hour as you dip into the apex at turn number 6. Dab of the brakes to set the nose through 7. You'll unwind the car and point it at the exit curb, which becomes the entrance curb for turn number 8. And then accelerating, just breathing the throttle here. Down through the right and the left. Hard on the throttle now as you get to the apex onto the longest straight on this 2.7 mile layout here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Climbing the hill all the way. Level out once. Kicks up again here as you tip the car into turn number 11. Long left-hander. Crest the hill. Not quite a blind right-hander, but it does compress going the other way as you get to the apex. And then it's all corners. The next quarter mile here or so. Really nice little sequence here at 12 and 13. Compromise on the way into 14. And that battle is going to carry on. That battle for 5th place in GTO. No other changes for the moment as we get some updated data just coming through. Dave Ogburn is behind the wheel of the Lupe Tortilla number 188. Jason Marks behind the wheel of the 87. We believe it was Cam Shields in the number AAA, or the 888 Racing, number 102. It's going to catch me out so many times this year. GP2. Palomar just dropping off the back of the lead duo ever so slightly in the GP2 class. 986 fast track just ahead of the Garage 66. Let's see if we can. I think we've got that battle.
That was them going through. Yeah, going through shot side by side.
Yeah, it was 1/10 of a second there at the line, and that is still GR ahead of Subaru, I think. No, that move's done. That's Garage 66 in the silver, who has displaced the 986, the black car fast track racing. So change for the lead in GP2. We just caught it on camera there while I was looking at timing. And Palomar Racing still sitting there just ever so slightly in arrears of
I think that's
that
the
battle.
other way around. Isn't the Garage 66 in dark blue?
Oh, is it?
Yes.
It was that silver car. Okay. Yeah, I haven't been able to correlate numbers here this weekend. Yeah, okay, there we go. So no change for the lead in GP2 just yet. Suzanne Shields, number 102. Praise hands. Good morning from Oz. Thank you for joining us, Suzanne. Happy to have our international audience.
A lot of Australian interest, Australian, New Zealand interest in the WRL as well.
I was thinking recently, because I was watching the race from here, like, where is the place that WRL needs to go if we're going to go Antipodean? right? What is the track that would suit the WRL experience the best in Australia and New Zealand?
It's Mount Panorama, obviously.
Oh, well, okay, but that goes to the side because that would, I mean, a lot of this would never happen. But
sure.
My vote is Highlands Motorsports Park on the South Island of New Zealand. That place is just awesome.
All right.
I don't know if you've ever watched races from there, but
I have not.
It's tremendous.
I think it would be bad at Phillip Island, which is a motorcycle track.
I don't like Phillip Island that much. I mean,
I've
get
been
it's
to
great for
Phillip Island,
motorcycles. I just don't like it that much.
I thought it would be.
I think it's one of those motorcycle tracks that doesn't race cars very well, is my understanding.
Possibly.
The Barber of Australia.
The Mugello of Australia.
Correct. Yes, Mugello
Yeah.
is. Yeah. Although I do love hot lapping Mugello.
I don't. I hate it.
It was terrible before they put the big curbs in, when it was just curb and grass or curb and gravel. Once they put the big curbs in, you get to play around a little bit with some of the radius and runoff. It's a lot of fun. That was Choice Racing passing Ginger Racing. Headed up the hill into turn number 11. So a change for third place in GP1.
Is the timing tower correct?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We are debugging.
Excellent. Good. Might we take that down for the moment? Is that possible?
Jordan, can we crop, perhaps? Yeah, this is a new bug. We've never had it where the whole thing, it's still receiving data.
That was S Collective coming out of 15, rather slow.
The number 140 came in. Ryan, I don't know. Can you peer over your shoulder? I don't know if you have a decent view of the pit lane.
I have.
Nope.
Tease.
And then when this is done, he gets to go to Barber, which is not that much better. There we go. Got the timer up now. So did they come across the line? Yes, they did. It was a slow lap, JT, but only by a few seconds. So maybe a missed shift or something there coming out of turn 15?
Yeah, maybe.
Fifth Gear, incidentally, on lap 19, puts in their fastest lap of the race and the fastest lap in GP1, 205.915. We know these Continental tires that are the sole tire provider in GP1 and GP2 classes. Yeah, they do tend to really plateau for a long time, right? So they come in kind of gradually, and then once they're there, they just sit there. I would imagine here, with temperature still being cold, the tire being right in that kind of sweet spot on top of that plateau, and the fuel load beginning to burn off as we get through. It's probably about halfway for those cars, given the long full course yellow. Yeah, not really a surprise that we're seeing those kinds of lap times here at this stage of things. Some driver updates for you, thanks to Scott Noble. 989 is Lucas Weisenberg. 986 is Zach Anderson. Those are the two Fast Track Racing GR86s. 77 is Rob Walker of Rob Walker Racing. That's a Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra. 246 is Garrett, and 282 is Mike. No further details provided. Those are the TCB Racing, taking care of business. Toyota Supras. Thanks for being with us on this fine Saturday morning, everybody, from Eagles Canyon Raceway. We at DriversEye Live, as we always are, spread to the winds with a little different arrangement than we've had over the last season or so. Ryan West is our man. Boots on the ground in Decatur. I'm up in the Easton Data Center. JT is in the, what I assume is suburban Seattle, but I actually don't know.
It is.
You suburban Seattle?
Out on the east side, yeah.
East side, all right. Data center. You too can sponsor our global data center.
U2, Nickelback, they all can.
I do want to point out here that Garage 66 did get by for the lead in GP2
Okay.
and has walked away. That is already a large gap.
I do wonder a little bit if they were kind of biding their time there behind the Toyota, and then, you know, saw the opportunity, took it, and just ran. Yeah. We know that car is uber quick. There's Choice Racing chasing the S Collective number 140, and having gapped that Ginger Racing number 46, who just misses the apex there at turn number 13. And misses the apex at 14 as well. I think okay with that number 46. Ah, man. We did get a report from trackside from Alex Green in the YouTube chat. Hello to Alex this morning. That it did sound like the 140 missed a shift coming out of the last corner. So it was just a small little bobble there, and car's carried on its way. But now very much under pressure from that Choice Racing number 522. This all happening about 10 seconds in arrears, just under 10 seconds in arrears of the Fifth Gear Motorsports number 550. 140's just a little wide there on the way into turn number 3. The 522 tucks in to 3B. That left-hander, 46 misses the apex again at the top of the hill. And 40 have to defend here just a little bit. So we kind of we were talking about tracks that race motorcycles exceptionally well. I'm sure Eagles Canyon races a lot of things very well, but when it comes to racing cars here, you do kind of have to pick and choose your passing opportunities. You know, a little mistake from the car ahead can definitely help, but it takes good mid-corner speed that lead on in the corners that lead on to some of these longer straights and harder braking zones to actually be able to set up these passes without really sending it in the braking zone. So the compression at the bottom of the hill here at the exit of turn 10, climbing the hill into turn 11, that 140's got decent speed getting up to the crest of the hill there. And dropping down the hill through turn number 12. It's able to defend through some of those longer straights, and then the Choice Racing 522 just gets that car turned in and down to the apex so well. My favorite corner on the track here at turn 14. Not quite off camber, but not really on camber either. The bottom of the hill, and got a compromised entry line because you're exiting 13 to driver's right. Got to tuck the car back in and grip going away from you all the time. I hear Ryan's mic. I just don't hear Ryan.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do to fix this. But
The Wi-Fi situation? That's tough, man. It's tough. But we'll carry on here on board the back racing with Rapscallion, number 669, because that is the 246 Toyota Supra just up ahead of us.
oh man, that might have done it. The Lenovo thing just sent me a notification that this is an unsafe network, and would I like to... I hit yes, hoping that stops the back and forth.
Now, Ryan, the other thing you can do is to maybe turn off the 5G connection there on the laptop. See if that improves things. Turn off the 5G antenna. 5 gigahertz.
Right.
Not 5G. Yeah. Back on board the number 90. Still sitting 6th in the GTO class. 4th and 5th just up ahead. Have we really begun to work the GP traffic here yet? I don't think we have. It's not a huge spread, it has to be said, not a huge spread between the GTO cars and the GP1 cars here. I mean, the Triple I Racing Porsche, which only has a 12.5-second lead at this stage, is a little wide there. It's only about 6 seconds a lap clear of the fastest car in GP1. 6 or 7 seconds.
Yeah, the bottom end of the field. In theory, you're going to be lapping them every 13 laps or so. At best.
Yeah, we've been green now for refresh readiness here.
20-ish minutes. As the traffic comes up upon the I believe that is the Lil Hee Hee Racing Honda S2000.
I was waiting to see who was going to be the first to tackle that name. Glad it was you, JT. It's a good looking S2000 though.
I mean, it's hard to have a bad looking S2000. It's a very, very good looking design. In my opinion.
What was the black and red S2000 we had previously? Was ASM the silver one?
Believe so.
Yeah, this car looks familiar, but I'd have to really dig through the results to find out why this car visually I feel like I've seen before. Oh, we're gonna go wide. Yep, hustled it into turn 15 apex there a little too deep. Kelsey Karangas, Kelsey, please do tell me if I'm getting the pronunciation wrong. Karangas says, Lil Hee Hee guys are beasts. They changed an engine yesterday. Still made it to grid this morning. An engine change on an S2000, you say? You remember seeing an onboard here from somebody running an S2000 when we first came to the track back in 2024, and it did look like great fun.
Yeah, that was we had 2 of them, wasn't it? Yeah, we had 2 of them. We had Quality Time Racing and ASM. ASM was the gray livered.
Okay, so it would have been Quality Time. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's similar to this.
Black nose, red main body base color.
Yes. Yep, red or black rear wing, I think as well.
Yeah.
K24 powered. Says Kelsey.
Ooh. Those are very popular.
Letters and numbers.
Those are very popular swaps in the Miata world.
K-swap?
Yeah, K-swaps. There's a pretty decent kit out there for them that makes it quite easy to do.
Appreciate y'all being with us through the first hour of racing here at the Texas Endurance Super Prix, round 1 of the 2026 World Racing League Championship season. Season full of unknowns, question marks, new, some light rule changes, some schedule changes, and all together, I think kind of like we had talked about back at COTA, potential for a new era of WRL racing here, which we do get shifts in from time to time. But top of the field, picking up kind of where we left off with that Porsche 991.2 Cup. Previously of round 3 racing, now in the hands of Triple Light Racing. Leading the field by 17 seconds up in GTO. GP1 leader is the 5th Gear Motorsports Porsche Cayman. That is an 11-second gap. So all still kind of within shouting distance here, and then a little bit further down in GP2 Garage 66, and the number 214 Subaru BRZ leads the Fast Track Racing 986 Toyota GR86 by something like 8 seconds. While we continue to work through some of our data processing on the timing pylon there, where nothing has changed recently, incidentally, you can follow along with live timing over at Race Monitor or on the Race Monitor app or redmist.racing, which is altogether a little bit deeper on the data and information side. Not much to pick through at the moment as we all kind of ride through the first stint of the season. We'll dive in a little bit deeper here once we get through the first round of pit stops. And to me, JT, I think that's one of the big question marks over that Porsche up at the front of the field. We know what we're getting with, Stoic Racing, Lupe Tortilla, Rapscallion, Kingpin. All these guys have been around before, but that Triple Eight Racing squad, we know the car is quick. We know the lineup is quick. We just haven't seen the crew in action yet.
Yeah.
And very often, the chunks of time or swings of chunks of time that we see in WRL racing action they do come down to pit stops and pit stop execution. But let's wait and see exactly what that holds for us.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
You should not say that before we've had a chance to test.
Well, it is what it is. I think the quality is going to be worse. I think the reason it drops is the 2 gigahertz quality worsens, so it tries the 5 and then notices the 5 doesn't work and then switches back to the 2.
I think it's the other
So
way
now
around.
it's just
I
gonna
think it forces to the 5 until it goes bad, drops back to the 2, and then when the 5 improves again, it's like, oh, we should go back and try 5 again.
Oh, well, I have it on the 2 right now, and it sounds like garbage, but it's consistent.
You're not dropping out. It's good.
No, I'm not. You're not dropping. I just hear you at like 4-bit sound.
Oh, interesting. That just might be my microphone.
No.
No,
sounding good right now for me.
It's JT also. It's all good.
So
We'll muddle through. At least now I can try to watch the race instead of messing with this. I have no idea what's going on.
Chris Long asks us to summarize the 2026 rule changes.
Oh, there's a big one. There's a big one that they talked about in the drivers meeting.
Yeah,
I'll talk about it.
I was not aware of this until literally this moment because I hadn't really gone and paged through all of the rule changes. We've been dealing with lots of other changes among the scene at the moment. Ryan, would you like to talk about this?
Yeah, so the big one that I want to touch on, and I don't have the rest of them in front of me, I definitely read the technical regs for the cars, but I didn't read the actual rule changes, which is a failure on my part. But now, if you have a second pit infraction, it used to be that you had to take a drive-through a 1-lap penalty, and then you could contest it. Now, optionally, if you know that you're not going to contest your pit penalty, you can take a drive-through penalty instead of a full lap on your second one. On the third one, it's still a mandatory 1-lap penalty, and on the first one, you still do get the mulligan for the first one. But RJ was saying that generally speaking, everybody in the paddock is pretty good about adhering to the safety rules, and so they're going to allow this little bit of flexibility so that the second infraction is a little bit easier, and it will stop breaking up some of these battles that are usually, really, really tight, and then come to the end of the race and they get a penalty, and now they're a lap apart. And so it should keep the racing a little bit closer as well.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by this. To me, this is the best of all worlds, right? This is the, hey, you own up to a mistake and, you say, yep, no, we messed up here. You have the option of kind of saving yourselves a little bit, right? Rather than taking that full 1-lap penalty, you have the opportunity to just come in, serve the drive-through, own what you did, and move on and get back after it. If you do want to contest it, it still leaves that door open and say, hey, no, we have video of our pit stop, bring it to the stewards, and we're going to get this squared away. It does say if the drive-through penalty is not served within 2 green flag laps, a 1-lap penalty will be assigned. So basically, you've got to say, yep, we messed up. We're going to own it and take the drive-through, but you've got to do that fundamentally immediately and get that done. Otherwise, you revert to the 1-lap, and you have no real recourse there once that happens. So that is, a really significant change to the way these races are likely to play out as we fuel up the safety car.
and the fuel jug is leaking.
Oh no! Yeah, pay attention there, buddy.
Somebody get kitty litter quick.
Yeah, I've never seen that in action before. This is a first. So yeah, it's good that we've kind of scrolled through some of these. That's yeah, a really interesting kind of addition and little wrinkle to the way these races typically pan out. I don't mind the 1-lap penalties because obviously they can be rescinded, but this is not an either-or thing. This is it's up to the team as to how they want to handle it. You can either take the lessened penalty or you cannot.
Right. That is going to negatively impact teams that have immaculate pit records. That's no longer an advantage that they'll be able to carry.
It is.
I mean, it's
definitely
not
is.
as big of an advantage, but you still have the advantage.
Sure.
A lot of the other rule changes are just kind of related to disclosures of technical information as they relate to your car classing and your power to weight number. The only other, I think, really significant rule change that, I actually don't anticipate playing a huge role in things this year, but does, I think, help bring some older cars potentially back into the fold for GTO, is this adjustable performance variables, which, by other names you might just refer to as a balance of performance. That's not what it's intended to be, right? It's not intended to be hey, let's make all the cars do exactly the same thing in the same type of way as you would get in Le Mans or WEC or IMSA or anything like that. This is just an opportunity to say, okay, cars are built differently. They have different, not just strengths and weaknesses, but they have different performance potentials. And this is an opportunity to make more cars more competitive. And it's all data driven. It's all based on, data that is collected from WRL races and other sources into a nice little table that just adjusts your power to weight target by up to 0.5.
Yep.
So the Porsche 991.2 Cub we see at the front of the field is it's fundamentally running to 9.4.
Which I think, Brendan, was always the intent of the original solution they had with the success ballast.
Correct.
Effectively.
Yes, but that
which
was
is eventually they knew. Right, but eventually they realized that they would have enough data because of that they had a table that somewhat made sense. And I think we've arrived at that conclusion.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, any type of leveling of a playing field is going to be difficult when you take into account more factors than just a raw power to weight, right?
Right.
But when you take into account things like electronics, or you're starting to adjust for things like electronics, which was one of the big talking points of the G82s, the new spec BMW M4s, and there for a while the Toyota Supras as well. A lot of that becomes just more. It has to be more data driven. It has to be more actual performance driven.
Right.
I don't necessarily yearn for the days of having more like BMW F82s in the field. But they did add a lot of depth to the class.
More touring cars.
And they're not slow. And they're reliable and appropriate cars to have in the class. And opening the field back up to those types of GT4 cars, to more home-built cars, and making them more competitive. For that matter, the Porsche 996 Cups not taking a modifier, 997 Cups not taking much of a modifier, is a really intriguing option as well. So, yeah, I think it just opens up a little bit more. It's not intended to be balance of performance, not intended to make everybody do the same lap times up and down the field. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah.
That's the third time you said that today.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to personally keep track of things like that I know that I say too much, and we'll see how that pans out is also one of mine. So I'm like super vigilant about it.
You know what I'm a huge fan of? I'll tell you what.
Indeed. At work, all of my coworkers tell me it's, what are we doing? What are we doing here? What's going on? What are we doing?
right on board the Toyota Supra number 90, the inside of the 46.
Yeah, the Cargo Shorts racing car is checked out there from the number 90. They're now harassing the back of the stack racing with Rapscallion. Thank you, GA. I can picture the car, I can picture the color, I can picture everything on it, and the names are just blanking for me today. So here's my question. If an IMSA entrant were to come into the booth and chat with me, like say, for example, Sodicol came up and he complained about IMSA BOP on this broadcast, would they find out and fine him?
Well, if they found out,
but they could.
Yeah, I was going to say if they found out, they would fine him. I think
if he has a current IMSA license.
But
I do not have a current IMSA license, so I can discuss BOP at length.
Sure.
Yes.
Although I would say,
don't have a current IMSA
if
license.
ever you were angling for a job with IMSA radio, that's maybe a topic you wouldn't want to attack.
I think
Exactly.
that door has been firmly closed, unfortunately.
I don't.
I think there was a time where that was a lot closer than it is now. I think about 4 years ago, if I had really, 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 really kissed some feet, I think that could be more in play, but I, at this point, don't think it's in play.
We have
But
more fun anyway.
Who knows? We do have more fun, that's for sure. I bet they make more money, though. So, like, that's, unfortunately, that is a factor when you live in California.
I can guarantee they make more money than us.
JT's looking at his In-N-Out job like,
You guys remember when JT used to work for In-N-Out? And then Long John Silver's, and then
The decade-long joke.
wasn't Harvey's one of them?
they were all one of them, man. By the way, we have had 0 notes in the race control log since we went back to green. No notes of contact, no 2-offs, no 4-offs, no slow cars, nothing.
We did have some contact yesterday. Sodicol's self... Oh yeah, if you look at Sodicol's Instagram page, there's an onboard of him dumping a GR86.
Oh, lovely.
Is that something you learned on AC?
I don't know. It is quite funny. He was telling me about it at dinner, or right before dinner, and then I woke up this morning and saw that Instagram video was posted. Like, oh, good on him. Good on him for owning up to that one, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jordan Worth has revealed something in the in the chat that should not have been revealed.
What a mistake.
Some say that's why he streams a lot less than he used to. Can't have people in his chat saying all kinds of goofy things.
Well, we've been having fun here. The light racing Porsche's lead has
Just
ballooned
checked
from
out.
16 to 34 seconds now.
Yeah, definitely in a very good groove at the moment.
Noted Magnus Racing fan JT Tammy wants to talk poor stewarding.
Not at the moment. We can do that later.
You can do that later. All right, that's fine. Well, you're going to be gone later. If you have an axe to grind, we got to get the sharpener out.
It's that line between sport and entertainment. And
Specutainment.
consistency in officiating. WRL does not have that problem.
No.
WRL is quite consistent. So, not an issue here.
Oof, now even this solution isn't working. Uh-oh.
So it's interesting to note that
There we go.
the two fast track racing Toyota 86s have pit in GP2. Still waiting on pit stops for Garage 66 and Palomar, I believe.
Yeah, we are coming up on a pit window here if you didn't stop during the yellow. Although with the amount of time that the yellow took, I imagine it's tough because you don't want to take the pit during that yellow and then have the green come out while you're in the pit lane would be terrible, but it did last a while longer.
Yeah, and the 83 from Palomar is known for going quite long.
Yep.
Quite lengthy stints. Currently sitting just within a second behind the class leader, the Subaru BRZ. Last time through the 669 stack racing with Rapscallion was pretty close to the 246 TCB Racing Supra. Keep an eye out on track for them. As they go through the shot here, as you can see Supra leading Ligier with, I believe that was Cajun Canuck, BMW, alongside them as well, tucks in behind. Reported as Garrett Higgins behind the wheel of the 246 Supra at the moment. Tim Adams in the Rapscallion Ligier.
Now that my audio is stable, I'll take the extra step of attempting to open another thing. See if that makes it all come crashing down. Let's see here.
Finding some fascinating things on Race Monitor's output here.
Okay, I'm glad that's not just me, because I was looking at that, trying to make that work, and that was...
Are you seeing the gap between Cajun Canuck and Zebra Racing for 5th and GP1?
Yeah, that's like an hour and 20.
No, it's the one that says plus or minus 1 lap.
Oh, yeah, there you go. No, I'm seeing like SoCal Wrestlers is an hour and 4 minutes behind Singular Racing, which doesn't seem correct.
Right.
TCB's 41 minutes behind Stack. Like, there's all kinds of...
Yeah.
So I was trying to load up Red Mist to see if that's better.
You might need a AI supercomputer to run Red Mist these days.
No, I've enjoyed the updates to Red Mist. However, it does seem to be pausing after a couple minutes, so I'll have to keep refreshing it.
Well, it gets a little bit to the point where I can't scroll even.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
So then I'll have to refresh it.
So we're just gonna have to deal with plus or minus 1 lap on occasion, I guess.
Yeah. It's tough. It's real tough. Tough to do a broadcast when I have no timing, no audio, and a shady feed.
Luckily, my monitor is big enough that the only 2 cars I'm missing out by having to scroll are not out on track. so
Oh,
I
there you
can
go.
get away with it.
Nice.
That'll
It keeps crashing on my phone.
669 was looking to be headed out a little bit wide there. Up out of turn number 5. As continue to chase that number 246. Oh, we're shallow on the way here into turn number 8. Climbs the curb and the car steps out. Good little scrap. Yes, it is for 7th place in GTO at the moment, but 669 closes in. And he gets the car pointed at a passing opportunity, and then immediately there the car steps out. And loses a couple of car lengths. He attacks turn 11 a little bit more than the Supra did there, and picked up a couple of car lengths, and then obviously was out of position on the way into 12 and gave some of it right back.
So, gentlemen, I have Sonic Hulk also with us. I thought it only fair to invite him on to defend himself after I talked about the Instagram video where he dumps an 86, just brutally pit maneuvers them onto the grass. Sonic Hulk, what happened?
What happened is a really good question. It went kind of like this.
Okay.
Oh, we don't want to get taken down, but yeah, absolutely. That's just about that. That's what it looks like. If you
Sonic
find
Hulk
on the
Cena
Instagram.
here.
Sonic Hulk Cena, yep.
So there's a few things going on. Number one, I don't think that was from this year. I don't remember when or where it happened, but it's just like video that I found like on one of the hard drives. So
nice. Okay,
You
so
know.
that may not have even been this. Okay, fair enough.
who knows?
I thought that was the one you were talking about earlier or before dinner.
This is hard eye contact.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There's another shush on the radar. Look at this like message from my lady. She's like, do not talk about IMSA. I think I already talked about IMSA by saying, do not talk about IMSA.
We are all acutely aware of the rule changes for this season. Yeah.
Oh my, I can't not go there. That's just WeatherTech though, right? Not Michelin
Oh,
Pilot,
I think
right?
it's all,
I
I
think
think
it's
it's for
everything.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
It's a
Organization
conduct
wide.
rule. Yeah.
I mean, it's a NASCAR rule, right? So
Right.
I think it encompasses everything
Well,
top to bottom.
I mean, I'll go out there and I'll say it. I think the BOP and MX5 Cup is terrible. Absolutely terrible BOP and MX5 Cup. What a joke.
Right? I mean, Glenn McGee just gets a hop in last moment with a ride with JTR. First race, you know, he's having issues and he still sets the fastest lap. I mean, come on, what is that?
Absolutely. He should be BOP'd. Anybody with hair longer than about 4 inches should be BOP'd.
We're talking about Glenn McGee.
We're talking about Glenn McGee, yes, sir.
That was-
Oh yeah. That guy started from P1 on Sunday at Daytona. Real quick, P20.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, they were having
Hate to see it.
engine issues or whatever it was both days that they couldn't quite get working correctly.
Stoic number 87 is into the pit lane.
Can I
Nope.
ask chat
not.
a question?
Yes, you can ask the chat a question.
Okay, chat.
What's up, chat?
Yeah, chat. A few weeks ago, there was a whole bunch of IMSA stuff at Daytona, and there was a bunch of WRL drivers there.
There were.
There were. Do you think like chat could like drop the names of the bronze rated drivers? Like, because like silvers and golds, whatever. But like, who are the bronze guys that were at the Roar in the VP that are also like what's the Venn diagram of WRL and bronze dudes
Yeah,
that were at
bronze
Daytona
guys.
the other weekend, right?
Okay.
And so like on my mind, like foremost, top of mind is Scott Noble,
Yep.
the bro in GTD Pro in that AMG, spraying champagne on Sunday afternoon. Yeah, Sunday afternoon. That
Oh,
was
that's a fire
awesome.
at the apex of turn 1. Sorry, guys. That's the Corvette who,
Yep.
He's
just as they tipped it into turn number 1 there, looks like a fire at the left
The-
rear of the car.
The driver is out of the car.
Immediately out of the car. And this will
Yep.
almost certainly bring this race to a stop. We've seen it many, many times. Yeah, red flag now being called for.
That car
And-
is already completely engulfed. That is
Yeah.
not a race car anymore.
This is standard procedure in the World Racing League. Red flags almost without exception follow fires.
Yes.
So we come to expect these things.
Yeah, that is. I don't think that's going to get put out with a bottle. Like that's a lot of
Yeah.
flamage.
And it happens so fast.
Yeah.
You gotta wonder. Like it's coming from the back. It's almost certainly a fuel fire, especially with how
Yes.
dark it
Yeah.
is.
Probably on the
Um,
exhaust.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
neat.
There is a corner marshal headed to that car, just looking at the individual camera feed here, but there's very little that can be done at the moment.
Yeah,
This
that's
is-
going to need a fire engine and not
Yeah.
one guy with a bottle situation.
This is, I don't know if you remember the Rapscallion MX-5 that went up at Barber last year, but this is, I would say, akin to that at the moment. This is very, very unfortunate.
Yep.
As we mentioned, driver already out of the car. Everybody's okay there, but pretty sorry sight for the C5, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially, I believe that's a new car for them.
Yep.
Well, flatbed and the ambulance are on scene, but again, as I mentioned, the driver walked away. He looked winded and exasperated, but did not appear injured.
Yeah.
That's good.
Anyway, we can, as we sit under red flag here, and this is going to be a minute, I think. You guys can carry on.
Indeed. The
As we were.
fire truck has arrived. Oh. Well.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. The car was parked there at the apex of turn number 1. It is no
Yeah.
longer.
It has been moved somehow.
It is going to end up kind of at the bottom of the little off-camber ditch here at the exit of turn number 1, and they are now actively working on putting the fire out. But when I tell you this thing is engulfed, man, this thing is engulfed.
They've been the fire truck with the water cistern on it has arrived and has been arrived.
Yeah.
But something changed with the situation, and I think an uncommon change, shall we say, something that doesn't typically happened. Might be a good time for an ad break here, I reckon, while we get a more specific understanding of what's going on with the situation. We'll be right back here from beautiful Eagles Canyon Raceway. This is the round 1 of DriversEye Live's coverage of the World Racing League. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Eagles Canyon Raceway. The fire is out, but we're going to have a substantial track cleanup effort. We want to make sure that the car is completely out before they put it on the flatbed, etc. But again, everyone is safe. The car is out. There's no active fire at this moment, but we are going to have a cleanup, of course. So we will return once cleanup has been completed and we go back yellow flag just prior to the race resuming. So we'll be back. As soon as we have any kind of time estimate, we'll display that on the screen. But for now, we're just going to wait and see. And at a minimum, at 9:45 local, I will rejoin and try to give any updates I can. So give us about 10 minutes, and I'll be right back with an update. Welcome back to World Racing League here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. The update, if we want to show that camera now, I think we can. The Corvette is on the flatbed. You can see it there to the right. So it is cleaned up. We're now going to continue the process of getting the vehicles all gathered. That way we can go back to some racing. We're going to go to yellow flag first, of course, and then we'll go back to green. The track surface from here looks, dare I say, okay-ish. It certainly looks raceable from here. I don't see them tremendously worried about it. But I had a guest come join us. Somebody I actually had the pleasure of having dinner with last evening. Scott Noble of Windward Racing, of GTD Pro Podium champion, here with us in the DriverSeye Live booth. Scott, thank you for coming up here.
Happy to be here and happy to be supporting WRL. It certainly helped me bring my drive along. And a matter of fact, I'm planning to do a father-son race with my son at the end of the year in WRL. So we're
perfect.
having Fast Track build a GT4 for us now.
Nice.
And we'll come out and we'll do some testing just to get him comfortable with it. He's 30 years old and with a newborn, so we talked the wife into it.
Excellent.
And so we'll work our way into that. And I think Dennis Boole and his son Nick are going to join us.
Perfect.
So it'll be kind of a fun father-son team, and we'll see who gets bragging rights. Of course, I just want my son to be safe, and there's not a safer place than WRL. That I think to race, and not a bigger bang for the buck. It's probably the most fun I've had, even though I've worked my way up to different levels with ELMS, and also I did the 24-hour Creventic over in Europe, and then obviously Daytona Rolex 24 a couple weekends ago. But that's a lot of work and a little bit of pleasure. To where this is a lot of pleasure and a lot of work.
I gotcha. So what kind of car is that going to be then for Fast Track Racing there at the end of the year?
It'll just be one of these Toyota Supras out there.
Toyota Supras. Okay, nice.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, you can see the other side of that.
There is not much
Corvette. Yeah, that's not a car anymore. That's
wow.
You're not getting any parts off of that.
Wow.
That is unfortunate for that team. I hope they still have that BMW banging around somewhere and they can bring that bad boy back out. But a really cool build, and meets an early end, unfortunately. So there was, Scott, I know you ran with Mercedes and Windward at Daytona.
Yep.
My understanding, now what I'm told, I have no idea about anything, obviously, I just do this for fun, is that the Mercedes GT4 car is substantially similar to the Mercedes GT3 car. Does that cross your mind at any point?
Yeah, when I started in 2022 I came in with NOLA Sport in GT4 America, I was told back then that you should really get on the Mercedes platform, because then the step up from GT4 to GT3 will not be much of a difference to you.
Right.
So I went through this multiple make kind of a journey that I've been through, so I know how to drive a lot of cars. But if I would have been on a Mercedes clear back then, I'd be certainly quicker than where I am today. And there was a lot of great drivers back on the Mercedes. It's just to give you an example of how challenging it is in a Porsche GTR, in a GTR, in the race version that I raced over with Herbert over in Europe. My heart rate was about 165 to 172 for my hour and a half to 2 hour stint. Then when I went to the Ferrari 296 last year, my heart rate was about a 165 to 170. And in the Mercedes, it's about a 140 to 145. It's that much easier to drive.
So why is that? Is that because you got long wheelbase front engine car that's a little bit more stable? Is it the power delivery? Is it the the ergonomics and the AC and all that? Like what really makes it that much better?
In the Porsche, certainly a great place to train. That's why I did Carrera Cup, to learn closeology and bumper to bumper, and know that your BOP, you don't get to bitch about BOP, so it's driver and setup. So that was kind of nice and humbling from that standpoint. But the Porsche with the rear engine, especially powered down, there's a lot of micro adjustments with the steering wheel that you don't have, even the Ferrari and with the Mercedes. So it's the busiest of all the cars is the Porsche. And keep in mind that there's no weight on the nose for the Porsche, and you can't turn it unless you have light brake pressure. And as soon as you release the brake, the front end lifts and you just go wide and get off track. But it taught me a lot about that. And then when I moved to mid-engine Ferrari, then I had to learn how to come in with lighter brake pressure. And now with the Mercedes, you only hit the brake pressure immediately, get off of it, and then you're rolling more speed.
Right.
So it's a lot, and I think that's where the less effort and the less heart rate comes from.
Okay.
Is you're in and out of the brakes sooner. You got the front engine weight to turn the car. You're not on the brakes as hard, as long in the Mercedes as you are in the Ferrari and the Porsche.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So do you have plans for the rest of the IMSA season? Are you going to be doing...
Yeah, we're doing Sebring 12. We're testing at Sebring in a week. And that's official IMSA test, so that's going to be interesting. I did one test before, and back in November when I first was introduced to the Mercedes. We did 2 days at Daytona and then 2 days at Sebring, and I was quite close to the factory guys, which is Lucas Stoles and Maxime Martin, which are amazing drivers for AMG.
Yeah.
And I think I was 1.6% off them with 17 turns, so I was
That's
pleased
pretty
with
good.
that for being a
Yeah.
63-year-old bronze, so I was happy with that. And basically, if you're under 2% of the factory drivers, then the factory's highly supportive of you in a bronze.
Yeah, so it was fascinating. You said that at dinner last night, and that was something that I wasn't aware of, but I suppose it makes sense that Mercedes has a vested interest in you being fast enough getting into their car. They don't want anybody to just come and, wreck Windward's car. And part of me thinks, well, isn't that on the team? Because is Windward like an actual Mercedes factory team? Like, I don't think so. It's not my understanding of it. But it seems like Mercedes still really cares and wants to keep that
I am
the
told,
way they want it.
And I'm just a bronze, and this is my 5th year. I'm coming into my 6th year.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm told Windward is really more or less factory Mercedes for USA, and that speed is more or less for Europe.
Got it. Oh.
Ryan cuts out.
And
that makes sense.
And where the factory representative is there from AMG.
Right.
I mean, the top 3 guys, and I'm like, oh my God, I should be knowing your first and last names. And I didn't,
Right.
But
I think you're okay, genuinely.
So I mean, it was pretty interesting to see how supportive of how they want to build a gentleman or client program. I was kind of shocked by that.
Right. No, that's fantastic. That is GT3 the end of the road for you, or do you have designs at perhaps doing Le Mans prototypes and GTP and hypercars, or are you just comfortable where you're at?
I've to get in shape, just to give you an idea of getting in shape for something like this, to be able to do these. I did a 3-hour stint at Daytona, but to get in shape for this, I've lost 21 pounds over 5 years, and I've had 3 surgeries because of getting in shape, not in the car, but just at the gym that something would fail. Getting in that, there's probably no way with my injuries. I used to race motocross when I was young. I've had 5 shoulder surgeries, and so I don't see myself in an LMP2. I don't even know if that's any more exciting now. I know people, and you see PJ Hyatt up in a lot of people.
Right.
But I don't have any plans for P2, although I do want to come out and test LMP2 here out at ECR just for fun to see really what a lap can be done and get Jason in the car. And Jason Hart's my pro coach, who is he's hard on me. He talks to me like a 3rd grader from 5 different angles so I can understand the physics of the car, and he knows how much ADD I have, and he's like, okay, let's try this one more time, so
Right.
We have a rule of keep the car clean, and we want to go fast and safe. Those are the 3 rules, and we just keep whittling away with the data and the technique. And I've got a few things. It's interesting is once you get to that final 1.5%, what all these pro drivers do, and even the factory drivers that are better than Jason do, is they all have lighter brake pressure, longer around to the perfect apex.
Okay.
And so they're where I would go a 10 pedal, then a 6, then a 2. They'll go a 8, and then carry the 4-3 all the way around the corner.
Okay.
And that wedge in that early brake zone, they just torture you. I mean, it's a 10th or 2.
Right.
And they're carrying more speed in there, and I think that comes from them driving a lot of those LMP2s and the non-ABS cars, right?
Especially, yeah.
So they're used to that lighter brake pressure. So they're really good about carrying more speed into the apex, and obviously they're very talented with their hands.
Perfect. Well, Scott, anything else you're looking forward to this season?
I'm really looking for. I'm looking here. I'm out at WRL. I
Right.
can't say enough about WRL. I mean, I did a study and I did a spreadsheet of the cost for a bronze per green flag lap, because there's a lot of places you could be.
Yep.
I mean, when I was in Carrera Cup, it was like a 12-minute sprint. It wasn't a 45-minute sprint because there's so many FCYs.
Right.
So when you look at the cost per hour of in the seat, it was quite expensive. And then when you look at WRL and even PCA, those were the two best bangs for the buck. Except here, you get so much seat time. I mean, you really have a lot of fun at WRL.
Yeah.
And I see myself, after I kind of go through my peaking and I get older, doing a lot of WRL. It's just a lot of fun. And I'll say this for the top three cars, the tip of the spear is quick here.
Yes.
I mean, these drivers are as fast as the drivers that I run into at IMSA or ELMS, and there's some fast bronzes out here. I noticed Rob's out here. You know, I mean, there's just some up and coming bronzes that they can give me all I want. And so it's they can hold court with anybody. It just ends up being about seat time and budget.
Right.
You know, but I don't know if you have more fun than WRL. I mean, you get to come out here with your buddies or with your racing friends, with a great team, and you get to race 8 hours and sometimes 7 hours the next day and 8 hours plus the 2 test days. It's an amazing value. And it gives you multi-class experience as well.
Right.
You know, depending on what car you choose.
Yep.
That's probably the biggest thing I had to learn in GTD and in ELMS is we tapped out at 183 at Daytona. That's the fastest that we've been in the GTD coming down the front straight there. But normally we get up to about 165, but being passed at 200 and 250 miles an hour,
Right.
I mean, the spotter barely has time, and it's like 20 back, 10 back, 5 back. You know, I mean,
Yep.
it's so fast you can even imagine it.
No, I love WRL because, one, you've got the relatively speaking rule book. If you have an idea, a thing you want to do, you know, we saw NFC for a long time. They brought a GT4 Mercedes, and they thought, you know what, I think we could put more aero on this and, you know, make it a little bit more comfortable to drive for a couple of these older guys. And the car was great, and they had it balanced effectively. And, you know, you've got your anchor pro driver and then 2 AMs that are learning. And they were able to move on to do some SRO, some Michelin Pilot Challenge. JTR, they won the championship here. What was that, Brendan? 22, 23?
Yep.
Yeah,
Something like that.
22. Yeah, 2022.
22, yeah. So JTR, you know, wins the championship here and goes on, and now they're doing ELMS and WEC and all that such, and they're doing the 5. It's a really good launching, I think, for people who want to go
Phenomenal.
into pro-level endurance racing, because you're getting the flavor of it, but it's way more approachable, as you said.
Yeah, it's certainly a great launching pad. I mean, we used it, Jason and I did, when we knew we were going to race later on at GT4, GT3 at a track, and I've never been on Mid-Ohio. Look at all the seat time I got here.
Right.
So we came here. It's a way to get tuned up on Barber or Mid-Ohio or some of these tracks you normally don't get to drive all the time. So we used it as a tune-up with a ton of seat time, and at least I knew the track, just hours and hours of lap time. I do think it's a wonderful stepping stone for somebody learning, but I also think it's not a bad place to just keep racing forever.
Yeah.
And I think it's certainly the place that I'll come back to after I do all this serious stuff.
Right.
So I think it offers so much. And that's why I know that I've been working with Livio here at ECR. They're building up a flight of cars. So to y'all that are thinking about racing, it's called Dream Machine. It's a new partnership between myself and Livio and ECR. And we're starting with the GR86s, and then we're working up with more cars, and we've got 2 GT4s coming in. Fast Track's going to run them, and we're just going to keep adding cars. But you can come out here and rent them for a day inexpensively, like $2,500, $5,000 a day, $7,500 a day, even up to a cup car at $10,000 a day. And you can see, is that right for me?
Right.
Is that the type of car and the horsepower that I want, and how fast I want to be going and how fast correcting? But that's a way to come out here and do a very inexpensive, and we've reduced the cost because I want to build a farm system out here for people to be able to have the same experience that I have. And it's been a wonderful experience and a great journey, and my family's been supportive and my coach, but it's I would still come back to WRL just to fine tune my skills for sure.
Perfect. I've got one more question for you, and then we'll get back to trying to recap this race here as we approach 6 hours to go here. Actually, we're just past 6 hours to go.
Sure.
the one wrinkle with WRL, and I think it's probably part of why the budgets are a little bit different, at least part of it, is the tire here.
Right.
You get the 200 tread wear tire versus, the slicks that you might run in MPC or SRO. Can you talk about how much, in your experience, that changes a car to drive? Because I've occasionally heard, and it's not common, but I've heard from a couple of people like, oh, well, you can't do WRL because the tire makes the car completely different to drive. And that wasn't my understanding always. And I figure you're a good person to ask about that.
So to me, the WRL tire is more fun to drive.
Interesting. Okay.
By far. I mean, the beauty of this tire is when you're at tire threshold, you're making a slight steering adjustment coming into apex and exiting.
Okay.
And learning that it's almost like just be slight missed. Make a little adjustment. That's if you're going quick. If you're not going quick, then you won't hear the tires squeal and you won't have to make the adjustment. But if you're going quick in these, what do they call them? Treadwear 200s? Or
yes, 200 treadwear. Yep.
Yeah, 200 treadwear. Then you're making adjustment. And to me, especially for the iRacer, this has to be a blast.
Yeah,
to come out on these tires. And when you get out and you get on your stickers and you get spoiled, then all you ever want is stickers. You're like,
right,
man, come on, those tires went away. And they're like, dude, that's racing. I'm like, I know, but I'm spoiled. Give me the stickers,
Yep.
And it's really not learning the whole dag of the tire. I mean, we at Barcelona, you lose 3 seconds a lap from the deck. It's massive.
Wow.
I mean, that car setup is the most difficult track in the whole world to be able to find a car set up for Barcelona. But everywhere else is pretty good deck, but that one's bad there. But anyway, long story short is, I wouldn't say coming out here and having a little sliding in and exiting. I think it's really good for car control. And then when you get the stickers, and you get onto slick, and you just have that much more confidence.
Right. I noticed the skid pad over here in the back. Sounds like you're at least more abreast of ECR stuff than I am.
Yep.
They're adding like a shape to the edge of the skid pad. What's that for?
I think that's for. Now I'll think of it. It's for the guys that just slide the cars.
Just do the drifting.
Yeah, it's for drifters up there because it's banked at like 6 degrees or something like that. So it's for them to have a little fun and a little bit of show.
Okay.
So good luck with the water drainage on that, but it looks like they've got it figured out. But the skid pad is certainly fun. I went out and I just went in really the smallest horsepower car that they have here. Toyota's got a whole lineup for everybody, and you rent it for just a few $100. And you learn, and Jason set up the cones for me, and I learned to control the car with the throttle more than the brake.
Right.
So I could maintain my speed, and it was interesting. And slowly I worked my way into a lighter brake pressure and more throttle, and I could keep my speed up. So it was really good for me to understand that. I wasn't raised in dirt tracking with cars.
Right.
Most great racers have already had that experience. So to me, that was kind of took the place of being on the dirt and learning how to really drive there. So that's a good kind of first thing to do when you come out here. Do the skid, and get on the track, and then work your way up to the horsepower, and work your way up to better and better tires. Because I have cut some grass out here with my splitter. I mean, right there, we're staring at turn 3. I've gone straight quite a few times there.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I keep my cup car here for practicing, and I had innovative. I go, just order me 6 splitters. I seem to be going through 2 a day. But they don't have to have a John Deere lawnmower out here. They just need to have me come out here and practice.
Right. I gotcha. So were you a member here before they made the changes on this kind of second half of the track?
No, I came here after that. I came here in COVID. I was bored, as everybody was. I wanted to, at that time, there was a lot of kneeling going on in the United States, and I wanted to be supportive of anything that had an American flag and had the national anthem. And I figured I was down to hockey and racing cars, so I said, well, I'll go out to the track. And it was Dennis Boole who talked me into it. And I had my GT3 RS street car, and I got pretty quick right off the bat. And then I was so caught up with lap time that I'd replace my tires almost every week and just put 100 miles on them.
Right.
Street tires.
Yep.
I was after my best lap. I mean, that's how competitive I am. But they said you're going to destroy your street car if you don't get a pro and buy a Boxster quick. So that's where it all got started.
Perfect.
So it's good advice.
So you can, for those of you that are out there, you see WRL, you're a relative of somebody who's already in it or whatever, and you're curious, it is possible that you can go in about 6 years from owning a fast road car to coming on the podium at Daytona.
Yep, that's exactly what the path has been, and it's all these necessary parts. That was quite emotional. You're kind of like, finally, it's paid off. I mean, it's only a P3, but I'm like, all that work, all that discipline, keep a car clean, do your work, increase the pace, be competitive, all that work that we put in, and then it's thousands of hours, I'm sure. But finally it paid off. And you do have to be with a great team. I'm not going to kid you. Windward was phenomenal. The way I saw him prep the car, and we started that relationship in November, I'm like, oh my God, okay, this is on a different level. So
absolutely
pretty amazing.
Perfect. Well, Scott, I think we've got race engines starting back up, so we'll wrap up here. Thank you for coming and chat with us, especially since we didn't get to see you on track today.
Yeah.
So thanks for coming and hanging out, and we'll look forward to seeing you at COTA.
Yep, COTA for sure, and I'm sure I'll throw a race in before that just to warm up my kiddo.
Perfect. All right, Scott Noble, Windward Racing, podium finisher in GTD Pro. Podium finisher in GTD Pro at Daytona a couple weeks ago. Scott, thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
It should be noted that podium position that was ahead of both Corvette Racing and Ford Multimatic Motorsport entries. So that's not some. It's okay. That's still an awesome accomplishment.
I mean, better than the rest of us have done, I guess, right? That's tremendous stuff. I think it's easy to get kind of wrapped up in the bronzes and silvers of it all, and I know there are podcasters that hold IMSA licenses that probably can't talk too much about that kind of stuff now, but obviously made a real a whole podcast series actually out of having discussions about driver ratings and things of that nature. But when you strip all that away and you're all playing by the same rules, but still have bronzes and silvers and gentleman drivers, as it were, in the car, sportsman drivers in the car. No, I mean they are.
No. Sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the onboard.
Oh,
unfortunately, the guy that was hoping the driver did not have his visor down.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So the marshal comes over, waving to get the visor down, and you can see out of the top, in the top corner of the screen, you can see the onboard, and you see the driver just reach out and just slam down the visor to the guy that's helping him.
Anyway, when you strip all that away and everybody's playing by the same rules, but you've got sportsman drivers in the car, it really does kind of lead to storylines like this, where you get yes, it's a pro team, but somebody like Scott Noble behind the wheel is outpacing and outfinishing Corvettes, factory Corvettes, and factory Fords, and stuff like that. You don't get that a lot of places, really anywhere in sports, but even now in sports car racing worldwide. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah,
we get a round of pit stops here, JT.
I was going to say,
yeah, go ahead.
On that same podium was Kenny Habul. So
yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
It's definitely not something that you see a lot of, but I mean, we luckily still get to see it.
Yeah. We kind of suspected this was coming. We didn't really talk about it much, but we did anticipate that we were going to get this round of pit stops for basically everybody in the up and down the field. Being that I think the only pit stop we had under green was the GTO Stoic Racing Toyota Supra, number 87. Now, from the looks of things, I think they've actually been able to put themselves back up into second as a result of all these pit stops.
Maybe we're gonna have to see when it sorts itself out here. I know Fast Track Racing and GP2 did pit under green as well. I would expect them to come back in to top off, though. As in fact, I do see that they did come on pit lane, so that is good.
We've got timing right back just about where we need it. We just need Jordan to refresh there and get the
Do the
flag
thing.
status back to yellow, such as it is now. That full course, not full course yellow, that red flag, by the way, a total of 49 minutes from start to, I'm sorry, 39 minutes start to finish. We went right at 9:30, so an hour and a half into the race, and back to full course yellow about 5 minutes ago at 10:09 local time. We're right back where we need to be. Everybody sticking with us through a pretty awkward phase of the race there with the very fast developing fire on the Zebra Racing number 326 Corvette. Driver is okay. Car, rather not, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Able to kill some time there with Scott Noble and Sadako Kalsa as well. Hopefully, as things cycle back through on timing here, I'll be able to start to parse this one apart again. Or start to parse this one and peel it apart and get a sense of where we stand from a race perspective. Actually, looks like Stoic is going to come through in the GTO class lead, so it didn't.
Yep.
I guess it didn't drop them off the lead lap. There's your GP1 field. Let's just hang on this for a second, Jordan, until we get our race leader through the shot. There it is, the red Toyota Supra there, just in behind the Palomar E36. So, where is the 102 Porsche? Be my next question here. Oh, it's actually still third. Yeah, Kingpin 77 Cargo Shorts Racing has jumped up into P2. So where is that? It's 32 seconds behind Stoic. Where's the safety car? I guess would be one of the other questions there.
Oh, there it is coming out of the turn 3.
That's the Porsche,
shot.
yeah. Yep. And then be in behind, in just ahead of the Porsche. There's a 77 from Rob Walker Racing. So that's your top 3 in GTO. 87 from 77 from 102. They're quite spread out at the moment. The 678 is a little bit further down the line. Here is the field. Now, interestingly, that's the 188 Lupe Tortilla BMW. So that car is split from the class and race leader. So that car is actually now most of a lap down to that number 87. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but it does mean that the top 7 in GTO, which includes the top 3 we just talked about, the 678 Ligier, the 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra, and then the 2 TCB Super GT4s. Those cars are all in a line, or will be all in a line, behind the race leader, which is about mid-pack, or will be mid-pack in the queue. GP1, that line is 140 Team S Collective. So it's a white and orange Porsche Cayman that currently shows a lap back to the 550 Fifth Gear Motorsports Cayman, which I think, is that at the front of the line, Jordan? If we can pick that up at the last corner. Yeah, so there's the 550. There so I think this has unfortunately split the GP1 battle a little bit. That was so good. Wow. Right? Because that's 550 up in the front. I still don't see... Yeah, Fifth Gear just came through, 222.994. So that is the bulk of a lap. And then it's put the 550, the 522 from Choice Racing, and then the 46 of Ginger Racing in its own little pod, along with the Screaming Goat Racing number 29. So the battle that we had is basically one car short, and unfortunately that one car short is out the front a little bit. I mean, JT, from what we saw earlier, 90% of a lap, 2.5 miles here is a long road to hoe, given how equally matched the front of the GP1 field was from the green flag this morning.
Yeah, definitely.
GP2 is a little bit simpler. It looks like Palomar 83 has the class lead, 7.9 seconds ahead of the Garage 66, number 214 Subaru, and that all appears proper because there is the 83. The car is further back. The black BRZ there is the Garage 66, climbing the hill. Lil Hee Racing in the 97. Woohoo! And then back to Fast Track in the 989, which I think is mired in that queue. Yeah, there it is. Just ahead of the Screaming Goat car. So that car is properly a lap down to Palomar. The only question mark is the 97, and I have to admit, I am actually not sure what the 97 looks like on camera.
It is bright red.
Oh, that's the S2000, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, Lil Hee Hee. Yeah, S2000. Okay. So as we jump on board with the Screaming Goat Racing number 29, with thanks to MyRaces.live, which is a new onboard camera supplier for us this season. Camera here climbing the hill towards turn 11. Yeah, I believe that S2000 is going to be a full lap down to the Palomar Racing number 83. So that's just a quick overview of where things stand and the battles we have to look forward to here. That battle for second in GP1 should be pretty fantastic when we get back running here. Obviously, the battle for the GTO lead with the 87 out in front. Let's also see if we got a driver change on that 102 Porsche. I know we had some updates earlier that Cam Shields was behind the wheel of the car. I don't think, realistically, you could run another stint there because you'd end up butting up against the 3-hour drive time limit.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume, you know, the full course yellow pit entry opened up just after the 2-hour mark, so I'm sure they probably would have swapped out at that point.
Yeah. So let's see what the pace on that car looks like as we go into this next phase of the race here. It's a 4-driver lineup on the 991.2 Cup, well, we kind of got a sense of what the rotation was like when that car, you know, ran under a different team. Obviously, we're kind of starting from scratch here. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what this next phase of the race offers us. It's actually directly behind the Kingpin car now, which is now caught up to. Well, it was directly behind the Kingpin car, wasn't it? They were just at speed.
Yeah,
now it's showing is 5.4 seconds behind the Stoic Racing number 87. That is a fascinating noise. Is that Ryan?
I think that was a bug zapper.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate for Lupe
So that's
Tortilla
not
here.
fixed now.
Oh, you're sounding fine there. Lupe Tortilla, unfortunately, you know, being, you know, almost a lap down here. Last year they did come in second, I believe. Possibly both days. Yep, that's correct. So a little bit more of an uphill battle for them today.
We are just about ready. It's 3 laps is kind of the new standard that's been set for these post red flag full course yellows. Since everybody is likely to pit after a long red flag, they just decide, well, you know what, we're gonna let the pit stops play out, give everybody a chance to do that, and then rather than, you know, sticking everybody with a long or a spread out field coming back to the green, they just say, all right, we'll let the process work itself out, take the 3 laps, get everything back up to temperature and sort it out, and then send it back to Green Flag Racing. So I think one more should just about do it here. Bed finds its way home.
Yeah, right where the pace car normally parks. So I believe that will need to be moved. As we see, I believe that is the 24 coming in the top off, or it looks like checking tire pressures.
Definitely the 24.
Out goes the tow truck. The flatbread. Is the flatbed posted somewhere else on track outside of the
I think they
pit
sit
lane?
in the shortcut over at the exit of turn 4.
Okay. So depending on how long this takes, might need to do another lap. I think we might be okay though.
Yeah, I mean, tracks that do this kind of thing regularly, you get really good at anticipating where cars are going to be when.
Yep, as it goes straight here, we just cleared the course.
Like lights are still on there, climbing the hill.
That's what it looked like.
A little tough to tell.
Does look like it. I'm gonna try to do everything on one laptop and just see if it'll. Well, like I just
Lights out.
this one that runs the stream is doing okay.
Good
so
call.
I'm just gonna run with this one and we'll see what happens.
Good call, JT. As the field heads down the front straightaway again, now for the 44th time, the green flag finally waves after 56 minutes at Eagles Canyon Raceway. And Lupe Tortilla, number 188, heads down into turn number 1. Not the race leader, but is the leader of the cars on track. There is, that's a quick off and on. There at the apex of turn 2.
Yep, that would be the SoCal Rustlers BMW.
Yep, formerly Samson Racing Communications. Brand new E46 build in GTO. Your GP1 class leader, the number 550. I'm sorry, nope, second place at number 550. With, third, fourth, and fifth close in tow.
A lot of traffic there
Yep.
for our GTO second and third. This is giving Lupe Tortilla a really good chance to try to run away, build a gap here.
Well, it's not Lupe Tortilla, remember,
no.
it's Stoic.
So Lupe is, I believe, 8th, and they were, basically
Oh, I see.
just
Yep.
under a lap down.
Man.
A lot of traffic here. So right now, because our leaders are having to go through general production traffic, all mixed through the field, that BMW M4 needs to rocket away, just trying to build as much of a gap as it can to protect itself from going a lap down.
Yeah, this is the best opportunity here it's going to have for a while the Stoic car, Kingpin, 888 Racing are all working their way through the some of the slower cars. There goes the 87. We wait for Kingpin and then the Porsche there behind. They've still got most of that gaggle to go in terms of traffic. There's also the battle for fourth place in GTO. You saw it with the number 678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion Ligier. Right in the middle of the pack, followed closely by the Toyota R&D Racing Supra. nose to tail. We jump on board with that number 90, headed towards turn number 15. Oh, is that, wait, sorry, Jordan. I think we just got the pass on the, for second place in GTO as the Supra gets shoved out a little bit wide. I think we just saw the Porsche ahead of the Kingpin Supra in traffic. Yep, there is the 77 a little bit further back. Wait for it. There's the black, red, and white Porsche, then Ginger, then Kingpin. So change for second place in GTO across the line on lap number 45. And that car, the only car underneath 2 minutes that last time, 159.448, picking right back up where they left off before the red flag. The margin under green, by the way, from the Team S Collective back to Fifth Gear Motorsports shows is 1 minute 47.8. So in GP1 there, so that's what, probably 80-85% of a lap.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on those lap times. Last lap times in particular, as we get ourselves back to green. Up there in GP1, we're not quite there yet.
Ugh. The wind has picked up, I see.
.669 isn't a battle for position with the 181 SoCal Rustlers entry there, by the way. There's the E46 just up ahead of it, so I think they just made the pass here on the last lap. An all-white Brett Strom built BMW. Update here is across the line, 2.5 hours just gone.
I do appreciate that they were nice about calling it SoCal Wrestlers in the message they sent us. Like, that's but they're good
Social
sports
wrestlers.
about that bit. Yeah, social wrestlers. Yeah, that made me smile. I was happy. Do we have the 90 on board still, Jordan? Yeah, there we go. So they're straight down the back of the 282 here.
Yeah, battle
They
for
had
third.
just cleared a little bit of traffic. The
Fourth.
ECR liveried GR86 had to dive out of the way. Not dive, but they got out of the way for this gaggle of higher class cars coming through. And the 90 looked pretty racy as the 282 moving around a little bit at the tail end. Come all the way up and around here towards turns 6 and 7. The 90 able to make up a lot of ground there as they just brushed the brake pedal twice here. The 90 is going to be right on the rear bumper as they go to the backstretch here. I think we're going to lose cell coverage, question mark, as they come
Just
back
at the
straight.
compression.
Yeah, it gets
Yeah.
dicey for a moment, but then it picks back up.
Oh, clears back up. Oh, that's quite nice.
Yeah.
But it looks like that GT4's got a little bit more leg on the straights. Just able to get away. I think the 90 didn't get a great launch off that corner either. They're going to squeeze right back together here. And into the second half of the lap, or last third of the lap anyway.
Yeah, the 90 does.
This
seem
would
to
be, if this was F1, this would be a sector, right? Coming up over that rise, like after the big straight, you'd make this the third sector.
The last sector, I think so.
Yeah.
I would go first sector to turn 5.
Doesn't get to the apex. Is going to try to cut it off here. Gave up a bunch of time. Left the door wide open. The 90 did not quite have the pace to squeeze through there. They're going to come back onto the front straight. And again, we're going to see the GT4 car just start to stretch the advantage here. I believe it's the
really.
TCB. No?
No, it was pretty even once they got up into about 4th gear.
And of course, the cargo shorts racing by Kingpin just ahead of this battle. So you got 3 Supras in a row here.
Late racing 102 and some traffic that time. 205.103. Actually dropped a little bit of time to the race leading number 87.
Are they catching the CSR machine? I think they are.
Very gradually, yeah, looks like it.
Do we have a
actually, last time
graphic that can show the amount that the 282 is catching?
No. I'll show you what I think it's going to show, which I think is something of a disaster. But give me a sec here.
Oh, no.
We want the 282, right?
Yes, 282 gaps are ahead.
Yeah.
All right.
Race Monitor is going through it at the moment.
Yeah.
I would love to know if that's a product of internet down there in the tower or what is happening. But now that we've got everything back up and running, even on the Race Monitor output side, like if you use the app, I mean, the lap time outputs are just pure nonsense in most cases.
Sure.
41 minutes, and I don't understand what's happening there. So we have everything we're supposed to have on the pylon side, which is wonderful. We don't have everything we're supposed to have on the data side as we try and get our integration with Red Mist sorted back out. Incidentally, down in GP1, I don't know if we still have the Screaming Goat on board, but that battle for third in GP1 at the moment is pretty tight. Oh, man. Let's stick with this. Let's stick with this because this is now a 4-car battle. Oh, no, 3-car battle, right? Because that 669 is a lap down. 77, 282, and 93 Toyota Supras. 2 of them GT4s. Another one, the one we're on board with here, not a GT4 car.
The 77's been chasing one of these Ligiers all day long, it feels like. They had the one ahead of them, now they have the 669 ahead of them. Wow.
That was an interesting move from that 282 because it opened
Very
up.
defensive.
It was, but it really opened up a much deeper braking point for the number 90 and actually kind of invited a move around the outside. I don't know that it was ever really on, but they carried a ton more speed to whatever apex it was able to get to.
I mean, the 90 has seemed to have been quite better on the brakes for turn 3 than either of the Supras ahead of them.
Yeah.
It seems like the 90 offers quite a bit more corner grip or mechanical grip, at least going through some of the corners. It seems a lot more stable, but unfortunately it just doesn't have necessarily the exit torque that the GT4 cars have.
Yeah, and as you can kind of see it here as they get up on the get up out of the exit of turn number 10 and start climbing the hill, just half a car length or a car length for that number 282, as they're all kind of bottled up here behind this number 669. 90's doing a good job of opening up the entrances to the corners. Not getting them anywhere though, because the passing lanes just aren't available, with everybody sitting single file here behind the Ligier.
Now, Ligier holding its ground here. The cork on the Supra Champagne here.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is allowing the cars up ahead of it to
I think the 77 is
draw
going to
away.
get around. I think they're going to make their escape here.
Yeah, the move is done.
Wow.
And that should allow at least one of these Supras to start making some progress.
Ooh.
The 282 gets balked in behind the 669. I wouldn't be shocked if we're 3. Nope, the 282 backs out of it. There goes the 90. Past the 282, they both clear the Ligier on the way into turn number 1. So your only effective change in all of that is the 90 getting past the 282. Let's see what that Toyota R&D Supra can do with the Kingpin number 77. Do we know who's behind the wheel of the Kingpin car right now?
It is
Ryan?
not Rob Walker because he's in the suite next to me.
Right, he would have just gotten out, I think.
Yep.
Do you see a Chad or a auto call next to you?
I see neither.
Okay,
I don't see any of them. It's just Rob by himself.
got it.
On his laptop, he's going to get some work in. He's going to be checking that data.
I'll keep an eye on timing. The name pops in and out every so often.
Yeah, they have the pucks on their wrist, like when they drive the car. So I think it should update. I'd be real curious to hear if anybody has driven both the 90 and the GT4 car, and just genuinely hear the differences in how that works. A home-built, more or less, Supra versus one designed by Riley to be used in BOP racing. I'm fascinated by what changes that might
Well,
cause.
I mean, we kind of had this discussion surrounding the Porsche Ryan, that 991.2 Cup, and a couple of other cars down through the years as well. When you have a car that is built to what GTO allows, you're not hampered by exactly what you just said, that that BOP-ing of it all in the end,
Right.
right? You want your car to be overperforming a little. What?
Do I have Lupe Tortilla coming down pit road here?
I also see that, JT. But if you're not going to spend a bunch of money to reverse engineer a GT4 car that races under a BOP criteria anyway,
Right.
You're it actually becomes a hindrance to getting the most out of a car. Round 3 obviously spent a bunch of money to build the 991.2 into a proper GTO class car. We've seen some of the home-built specials, let's say, BMW M3s, things of that sort, actually be really, really competitive against the GT4 cars because they're not necessarily playing by the same rules in the build of the car.
Right.
Yeah, which shows some of the strengths and weaknesses of each of the options. Obviously, it's easier to just go buy a GT4 car than, build a 9-to-1 road-going car up, go racing in GTO. But, yeah, I do kind of like what it gives us in terms of this dynamic.
Yeah. I'm glad there's still room for home-built cars in WRL. We've had this discussion to death, so I won't beat the dead horse here, but I know that we're going to enter a time where the home-built car is becoming less and less practical, but I'm glad there are people who are still willing to take on that challenge and make something different, do something themselves.
Don't look now, but GP1, that lead margin is just beginning to work its way down. Last lap from Team S Collective, 210.592. Last lap from fifth gear, 206.6. And what was a minute and 47, I think, when we went back to green, is now a minute 29. Incidentally, fifth gear beginning to draw away from the Screaming Goat number 29 as well. I show that margin as being 32 seconds, which is intriguing. Ginger Racing 3 seconds further back, and then Choice Racing another 3.1 behind them. So the middle part of GP1 beginning to spread itself out a little bit, but that lead margin ever so slightly. Chunks being taken out of it here and there. Watch those two Caymans here.
The TCB car is right on the rear bumper of the 90 right now.
Well, and that 90 is still a little bit bottled up by the 77 here.
Yep.
Gordon Ellington on chat tells us it's Murray Wonderland in the 77.
There we go.
Perfect.
Good.
Murray Wonderly, of course, a podium finisher, I believe, for all 3 races at Porsche Owners Club last weekend, or Spec Boxer.
We've got a battle on for the GP2 class lead.
Mm-hmm.
1 second between the 83 and the 214.
Ooh,
Can we try
yeah,
and pick that up? I know we don't have onboards for either. We're looking for the yellow-fronted BMW E36 and the.
It's actually already changed hands by this.
Oh,
That's return 5.
Yeah, I had to
Oh,
refresh Red Mist. There it is.
I think they reset the timing
Oh, yeah, there you go.
because Race Monitor works now.
Garage 66
Gives the illusion of working.
GP2 lead from Palomar.
Oh, Race Monitor got a reset.
Yeah.
Aware of all that. Getting a lot less nonsense data now. Another huge chunk of time taken out of the S Collective number 140, which we see on screen. Car actually, is that trapped in behind Cajun Canuck?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes, they
Cajun
are.
Canuck is now showing as That's a couple of laps down. What happened to Cajun Canuck?
Penalty, perhaps?
I don't know what the story is. Intriguing. There's your Lupe Tortilla number 188. Trying with everything it's got to hang on to the lead lap there in GTO, praying for a safety car.
We've had plenty
Oh,
of that.
well,
for
no,
today.
never mind, because they came down the pit lane, didn't they?
Yeah.
They did, yeah. The
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they were showing as off. They've actually just come through now. 5 minutes 21. What happened there?
And they are behind Cajun Canuck and S Collective.
Yeah. Lead gap now down to 5.7 seconds in GTO. That's thanks to a 2:01.6 from the 888 Racing Porsche against a 2:03.6. Stoic Racing number 87. Lupe Tortilla able to get past that Cajun Canuck car with ease. The 140 still tucked in behind that BMW. Watch the field string itself out there. Get it up into the braking zone at turn number 11. Been a weird old start to this one. Really we really haven't even had a stint as such.
Indeed.
Yeah, right? I mean, we got our first pit stops fundamentally there.
Right.
The tail end of the red flag.
Unfortunately, everything has settled into one of these rhythms where there's not a ton that's close other than that battle in GTO.
So the problem, Ryan, is that there really is no rhythm because we haven't we barely have a full set of information, right?
Yeah.
There really hasn't been a stint. We had the long full course yellow, then we had the long red flag. So at this point, we'd be, we're 2 hours, 45 minutes in, and you'd be kind of beginning to set up for a third round of pit stops. Like, okay, we kind of get a sense of what the flow of the race is going to look like and how long everybody's going and all that. And that's all great, but we don't have that. We've just
and that combined with nobody being close to each other on track.
Well, I mean, they are, right? Like, the GTO lead is coming down. We're about to get a battle between the 102 and the 87, which is excited. We've got this good battle for third in GTO that we've kind of been following here with the onboard from the number 90, which has been a lot of fun to watch. And the on-track stuff is, I think it's actually been quite compelling in a field of 30 cars. That it's easy to find and easy to follow. Mm-hmm. But from a race development perspective, there's no data there. I mean, there's no real information for us to begin to extrapolate with. We just had the one fuel run that took 2 and some change hours to get through. Everybody reset because they all pitted at the same time. And yeah, now we're just like we're starting the race over, but with everybody spread, like you said, everybody kind of spread apart.
Right.
77 able to just draw away a little bit as they go through 6 and 7.
Ooh.
And the number 54, 90 has to go the long way around at turn number 7. Does just about get back to the apex there. At turn 8. That one's out wide there at 9. 90 should get a decent run off the corner, and then, just like we saw earlier, Ryan, that E4 draws away a little bit as they go up through the gears out of these medium speed corners, puts about a car length on him. Head into the
could be it's only the long
chicane
straights.
here at the
You
end
know,
of
that makes sense because I think the 90 has more aero on it than the GT4 car does.
Yeah, probably.
Like the diffuser, for example, when you see the cars go by in an away shot, the diffuser on the 90 is way bigger. Now, the diffuser isn't typically what's causing your low top speed. It's all the other stuff, obviously. But if they've got a big diffuser on there, that's really what they're interested in creating is downforce more so than straight line speed.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see it in the braking zones, right? That 90 is, even without, I'm sure, all the fancy race ready ABS of the GT4 cars, that 90 is really strong in the braking zones and really strong at turning. It just gives up a little bit as they start accelerating away from, like I said, these slow and medium speed corners. Just designed to do things a little bit differently than those GT4 builds.
Just built different.
Indeed. I also do remember a handful of onboards from that number 90 of cameras from behind the driver, and it just looked like an absolute handful all the time.
Yes. I agree. Ooh, they're going to come under attack here, the 90 is. From behind. That TCB car, the best chance they've had in a little while to get by the 90. I'm going to try to draft him through turn 6, but yeah, the 90 is able to carry a lot more speed through 6 that time. Five hours to go. How many viewers do we have on our Portuguese stream, Brendan?
Not sure at the moment.
Is that easily checkable, or is that obnoxious?
Give me a second here. I got too much going on here, man.
I understand.
261 views. Fewer viewers than that at the moment, but they are, I think, a nice little chit chat there. It's
hold down like a 15 spot, like a 20 spot. What are we talking?
Acelera GP is the name of the channel. Acelera? I don't know. Jordan's our Portuguese expert here.
Ainda aí.
Unfortunately, our other Portuguese expert, Lofsgaard, is gone.
That's true.
Gone but not forgotten. I'm always reminded of an end of the year meeting that management would have when I sold cars, and they would put everybody's stat on the board for how many cars they sold, how much profit made, all these things. Gino Manley knows what I'm talking about.
That sounds highly motivating.
We would ask something like, "Oh, I see Manny's not up there." And indeed, I see Manny's not up there because Manny had quit, in like August or September or whatever. And I know that he, had pretty strong numbers, blah blah blah. And the general manager turns around and looks, and with a straight face says, "We don't talk about the dead here."
Jeez.
Anytime I hear about somebody that's like left WRL, that in the back of my mind, it's like, yeah, but we don't talk about them anymore. We don't talk about the dead here. I'm like, ugh.
Hey, look at how many.
Get into the car industry, folks. It's fun.
Man, I don't even like to be a consumer in the car industry.
Nobody does.
Never mind an employee.
People seem to like the way Gino Manley's group
Let's
does
try and
business.
follow this around.
Yeah, let's do that.
Anyway,
people like the way they do business, so maybe it's just a corporate store versus not corporate store thing. Who knows? I'll tell you what, while you're watching that, the Choice Racing BMW is hold on to the back of the Lupe Tortilla car a lot better than it deserves to, class-wise. Like, that is a good machine they got working there.
The Choice Racing BMW?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're hustling right now. They are trying very hard to stay on the lead lap in GP1. It is a close thing at the moment because the team S Collective is too far behind.
We were supposed to get an S Collective interview at some point. Of course, we've got several hours to go today and 7 hours tomorrow, so we'll have plenty of time. Brendan, can you send me the text number?
Ooh, Palomar goes wide.
Oh,
yeah.
Turn
Yeah,
3
that's-
there. Just unfortunately getting a bit deep into the corner.
I
Nice.
forgot we had replay.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
Tremendous. That was
Ooh,
weird.
yeah, that's a interesting way to go off there. It looks like he didn't even get the car turned.
No, it looks like he had actually a little bit of wiggle at the
Yeah.
apex.
Yep.
And
Well,
that's
or
why
trying
I
to
said
get
wide.
to the apex, like maybe
Yeah.
carried a little
Right.
bit too much speed. Rear end
Yeah.
protested a little bit, and the catch was doing a
Sent him
little
off.
bit of off-roading. Yeah.
Speaking of off-roading, you can sample the off-road circuit here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. They have an off-road school, I think. Lots of vehicles to use. Instead of the drift kart competition this time around, they're actually doing a sim racing competition for the teams. It is taking place today. I understand you need to sponsor 3 drivers to go up and do it at the top of the clubhouse. The one by the podium. You go upstairs, you need 3 drivers, set lap times, and then they do a combined time thing to do this. And my understanding is that starts at 4 o'clock today and runs 4 until about 6. So be thinking about how you're going to get your drivers up there between 4 and 6 to make sure you set your times.
You gonna go take part in that, Ryan?
Gotta have 3 drivers, man, and I'm just one. I'm just one driver.
Can you
Honestly, it
not
would
find?
be-
I don't know. You can find somebody over in the race control room, right?
Find somebody in race control, some photographers maybe.
Dave McDaniel is
There you
up
go.
too.
I think Dave McDaniel's probably a good shout.
Team race support.
It wouldn't be fair if they just let me do all 3 laps,
You
because
kept
then I would
protesting a
just...
turn in there, man. Holy cow!
I mean, you can
Then I
at
would
least
just
find
win.
your pace relative to the others. Even if
I don't know
they
if I
don't,
wanna do
even if
that,
they
JT.
don't count you on the scoreboard, you can, at least do that.
I haven't touched iRacing in probably 9 months.
So,
I'm fearful for what may come of that. Actually, as we talked about at dinner last night, Chad Cawley, Cargo Shorts Racing, was talking about how his son was excited that the 911 GT3R was added to Gran Turismo and that they were going to get that logged in and set up. And I realized that is the entirety of the race simming I do now. Is Gran Turismo puts out an update, I go below $30 on DLC, I drive for like 25 minutes, and I go, wow, that was pretty fun, and then I go back to whatever else it was I was doing, and I don't pick it up again for another 2 or 3 months. Which has now rubbed off on my daughter as she pulls out her Switch for the first time in a long time. This was like a few weeks ago. And she was only on for like 15 minutes and then put it away. I said, well, are you done already? She said, yeah, I just wanted to play the update for Animal Crossing. I was like, okay.
Layla,
it
I don't
sounds
think
good.
Layla's booted up the new update for Animal Crossing yet. Is that
told her
Kingpin
when
way off
she-
in the distance? Or
Yes.
have we made the pass? Oh,
no, nope.
I think-
On the inside, though,
yep.
there's going to come the other one.
Oh, into the pit lane.
There you go.
A little bit unexpected.
I was going to say that the 90s pace, unfortunately, was just dropping back, just a bit. And the 282 was on their bumper that entire lap there.
I think this is early for R&D. 19 laps on the stint.
Yeah, it's only, 40 minutes? Something like that?
Shows the last stop as being... Oh, gotta pick the right car. Nope, stop. Last stop it shows as being under the full course yellow back at lap 39.
Okay.
Driver swap.
Yeah, 19 laps. Oh, did they
Yeah,
not
there's a
change
driver
drivers?
time.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, probably.
An
All right.
interesting strategic call.
Maybe they're hoping for another yellow, and that was going to make their stars align. Seems a little risky, though, to gamble your strategy on an additional yellow after the 2 long ones.
Well, they're doing research.
Speaking of former WRL drivers, did you see Glenn McGee's post the other day, JT?
Regarding...
He was at POTA with VDSR, I think, with, quote, 35 sets of new tires, quote.
Huh.
Just drifting, probably.
At COTA. Yeah, probably not. I think they're doing a big test. A big one.
I don't think we talked about this.
The 90's already back out.
Yeah, that was a normal pit stop. They just needed to come in and do the driver change. They wouldn't have even taken on a load of fuel there because of it.
A splash.
Well, 19 laps or so. Let's call it, probably 2/3 of a tank or so, maybe half a tank.
Right.
Cans.
Indeed.
More of a parrot guy myself.
The other past WRL drivers, in line with the JTR theme, Tony McIntosh, overall winner at the 24 Hours of Dubai.
Yeah, that's true.
Little dynamic.
Jordan,
Their camera
good news, the
froze.
dog is back.
2, and then at your next convenience, turn off pump 1. So you'll go on 2, and
That dog really would like to go play with the race cars.
There was a dog yesterday on the balcony, as I understand it.
Yes. We showed a picture of it live.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Looking dog. We're probably, 15 minutes away from the... More or less?
From most of the stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I do want to do an update here for something. I did notice the 77 from Kingpin did lose a couple of those spots. Bad lap of a 206 demoted them from 3rd to 5th. So that had allowed the 90 and the 282 to get by just before the 90 came in for their pit stop.
Yeah.
Well, and the number 102 is about to put a lap on the 90 here.
Not only that, the 87 is directly in front of it as they were coming through the camera shot here just a moment ago.
They're currently separated by an AOA BMW. That's them right there.
I believe that's 55 on their out lap.
So just because the tower is fixed, Brendan, doesn't mean that the graphics are fixed? Is that what we're saying?
What do you mean?
Like if we show the 87 and 102 battle graphic, it still is broken? Or now that they reset race monitor, should it work?
Well, let's find out.
All right.
Do,
87.
yeah, no, I'm working.
Gap to 102.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I always need to figure out the number. That's my thing. I'm always looking through because it's just numbers, and I typically need the team name with it to know what I'm looking for.
Yeah, actually, this looks pretty good.
Yeah, all right.
Now that we're getting good data from Race Monitor, we're in pretty good shape. Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. So it's actually kind of stabilized there, right at around a second. And I do kind of wonder if that's just the 888 holding position. for the time being, because the pace is there with the current driver in the car. We saw it at 159 earlier, shortly after the driver change. I do kind of wonder if they're just letting this one pan out. I do also wonder a little bit if there's maybe some tire, some learning going on with the tire on that Porsche for the 888 team. The longest
it's interesting.
That car, presumably.
Usually they, and by they I mean race teams and tire manufacturers, make a big scene about how Porsche tires are engineered different. Because you're putting a lot more energy into the rear tires, more so than you would on any other car. And I don't know if that's the case. Now, obviously, the size is different, but there are probably GT cars that use a similar size of tire to the Porsche, just because you want a lot of rear tire on a sports car.
Yeah.
And I've often wondered, and I never had the opportunity to ask, if there are setup considerations that make that less of a problem, or if it's just something that needs to be managed better. Because I don't believe Continental is in the business of having Porsche-specific tires.
No. Very,
at least not for race cars, anyway. I know the road cars they have.
Well, they wouldn't be Continentals anyway, likely on the Porsche, right?
True. I don't remember which tire they had elected to use before, and I don't know if that's the same tire they're running now. And the tires.
And the tires. My assumption is that they would kind of use what worked previously with round 3, but I actually don't know. And we don't get into the minutia on tires very much.
No.
I mean,
especially when there's a tire sponsor. I feel bad
but
we'll even
have teams swap tire brands over the course of a weekend or from race to race, depending on what the track demands. And that's all fine, but because we don't have access to that information on a race by race basis, we just don't really get into it. Except for when we see obvious drop-offs or a car just looks evil as a result,
Or we go to NOLA.
Well, so that was going to be my kind of my follow-up to that is when we were at NOLA in 2022 was when
22 probably.
Yeah, Chill Out brought the LS powered MX-5, put it on the non-Kangs, and they tore the non-Kangs apart.
Yep.
I mean, they barely got a stint out of them before they just start chunking, and that car was already kind of evil to drive, or looked evil to drive anyway. And then you found out that the tire degradation was just hysterically bad. Part of that is a NOLA issue, but also
it is. Well, it was a weather at NOLA issue too. That was everybody had headaches there, except for, was it Continental was wanted to have there?
Probably, yeah.
I think it was
we know about the
Continental
now.
Yeah. And you know what it was? Because, and I remember back when we had a different tire sponsor, still believe that, who was it? Yeah, that was how I met Chris Davis at North Loop, because he came up and told me that they had been on the Continental and they didn't have any problems with the tires. And while everybody else was having to replace them
on the Hoosiers. That's what we hear.
They're on their what? I'm sorry?
On the Hoosiers.
On the Hoosiers, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So Hoosier, of course, a subsidiary of Continental.
Yeah, but the Hoosier race tire, 200 treadwear race tire is not the same as the Continental 200 treadwear.
No, it is not.
As I understand, yeah.
Yeah. They did a press launch with those Hoosiers about a year and a half ago, where they had people driving it on the GT4W. Disappointed not to be asked to that press launch. I'm going to level with you. That seemed like the only press launch that would be relevant to a specific job, and I did not get invited. I also knew it was coming and probably had enough time that I could have said something and may have been invited and didn't. So, would not be the first time I had the opportunity to drive a race car and then for various reasons never actually sealed the deal. It's happened to me at least 4 times. One day. JT, speaking of, you were planning on renting a car and getting a race license. How's your plan going with that?
We are just finishing up with the getting the car ready, so I can do the prerequisite for the actual license event.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Is
so-
this the car that was your father's car? Question mark.
No. This was the this is my Miata.
Oh, okay, got it. Well, I thought your dad had a racing Miata as well, or is that always?
Oh, that's the 214.
Oh. Or did they go to
wide.
the pit lane?
They went on pit lane, but
Okay.
looks like they may have gone wide in the final corner.
I almost thought they were going to spin there.
Watch a second. Palomar comes through shot here, and then where's the 214? Oh, the 214
yeah, they've
already
gone
been
way
off.
off.
Wow, that was. Oh man, I hope that wasn't a brake issue.
It'd be no fun if that was a brake route. Can't think of a fun brake. To be fair. Maybe if you get a nice shake, it's a warped rotor, a little shake going on. It could be fun. Well, JT, I'll be glad to see you at COTA for the final ever club race at COTA TM.
I mean, that would be awesome. I would love to do that, but I don't know if I can get enough events under me first to be WRL eligible. So we'll see.
Ooh, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Thursday practice count as one of your events. And like,
Maybe.
and surely you've done enough HPDEs over time that you're not a total novice.
I mean, I don't think I am, but it's also been a couple years since I've been at the track, so
No, that's true.
definitely need a refresher.
Fair enough. Still maintaining that 1 to 2 second gap between the leaders and GTO. .148's back out. They had an extended stay on pit lane. That's the lone GTU entrant this weekend. We had some interest from GTU teams. I think at one point there was even 3 or 4 signed up. Only one of those has come to pass. But I think a class that will continue to have more participants throughout the season.
Yeah.
Perhaps not here at Eagles Canyon, but certainly at the bigger tracks, I think we'll see a lot of them, especially the Road Atlanta. I would expect to see more than a handful.
Yeah, I think so as well. Especially a lot of the more popular destinations, where you might get maybe not a full season entry, but one that wants to come out. They just can't resist the WRL offering of how much seat time you get.
Scott Noble talked about it. He said in terms of cost per green flag lap, which I thought was an interesting metric that I had never considered, that WRL is near the top there.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's good to see the Rapscallion cars running those to tail out on track.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I'm glad to see that those cars are now consistent.
Definitely.
It's been a couple years since they debuted one of those cars, and they'd had a bunch of, I think, just teething problems. I remember last year or the year before at Barber, they had some electrical issues in the rain. They've had some other, issues here and there, and it seems like they've got them now in a consistent spot where they can bang some laps out here and get consistent running for their drivers. Perhaps, I believe, based at MSR Crescent. I think I got that right.
Yeah, somewhere in Texas.
Yeah. Well, and are you familiar with the Big Time YouTube channel, JT?
I am not.
into some guys who used to be part of Donut Media who now have their own thing going. Prepped the Trans Am car that's the Camaro with the blue and the yellow stripes.
Okay.
It's like in Forza. It's like the main place it is, but it's like when you see it's like the Sunoco liveried one. I believe Rapscallion prepped it for them when they purchased it and tested it at Preston with Rapscallion. TCB has now closed right to the rear bumper of that Porsche. So I think that's the lap having been lapped. No, indeed, that is for position still. So TCB, 4 seconds difference here, only 0.3. I wish they wouldn't put difference first. I wish gap first. But, oh well. Now I have to scroll. So unfortunately, we don't have onboards for the 282 or the 102 of 888 Racing, but they are coming through turn 6 right about now. So that's the Porsche in the front there, the black and red Porsche, followed by the blue TCB Supra. They're going to come around turn 7, and they'll head back down the big, long straightaway. We'll see him here on the straightaway, and then they'll disappear again for a moment.
Yeah, both TCB Supras are lapping quite quickly in the GTO field. 203 for the 282, 202 for the 246.
Traditionally, JT, what were the 2 strongest super teams?
Thunder Bunny and probably Kingpin.
And Kingpin? What about Hitman?
Yeah, Hitman was pretty good. They actually won
good
here Saturday last year.
So TCB, as I understand it, is people from Hitman and people from Thunder Bunny.
Okay.
Together. So I'm not surprised that they are quick right away, effectively out of the box. Saw Laura Hayes wandering around at the driver meeting.
Quick GP1 update. Still the Team S Collective. Porsche came in ahead of Screaming Goat at the moment with about minute 9 seconds separating them. Choice Racing still on the lead lap, but just the 522. Fifth Gear Motorsport and Ginger Racing had taken a pit stop about 10 minutes ago, I believe. So they have dropped down to 4th and 5th off of the lead lap at the moment. GP2, 83 from Palomar. After we saw the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ have a moment in the final corner, who came on the pit road shortly after. They have dropped down to 4th, promoting the 2 Fast Track Racing Toyotas to 2nd and 3rd.
Certainly.
The odd thing is I don't have a pit flag for Garage 66. In fact, I don't think they've come back out, have they?
I don't think they have either. It was something Brendan had mentioned, that they had a little bit of a reliability troubles at COTA. Their pace, by far and away the strongest in GP2, but having some issues today.
Yeah, I mean, it's an endurance race, right?
Indeed.
It's not just about your on-track pace, it's about being on track.
Yeah,
a little bit of both, but man.
They still finished 2nd on Saturday, and they won on Sunday. But yeah, I'm wondering if this may have been a brake issue, judging by just how far off they went off-road here in the final corner, and immediately came onto pit road.
Yeah, so I think I missed that. It was literally off the road?
Yeah. So the replay we showed, just all of a sudden after like, I don't know, 8 seconds, it just enters screen from from the left side.
That's an odd place to end up that far off.
Yes, it was quite
Yeah,
substantial.
I wonder if something broke on the way in there.
Yep, little hee racing in the Honda S2000 moves up to 4th now. Wild to think that that Honda S2000 is over 25 years old.
Yeah, how about it?
Another 24.6 from Lupe Tortilla, who unfortunately about 2 laps down at the moment, but have very good pace at the moment, matching that of the from the GTO field. Brett Mitchell in the Screaming Goat BMW, second in GP1 at the moment, continues to reel in the Porsche Cayman. Second or 2 a lap, gap down to 63
pit stop for
seconds.
5th gear?
Yes, 5th gear and Ginger had both pit
Okay.
about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, okay.
So they are no longer on the lead lap.
Yeah, they were in right before the hour mark. I wonder if it's the same situation there, where they are pushing that 3-hour drive time. Can't imagine any other reason that many cars would have been in, like, right at that number.
We have Choice Racing on pit lane. I believe it was Kevin Madison in the car at the time. Madison. So still about a 5 to 6 second gap in the front of the field here as we continue to watch the fight for second. Going through the shot here, the Porsche Cup car from 888 Racing and the 282 Super from TCB Racing.
Oh, you know what? We didn't get a 159 out of the Porsche in this stint. I thought we had, but I wonder if that was just an artifact over on Race Monitor. Because now that I look through the lap time history on Red Mist, it's a lot of 203, 201s, 202s, 203s, kind of in that bracket. It's allowed Stoic to start extending the GTO lead now out to 7.8 seconds, which still isn't a massive margin, but it's been enough. It's the 90 runs wide there on the way into turn 3. It is enough. And now it's actually dropped the 888 into the clutches of the 282 TCB Racing.
Well,
Toyota Supra.
Yeah, so for the the last 10-15 minutes, the 282 has been one of the fastest cars on track. The 87 has been a bit more inconsistent, running anywhere from like a 202 to a 206. Traffic, does play a part of that. and then 888 running just slightly off in between there, allowing the Supra to get up to the bumper, but doesn't have enough to really get around at this point, or the driver's just not really willing to risk it at this point, just more or less pacing behind. So the gap to the lead Supra from Stoke Racing does fluctuate a bit, but they're more or less running, between a 203 to 205 range at the moment. I mean, you see the same thing with the 77 and the 246 behind.
Yeah, 77. Sorry, trying to finish up lunch here before you leave. That 77 and 246 battle has been going on a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So that one makes a little bit more sense to me, whereas there's been a little bit more movement, let's say, up at the front. Sorry, up at the front of the category. Pretty good stuff here. I do kind of wonder if we're getting some of these more extended battles over multiple laps because of the difficult passing nature of Eagles Canyon. You have these long sequences of corners where it's really difficult to set somebody up, and then if you don't have the legs coming out of turn 10 to get up the back straight into the braking zone at turn 11, you're going to give all that time you gain through the long corners back, and kind of have to set yourself up to do it again. It's a fun track. I do really enjoy watching races here, but I think it does extend some of these battles out a little bit because it's a little more difficult to pass.
Yeah, definitely.
Refresh timing here in a second. Got everything we need back up.
It's a little weird to see both Palomar and Cajun Canuck on
No
track
kidding,
together.
man. I was just thinking the same thing.
like just 2 minutes ago, you're talking about the TCB fight. I see what I think is the Palomar car coming out of pit lane. I'm like, oh yeah, the 83 is finally pit. Nope. Had to do a bit of digging. No, that was the Cajun Canuck car.
They almost could not have picked a worse shade of yellow. And it's about to get weirder because the first Palomar car, I guess, the 38 is
38.
Yeah, red, white, and blue now.
Really? Red, white, and blue on a BMW? Huh.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon, such as it is here in the Easton Data Center. Late morning as it is there in Decatur, Texas. Eagles Canyon Raceway playing host of the first round of the 2026 World Racing League Championship season. Some 238 of you along for the ride. Appreciate your company throughout the day. Dual screen experience with a little Olympics coverage, perhaps. You a big Olympics junkie, JT?
Sometimes. I'm looking forward to curling. I love watching that.
Years ago when Speed Channel started broadcasting bobsledding, I got really into it.
Yeah.
And that has stuck around.
Yeah, skeleton is wildly crazy.
Yeah.
Just how exposed they are.
I mean, all the sliding sports are, right? The luge feet first is pretty wild, but skeleton's a lot harder to steer and you're going head first at, 70-something miles an hour.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wild stuff.
I'm a big Winter Olympics fan. Huge fan.
The Winter Olympics are the superior Olympics, IMO. Oh, is this going to set up the 282
I
here?
oscillate on that.
They're certainly the ones I enjoy.
Quite.
Yeah, I thought maybe the 102 going defensive there into turn 3 was going to open that up for that passing opportunity there for the 282, but not quite, as you said, Ryan.
Right.
Difficult to pass here, and I don't think it has the legs down the back straight to be able to make the move on the brakes at turn 11 either.
I like the Summer Olympics where they have the goofy one-off events. Like they do the marathon, but they do like the really long swim, and that's what it's called officially, the really long swim, TM.
Yeah.
Race walking, all of those things. All just the weird modern pentathlon. I'm a huge modern pentathlon fan.
I heard you talking about that yesterday.
Yeah. Big fan of that. I never felt closer to being a pentathlon guy than when I lived in Minnesota. I lived very near a state that was set up for cross-country skiing, Nordic skiing. And I failed to get lessons while I was there and how to do it. But it's really laid out like one of those cross-country skiing courses. And I really felt like, gee, I could just do it. Right here, I could make it happen.
Man, I am just so not set up for this all races from home experience. My monitor is a disaster.
Do you have access to the DEL Facebook Messenger, Brendan?
No.
No?
Not really.
Okay. Denny Stripling is looking at the live view screen where it says destination and there's a box and it says RTMP. Does he click that? Gives him the link?
You just give him my number? Oh, you can't respond.
Yeah, I can.
Oh. Yeah, just give him my phone number. This is great. Jordan has single-handedly solved my
You want
monitor
onboards, you're
issues.
gonna get onboards.
I just need to be able to follow things that are interesting things that are happening here. We get a fastest lap in class from the Palomar number 83.
I mean, it's gonna be low on fuel,
209.243. No, I think we're just catching up on data here. This was best lap 17, so not quite.
Denny Stripling has your telephone number.
Thank you.
So if you get weird calls asking if you want to set a reservation at a Mexican restaurant, then you'll know where it came from.
In Decatur, presumably. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Excuse me.
Look at that. See?
Live interview via phone?
I think there's an angle where we could make that work if we have it set up correctly with like a vMix call, and we just call people live on the air. Just anybody who's ever texted into our text line, we just give them a phone call and just run the interview like that. And then I'll use Jordan's line of, "You're live with the people." That way they don't say anything incriminating. TCB car still right on the back bumper of the Porsche. And I think the TCB car being close to the Porsche has allowed the Stoics to stretch the advantage here. '77's back in front of the 90 as well. JT, do you have any superb owl predictions?
Any what predictions?
Superb owl.
What do you mean by owl?
The superb one.
Nice young man.
Okay. I do not.
JT doesn't know what the superb owl is.
No, but I'm told that the 83 has Pitt. Johnny's
Yes.
out and Matt going in.
All right.
Perfect. Is that Matt
Mike
Million?
Anderson?
I would assume it is
Yes.
Matt Million.
Noted GTU driver Matt Million.
Noted Thunderhill driver Matt Million.
Ooh, that's right. Man, we're gonna get to see Palomar. We're gonna get to see El Diablo.
Where's El Diablo
All these West Coast teams. Probably in Moraga, hanging out with their families. Be my assumption. Yes.
Oh, must be nice.
They're either in Moraga or Lafayette. I don't remember. I mean, they're
Big
basically
St. Mary. Are they big St. Mary's fans?
presumably.
Wales fans.
Presumably. Imagine a college town that has no evidence that it's a college town. That's Moraga.
The least college town.
Yes. The campus is nice, but like the campus is far from what you would consider to be the central business district of Moraga, which is a Safeway and some gas stations. And there's no, yeah. I would imagine that if you were of the hang out and do college things persuasion, you would take the BART 4 stops to Berkeley and do it all there.
Is Provo less a college town than Moraga?
No, I think Provo is probably more a college town than Moraga is.
Yeah. It's a numbers game, we think.
Yes, and it's a proximity to other college towns and
Fair.
reasonable hangout places.
Yeah, it's fair.
Like San Jose isn't really a college town either, but you can go to Palo Alto or Santa Clara or Berkeley if you want to do that kind of thing, or just go downtown San Jose.
Here, Willows is a big college town.
I'm sorry, Willows? At the
Yeah, Chico
Butte,
West.
I was going to say at the Butte College Extension campus there. Aaron Rodgers, Butte College alum.
Yeah. Did Cal State nerf the Chico experience? Heard that they
Cal
did.
State did not nerf the Chico experience.
Chico nerfed the Chico
The
experience.
University of, or the Cal State University Police Department nerfed the Chico experience. So I was. This is a personal story. I was dating a girl for some time who went to, well, not for some time, briefly, before she married a friend of mine. It's a whole thing. And I went to Chico to hang out with her, and it was the first year that they had banned Greek life. So you could still live in the house, but they weren't going to do any Greek life events. You couldn't wear the shirts on campus. You couldn't wear them around downtown. It was like a whole thing. You couldn't have parties at the houses. It was a big deal, and it really, really absolutely nerfed the college experience in that town.
I think we
and it's not that
stoic here, just real quick, Ryan. Sorry.
Yes,
I think your race
absolutely.
leader is
So it's not that
Anyway.
not that restrictive anymore, but I think that did a number on it. Interestingly, I'm told that St. Cloud State did a similar thing in about 2018, and that's why it also is no longer a fun college town.
Interesting. Yeah, no negative reports on that number 87, but they are dropping down the GTO running order. That does give the lead over to the 888 Racing number 102, and makes that battle for second now the battle for the GTO class lead between 102 and 282. Now that we've got...
Look at that. That Porsche did end up at the front of the field again. Like, what? Go figure. I tried to make a strong prediction that they may have more trouble, and they have not. Turns out that car is really good.
Stoic Racing is back. Now drops to 5th. Lap time was a 3:03.333. Tremendous work, everybody. Do like repeat numbers.
Yes. Is there a word for that, like alliteration? A number, a numeration?
No, that's something different, I think.
Oh, all right.
The GP1 lead margin, by the way, which all started back at the end of the red flag / full course yellow at being 1 minute and 40 seconds, has come all the way down to 42.2. Even with the early, quote, early pit stop from the number 550 of Fifth Gear Motorsports.
TCB right on the back of the Porsche again. Just coming through turn 6 now.
Yep.
Oh, on board for the pit stop for
stops
Screaming Goat.
Here, yep, and the 246 is in as well. That is out of 4th place in GTO and obviously 2nd place in GP1 for the 29.
I like how Screaming Goat has the like DTM style dashboard.
It's been the
thing.
same one since like 2021.
I know, and I love it. It's great.
Yeah, it even
you
has
can't
the
see it
old
as well anymore because
square.
they've got a cooler. Go
old
ahead.
Square WRL logo.
Yeah,
It doesn't exist anymore.
It's gone. I'm telling you, man, we should do a throwback broadcast where we just do the old style graphics from Thunderhill, and it just flashes each car at the top of the screen one at a time. Speaking of flashing each car on the screen one at a time, I pitched my idea to Cargo Shorts Racing last night, and they mentioned that everybody probably already has a graphic of their car from the side that they had to send to their livery.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
So that could potentially save a lot of hassle. I just now need to harass teams to get it.
It needs to be on the next disclosure sheet.
It does.
Make it RJ's problem.
Mandatory. Must submit PNG of a profile of car.
Yep.
And then if they don't submit it, I get to recreate it in Microsoft Paint, and that's what we show on the podcast.
Oh, no.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And then when they complain that it's not the right one, I can say, well, you can send me the right one, or I'll just keep this. I think that's the correct move. TCB is going to have, well, if they can stay on the back of the Porsche. The problem is the Porsche, of course, can get on the gas a lot sooner, coming out of 5. So that TCB car squeezes right up to the bumper, and then as they come through turn 6, the Porsche stretches the advantage again because they're able to get on the throttle so much clear out of turn 5. Being held up a little bit in traffic here. See him coming down the backstretch momentarily. Here at the Texas Endurance Super Prix. Uh-oh. Oh, that's me. Right. There they are.
We're still holding on.
Yep. After years of BMW dominance in this series, I'm happy to see that there are 2 Caymans back, a Porsche at the front of GTO. Very pleased.
I mean, it's... Fifth Gear Motorsports hasn't really disappeared. They've been here each year.
They've been here each year, but never like a consistent runner. Like they would pick and choose races and then have been... That's true. Them more recently, though. Like they've been more committed to a fuller season as of last year. Whereas before, I think it was more spotty. I don't know.
Or do they just run a regional championship instead?
Maybe that's something that we haven't talked about, right, Brendan?
What's that?
Where the regional championships work a little bit different this year?
If you're prepared to talk about that, by all means, let's have that chat.
I would want to be more informed. So let me read over it again, and then we'll talk about it.
I can give you a quick rundown if you'd like.
Well, I want to make sure I'm right. Is the thing. I mean, if you know it better than I do off the top of your head, then like, oh, okay. If you have it in front of you, then yes, it's taking forever to load on my end.
No, couple of slight changes to this year. Obviously, the World Racing League in the past has had 2 regional championships: the Midwest Championship and the Eastern Championship. Those historically, I think last year it was 7 events counted, or best 7 finishes counted. For 2026, it goes up to the best 8 finishes count. And instead of every event only being assigned to one regional championship, in 2026, we've added the concept of flex events.
Yeah.
Where, to give you an example, so Eagles Canyon is decidedly a Midwest event, Thunder Hill is decidedly a Midwest event, and Utah Motorsports Campus, nope, Burt Brothers Motor Park in September will serve as the championship round for the Midwest Championship. I'm looking at the page and it still says UMC. However, Barber, Road America, and Road Atlanta will serve as flex events, so they'll count for both regions. So they count for both championships. It's selected to offer new opportunities and balance the regional championships event for event, travel distance, things like that. And given that the best 8 finishes count, and there are 12 events in total, it means if you're not prepared to make the commitment to travel all the way out to a Thunder Hill or a Utah, even though it will offer bonus points as a championship round, you have the opportunity to score Midwest points at other events and support the Midwest Championship, even with that in mind. Now, it does mean you have to go to Eagles Canyon, right, in order to not have zeros on the board. If you're going to go to the championship round. But if you decide not to go to Utah, then Eagles Canyon, Barber, Road America, Road Atlanta is a pretty neat and tidy 4-race championship to get your 8 finishes if you don't want that buffer room. And the same thing goes to the East. Barber, Road America, Road Atlanta, the flex events, and then Daytona. Remember, it's a dual points event because it's the Paul Revere 14-hour.
I'm sorry, I want to stop you right there.
Yeah.
Still an incredible branding move on your part.
I did my best, man.
That was the best thing ever. Continue.
I actually saw YouTube videos of spectators that were let in that posted it on YouTube as Paul Revere 14-hour, which it was highly validating.
So cool.
It was cool.
Oh my gosh.
Cool.
Okay, go ahead.
Watkins Glen, Sebring is the championship round there, but you can, the traditionally very popular events, the Barbers, the Road America, Watkins, Road Atlanta, counting for both championships, just I think only heightens those types of events. Daytona being the double points event has always been super popular. Watkins Glen moving into August is great. I think it's a really smart move to not intentionally segment the schedule and to encourage people to come do races that if they were going to commit to a regional championship, maybe they wouldn't otherwise have done. I think it's just a really smart move.
Well, then if you're a West Coast team too, I think it makes a lot of sense. Where, like, let's say you're based in California, and like, yeah, it's a lock. I'll go to Thunder Hill and Utah, and like that's easy. And maybe I'll do Coda because I like going to Coda, or but I don't necessarily want to go all the way to Watkins Glen or Watkins Glen's bad. I don't want to tow all the way to.
Road America would be the next closest in that list, right?
Right.
Yeah. So then you add a Barber or you add a Road Atlanta.
I was gonna say, wasn't Barber the Midwest one?
Yep. It's
in the Midwest technically. It used to be Midwest, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and so like that's the thing. Like, I don't want to drive all the way to Barber and go to Barber, but I would go to Road America. That gives you the opportunity to do the cool ones and then the 2 that are closest to you. So I think that'll help too.
Unfortunately, it's becoming increasingly difficult to find the races that you'd be like, oh, I don't think we're really going to go to that one. I don't know that it's worth it to tow or to go check out the track or whatever. I think we're just kind of out of those venues. Like, I think Thunder Hill has become really compelling for a lot of people. I mean, Chad Moorhead said earlier they're going to tow the Janetta out. From South Carolina to Thunder Hill.
It sounds a little navel-gazing because it's us, but there's legitimate club racing endurance history to be had at Thunder Hill.
Mm-hmm.
That was the event for several years.
Yep. Incidentally, just touching back on the race here
Yep.
very briefly,
Yep.
the 102, as JT very quietly mentioned, was into and now back out of the pit lane. It slips to 4th. We'll wait for that to cycle through, actually, because it may drop behind the 77. Anyway, it promotes a stoic 87 Toyota Supra back to the lead, and they have gapped the 282 by 12 seconds. And then it's another 21 seconds back to the number 246. So what this does is, in effect, it shows the 282 has jumped the 102 in the stop and put a margin on them, as has the number 246. So now we're looking at 24 seconds between the 282 and the 102. So, if we recall all the way back to the beginning of the race, when we said one of the things we don't know about that Porsche under this 888 Racing banner is what the pit stop efficiency is going to be like. We know a little bit more now. Under this first cycle of green flag pit stops, we know that 888 is still working on it. Right, or that 102 team is still working on it. Round 3 has been in the series, or had been in the series for eons, and every morsel of time there was to be gained in a pit stop they had found. Now it's incumbent on the 888 Racing crew to start doing that, because we know, even though they have arguably the quickest and best sorted car on the grid, there's more to it than that, and there's going to be time to be found as part of these pit stops. Additionally, on a different note, we did see Garage 66 make it back out onto the track in the number 214. Total time loss there, 36 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, they came back out. They did basically a reconnaissance lap and came back in.
Yeah.
Which I believe they've since gone back out. I believe we saw that just a few moments ago, them leaving pit lane again.
So here's a question nobody asked for, with Garage 66 in mind. Can we revisit WRL having a lucky dog?
Why?
So that we can get Garage 66 further back up the order, so we can get,
I don't know. I hate that.
No? You hate that?
I don't know. I hate the free pass rule.
Because it's a gimmick.
Man.
I hate that it exists in sports car racing. It's so irritating. The free dog.
I don't think you need to give everybody a
the
free
all
pass.
beef.
That's where I think sports car racing gets it wrong. I don't think they need to give everybody the wave around.
It's the same with Formula 1 does it too, man.
Yeah, that's dumb. I actually genuinely think the way NASCAR does it, where like if you're the furthest back of the people who are lapped down, then you get to cover however they do that.
The top one.
Yeah, it's actually
it's the top
whoever's
one.
the closest
Right.
that's the lap down.
Yeah. And the only
that's-
reason that existed is
that's way
because they
better.
stopped racing back to the yellow.
Right.
It used to be that if the leader backed out of it, they would just, pedal the car if they weren't in a race and let cars unlap themselves. And they said, oh, well, this is a dynamic we've had forever. We're just going to continue this by giving one car.
Ooh, 24 going slowly into turn 5. That's the second time I've seen them go slow in this same position. Did they come out of the pit lane recently?
Sorry, I need to finish this thought just real quick.
Yeah,
they did
that's
not.
fine.
The best way to do this in sports car racing and not give people lucky dogs and worry about laps back and stuff like that is to do code 35 everywhere. Oops, all code 35.
Okay, so I would agree with that, but the problem is they code 35 for everything, whereas there's a lot of places that'll still do hot poles.
Well, Creventing
and so
does that.
if you code 35 for everything, then there ends up being too much yellow.
There are no hot poles in pro racing.
No, I know. I'm talking about WRL though, specifically.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does though.
How?
It's too much yellow. I want more green action. I would rather take. They occasionally jumble up the order, and it's a bummer.
In the action anyway.
Well, that's where it's like you get into the Scott Michaels. It's not sport TM discussion.
It's not about it not being sport. It's just about maintaining the integrity of the field.
You do have action like that. That automatically adds action. It's unfortunate that's the way it is.
It doesn't in multi-class racing though, Ryan, because we just saw the GP1 field get split up an hour and 40 minutes into the race. Like,
Yeah.
it ruins races significantly more often than it bunches them up. Unless you do the whole IMSA pass
IMSA
around
thing.
wave by thing, and then every yellow takes
Right,
25 minutes.
yeah, that's
And
just
so
as bad as Code
the
35.
whole, it's way worse.
Yeah.
It's way worse. The whole thing is solvable, but nobody wants to solve it.
Le Mans did get markedly worse when they started to take on that L of procedure. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, we got lucky last year. There was only one safety car the whole race. We went 12 hours either side of halfway without safety cars. Our Code 35 races we've called as part of the World Racing League have almost always turned out to be bangers. And it's
they were. You're right.
It's not just because of luck or whatever. It's because when you allow these strategies to play out over the long term and you don't artificially bunch the race up, these races are going to come together in the end. You just have to let the long game play out until you get that result. I was just impatient, man.
I wish the Code 35 news didn't have so much yellow. That's what it comes down to. If you think back to, like, there's a lot of times at Barber, not every time, but there's a lot of times at Barber where you spend a long time under Code 35. And there's times at VIR where you spend a long time under Code 35.
That's okay.
And it's not, though.
If it means the team if it means the team that worked to build up a 55-second gap gets to keep their 55-second gap, then I'm all about it.
Right, but the team that built up the 55-second gap also towed their car halfway across the country to, like, race and not drive around at parade speed.
That is a complete non sequitur to the discussion. Complete non sequitur.
But it's not, though, because
it is.
Like, yes, they get to keep the advantage that they built through their racing. They're not racing. They're just trundling around. They're wasting however much time you spend under Code 35.
It's 16
because
Code 35s at last. That is not obviously true. That is not obviously true.
I bet if you go back through, there's more time spent under yellow at Code 35 tracks than non-Code 35 tracks.
I mean, it also depends on the venue. Like, Barber would be throwing safety cars for everything because they don't do hot poles. What about Road America? Road America does hot poles. If they did Code 35 for instead of full course yellow and did hot poles for the rest, I'm sure you'd see less impact.
Yeah.
It just depends on the venue. Again, not everybody does that, though. That's the problem. Because I think at some point they decide,
Code 35 issue.
Well, sure. But if that's the case, if introducing Code 35 means the tracks decide, like, oh, we'll just throw that for everything, then it makes the racing worse, I think.
It does not. It does not make the racing worse. It certainly does not make the end results worse. We got 0 safety cars at Utah, and look how that race panned out. We didn't bunch anybody up, and it was an absolute all-time classic.
It was still pretty good.
It was an all-time classic, man. Deluce and Blaze going to the flag.
Yep.
Like the AE Victory round 3 off-leash stuff. Like, that was awesome. It was awesome, and the race didn't stop once.
Yeah. It wasn't artificial to bunch the field up or anything like that.
In fact, Sunday was turning out to be a banger until we got a safety car, and then when one team flubbed the strategy on Sunday afternoon, it tore the race apart.
Yeah,
we've had fantastic
it actually
races
made
at
the race
Barber.
worse.
It did make the. I know.
I will beat this.
I know there have been miserable Code 35 races at Barber. Not recently, but like in 22 and 23. I think at least one of those, there was a race in there somewhere.
No way. 22 was my favorite, maybe my favorite WRL race of all time.
Then it was probably 23 then. There was a race at Barber where I swear we spent 4.5 hours under 35.
That's obviously an exaggeration.
I don't think so. I think it was near as makes no difference, if not more than half of the race was under Code 35.
That is not possible. Even if you get 17 Code 35s, so 10 minutes, averaging 10 minutes apiece, you're still only looking at 2.5 hours.
Is it possible you're thinking about a Sunday at Barber, which also has the 1 hour quiet hour?
Do you know what? That's probably what it is. Yeah,
which is
right.
why you
would
would imagine there wasn't a lot of racing. Was because of that mandatory quiet
because
hour.
there was that, and then whatever yellow occurred. That's probably what it was.
Now, to be clear,
honest.
there are a ton of yellows at Barber,
Yes.
I can give you numbers. For example, last year, 13 on Saturday, 14 on Sunday for code 35s.
That's my point. That's my point right
But
there. How many
they're
extra
not
yellows do
necessarily
you have to
long.
have before it's not worth it?
Yeah, but they're not necessarily long. I mean, look at Coda, for example. Last year, you had 8 full course yellows on Saturday and 9 on Sunday.
And every time you do one of those full course yellows, it completely turns the race on its head.
Right.
It's great to get cars next to each other and to have the action, but that's really not what we do here.
Not what happens. No, because
It's
we don't do
endurance
wave
racing.
around.
You're supposed to be playing the long game, and every time you ruin the long game, you diminish. In my opinion, you diminish the race itself. And anyway, those extra laps you spend behind the safety car, getting people back in order, or finishing out, getting a car. As soon as the truck is clear of the track at Barber, you go back to green. You don't have to wait an extra lap or finish the lap or whatever.
Right.
4 or 5 laps under safety car at Coda is going to be way longer than your average Code 35 Bullet Barber. Way longer.
Okay, then how would you feel about a sector Code 35 then instead?
A slow zone, as it were.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think it's really difficult to enforce that in club racing, but in theory, yes.
I mean, we've got the thing, electronics.
Sure.
Right?
The only problem with slow zones, and this has reared its ugly head at Le Mans before, only problem with slow zones is you end up with cars going through the slow zones a different number of times,
Right.
based on when it gets deployed and when it gets pulled, and there's no way, like it is impossible
There's no way to make that fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might as well just do the Code 35s there, right? We're paused for 8 minutes here, but when we go back to green, we're still going to be calling the same race we were calling before we went to yellow.
Right.
I think people overthink this.
All right. Is this the year? Is this the year everybody's going to get me on board with Code 35?
Hope
Because
so.
I have been kicking and screaming about this for 6 years.
So Matt Guyver in the chat says, you know what? I'm actually just glad we get to do both.
Someone who knows talking about it instead of me. That's
Well, no,
great.
he
Please
just
continue.
said, I have mixed feelings about them. I appreciate aspects of both and appreciate that we get to experience both with WRL. Code of 25 was
yeah, that is
miserable. I
cool.
did so many laps under full course yellow, it was painful. Right. The argument I hear about safety cars is, well, we want to be able to catch back up. I mean, you shouldn't be relying on strokes of luck to help you catch back up. Play the strategy game. Play the long game.
It's an integral part of the sport, though. Like, yeah, it's a stroke of luck, but like, that's the game. That's how the game works.
No way. An integral part of the sport is strategy and lap time and consistency.
Yeah, and
not
sometimes
making
if
mistakes.
there's an accident, you get this weird outlier thing that happens. Like,
outliers are not part. No way.
So is
Outliers
buying an
are
engine
not
from a
integral
company.
part of the sports. Or parts
They
of the
are
sport.
though.
So
So
was Utah a joke because we didn't get a safety car?
Is Utah
We didn't have
a
this
joke? No.
because we didn't get this integral part of the series. This integral part of endurance racing wasn't a real endurance race because we didn't get a safety car.
That's not. I didn't say that at all.
No,
What?
that is a logical extreme of what you're insinuating.
You're right. It's the logical what?
Extreme.
Extreme, right? It's the
If
extreme.
you draw
I'm not
that
living
line
in
of
the
thinking
extreme,
out to its
Brendan.
extreme, that's what happens. You say, well, it's not a real
thing that
race if you don't
happens
get a safety
frequently
car.
enough that every track in the country
doesn't
has
have
a
to.
specific procedure
It
for
didn't for 4 years, and it doesn't have to now.
Everyone knows what it means because it's such a big part of racing, having a safety car and a yellow flag.
Okay, different question. Are you willing to give up 20 to 25 minutes of cars going around at speed in order to have cars closer together for 5 to 10 minutes after the green flag?
It depends on the race. Generally, yes.
That's a terrible. I fundamentally disagree with that trade-off.
Generally, yes. I would say there's instances where it absolutely does not help. TCB car is going to swing out and try to pass. Is that the Porsche? No, it's the other TCB car. I thought it was the Porsche when it was going away. It's quite far away. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just... to be clear, I'm not saying, oh, we should have yellows because it bunches everybody up and it makes it close. Like, that's not the key point of my argument. The key point of my argument is Code 35 tracks do way too much yellow. way too much, just at all. Period. It's too much not racing going on.
I'm certain if we got data, that gulf is not as big as you think it is. If we take data from Road America and Coda and Barber and Watkins Glen, I'm certain that number is not what you think it is.
All right.
It feels bad because 17 times a day we say, oh, and we're going code 35. But if that code 35 is 3.5 minutes versus 3 laps, which take 9 minutes,
it's disingenuous to say that doesn't mess with the strategy either, because it does. Then it's a game of like, did XYZ car they able to get back around to pit in before they?
But it doesn't disadvantage you.
It does if you never got the opportunity to stop. Unless you're going to do the IndyCar thing where you.
I can't think of a single example of where a car did not have the opportunity to pit under a code 35, where it went yellow and then it went green before somebody came by the pit entrance.
Maybe.
I
feel like it's happened. People have been in the pit after a short code 35.
To me, the class in a multi-class environment, you destroy more races than you hype or than you artificially bunch up. You destroy more class races in a full course yellow than you benefit.
All right.
Has 282 taken the lead from Stoic?
Yes.
I think it has.
That pass occurred. I was talking about that. And like TCB is Stoic, is it not? Aren't they the same?
Well, TCB takes care of the Stoic car, as I understand it.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
Do you want to chat?
AAA has also gotten, or has gotten.
I'm sorry, Brendan. I'm trying to get RJ involved.
No. What?
I think we're going to have a WRL Presidente who's going to have a chat here in a moment.
All right.
I finally cornered him. He made the mistake of bringing me my lunch, which was very polite and nice of him.
Class lead, by the way, as well. We had a pit stop from the Team S Collective number 140 that's promoted Screaming Goat Racing finally to the GP1 lead after clawing this lead clawing this margin down from minute 45, minute 46, all the way down to nothing. It's finally gone the way of Screaming Goat. Additionally, Fifth Gear Motorsports in the number 550 with that early pit stop. They do still owe us a follow-up. They were in at lap 57. They now sit just 18 seconds behind the S Collective number 140, so that's come down quite far as well.
All right, folks, we have RJ Till with us, the president of WRL. He heard me talking bad about Code 35 and wanted to come censor me.
RJ, are you president or vice president?
So as of middle of last year when Kurt went full-time, ACI got out of some of his other businesses to focus solely on racing. I took the president spot. Kurt remains a CEO, but I'm doing everything on the WRL side now.
Well, welcome. Ryan, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. Sorry, I'm adjusting my
headset. Trying to fix the mic here.
Oh.
Yeah. Is that better? Deal. All right. Well, yeah.
So,
thank you guys for
not a problem. So, RJ, I figured you might have more to say. That's all. Another new season here. We just talked about the flex schedule and all that. How does that come about? What's the actual RJ's thought on that?
Well, the flex events, we see teams go to racetracks like Barber Motorsports Park, like Road America. When we look at the patterns, it tends to be a lot of the East Coast teams that are going after the Eastern Championship aren't going to those great tracks. So we want to open up some more opportunities for people who are chasing an individual championship versus a national to see some different places and, have them still count towards their championship. Which is kind of the goal. And I think we're going to, the reason we called them flex is we intend to change those up. Now, I'm not saying necessarily that we'll put Daytona on the Midwest schedule, but, it could happen if potentially just to mix it up a little bit and to get people to some of these different tracks as a one-off, but still count towards their championship.
Makes a lot of sense. So you got a new season here, got a couple different looks, a couple different rule changes. What are you excited for this year?
I'm really excited to see the growth of the general production classes. GP2 is strong here this weekend. It's looking really strong at Barber Motorsports Park. Obviously, GTO, GP1 still really strong. GP1, the growth of GP1 has just been exceptional. The level of competition, starting to see some more variety. All those things are things that keep me excited. The APV table, I heard you guys talking about that a little bit. I think I sent, I like to send Ryan clarifying text messages that he probably can't see because he's busy during the test. But the limit on that is a 0.6. Currently, the highest value is 0.4. But we intentionally made that, that limit can be adjusted, and it may be. And I'm really excited about the APV table. We did spend a very long period of time avoiding addressing cars individually. And some of that was just because it was challenging to get good data. But as the technology has progressed, our ability to see acceleration data and a lot of different metrics in real time with the electronics, bringing on a full-time data team that's working with us remote this weekend, but has been providing feedback. They're extremely engaged, not only post-race, but during the race, looking at stint lengths, fuel capacity. I mean, they are on the ball. They're all over it, and we're it's constant chatter on those discords. But we're to a point now, and having employed the award modifiers and how that impacted performance, we kind of spun that into this individual chassis, engine, transmission combination, APV, which is adjustable performance variable table for GTO. And I expect that to develop. We kind of started it out this year almost exactly as we ended last year, deleting a lot of the modifiers that the GTO cars would have taken,
right?
And just kind of setting everything up to be pretty similar to how we ended 2025 coming into 2026. But now we have the ability to adjust those modifiers race to race. So we're going to continue to collect data, let that influence that table. Our goal being to stabilize it. But we don't want to jump the gun. We want to see, there's a lot of changes, shakeup. There's new teams, old teams who had really developed cars moving out, new teams coming in. So we kind of just wanted to reset. We didn't want to do anything drastic initially, but continue to review that. Well, I expect some changes before Barber, but just to make it so that all of these cars have a reasonable chance of competing. And with the number of GT4 cars that are out there that are, from the 2016 gen, if you look at the 981 Caymans, some of the older BMWs, we want to make those viable choices, especially with some development, which you're free to do in WRL, and we want to keep that part of GTO, to have those cars show up, be competitive, and really be affordable options that can hopefully help continue the growth of GTO.
Well, when we were talking to Scott Noble earlier, I had brought up, because he is a Mercedes GT3 guy, I had brought up that NFC had that GT4 Mercedes that was not a GT4 car anymore, that they took advantage of being able to develop it a little bit. And did they make the car better? Yeah, absolutely. But I think it made the car better in the sense of making it more comfortable to drive rather than ultimately substantially faster than anything else out there. They had a lot of good drivers. That car was well developed. I'm not going to say it wasn't a well-built car that was fast, but it gives the opportunity to customize a GT4 car to fit your driving style or to fit, a newer driver to it a little bit better. And I like that about the series, that we've still left that pretty open and that we're not going full SRO homologation, everything's taped and measured and all that stuff.
Yeah, we control certain variables very closely, like fuel. Obviously, the way that we do pump outs is exactly like SRO or IMSA is going to do, using a Seraphim and doing it by specific gravity and weight. So those variables are very controlled and are strictly enforced. But when it comes to some of the development stuff, what we've found by looking at a lot of this data is the tire is a great equalizer of some of these things that would show themselves to be more valuable in pace on a slick tire versus a street tire, which means that the impact of some of that spend and some of that development is kind of mitigated by the tire that we're on, which we see as a benefit, because it lets people do what they want. To your point, can make the car easier to drive at the power levels that we're at. Running, you certainly see diminishing returns as soon as you start pushing it with aero, and we've seen that from a number of examples of people, going massive tire, massive aero. Well, at the power to weight that we're controlling, you're just not going to see top speed. So that's a choice you can make to do that. But generally, we've seen those come and go. So it kind of creates a window of performance and a window of aerodynamics, of tire size, kind of to the weight and power that you have. Your frontal area, drag, all that stuff comes into play. And you wind up with a window that you can play within. If you exceed that window, it kind of self-penalizes. And that's why we're really happy with where we're at. Obviously, individual chassis have different advantages. Looking at something like the Ligier JS2R, which is a great little car, but it's 1,000 pounds lighter than some of the other GT4 cars that are out there as raced. So they make their time in very different ways, but we can see from the lap times are pretty consistent. And a track like this, that Ligier is going to do particularly well, just because of the weight, tire management, all that stuff. Again, comes into play. So. It's really fun getting to look at all this stuff. Working with these data engineers has been extremely, it's just fast-tracked all of the stuff that we've been doing for a long time, and opening up all this data that we have for them and all of our disclosure worksheets. They've been poring over them and looking at how we're operating, how the teams are modifying the cars. It's giving us a lot of data feedback very quickly for us to make decisions. So that's what I'm really excited about, and expanding that data collection into the GP classes throughout the year as we go. Obviously, an E36 running on OBD1 is going to have different channels available to an M2CS.
Right.
That's direct injected and has all the modern things. So we do need to tailor that, and that's a little bit more of a process, and likely there will be different requirements for different cars, just because. Obviously measuring boost pressure on a naturally aspirated motor doesn't matter, but
sure.
So we will probably separate it between naturally aspirated and forced induction cars when it comes to what data is required. But again, just using the data to drive it, and that's what we've always tried to do. We have so much more data available to us now than we ever had in the past, and that's just going to help us do a better job, which we're excited about.
No, it's awesome. And it's made the racing really close, and it's made the classes approachable, I think, and you've made sure that there's no weird holes here and there. We got a replay here. It looks like, somebody running off. That's the choice.
5.2.
Yeah. Just going a little bit wide there at 15. That's then the Screaming Goat car goes through. I really appreciated the return of this GTO style build to GP1. I think that's been one of the cooler things that I've seen happen over the last year or so, that we're still getting these really, really cool E46s, and now we're seeing a couple of these Caymans coming in more consistently, and it's making that GP1 class, I think, flourish again. Just like you said with the GP2, we're seeing a lot more entries from there too, and I'm really excited, and I hope that continues throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. In Eagles Canyon, they've got a couple cars out here. Working with Toyota, they actually have some GR Cups that are coming from Gazoo Racing with automatic transmissions that help them avoid some of the modifiers that are associated.
Fascinating.
And so really cool stuff going on there. Toyota, while not officially a partner of the series, has been really involved directly with us over the years. So to see that sort of development and making these cars approachable and accessible, I think that's really going to help the GP2 class grow. It's going to help GP1 grow. These M2CS is coming in. And what we found is that the modifier table that's existed since 2021 is still really relevant and doesn't seem to need much adjustment, though we gave ourselves the ability to tweak those modifiers throughout the year if we see fit, something we haven't done in the past. As we have more data available to us and we can feel really confident in changes that we're making, we wanted to leave the door open to that. But it's just really cool to see how well that this system continues to balance the cars that we have.
Absolutely.
If I could just ask a quick question, Ryan. Yeah, kind of along these lines with some of our longer standing entrants in the World Racing League across GTO, GP1 in particular. When you look at similarly complex levels of motorsport, sports car racing in particular, the stakeholders are traditionally just the manufacturers, right? The factory entrants, and then that system is basically just extended to the privateers to allow them to come in. World Racing League,
obviously the system has gotten more complex as we've done more in GTO now with the APV table. GP1 has been stable for a long time, but you've had, some movement across classes from some of your long-standing teams. But when the stakeholders aren't factories, they kind of just become all of these individual, 1-car, 2-car teams on their individual programs. And I'm just curious, you can say as much as or as little as you'd like. What are those conversations like with teams or with prospective entrants or somebody looking for, hey, we don't think this is right, or hey, can you give us a little help here, or just kind of what those ongoing chats are like with existing and potential new entrants to WRL about making the system as good and as fair and balanced as it can be.
Yeah, I think what I see from the GP classes, I think you kind of see this across amateur motorsports in general, more so than the pro series. As you go up the ranks, you'll see people jumping manufacturers occasionally to get what they feel is the best car for that particular season. I think in WRL you tend to see people going with cars that they like as much as anything, and obviously Palomar bringing out the E36s, seeing more of these Porsches. Fifth Gear has been with the Porsche for a long time. We kind of see that pattern of people bringing what they like. ASM, Little Hee that's out here this weekend with that epic motor swap, and I see them going up the hill here, still running. So very happy to see that. These Honda guys bringing these cars out. And yeah, so there certainly are people that reach out and say, hey, this can't be competitive. And one of the things we identified were the front-wheel drive cars. It's not that the cars can't run a quick lap, but in the context of an 8-hour race, the tire degradation and management and heat and all those things come into play. So we want to make that more appealing. So we made that modifier pretty strong to try to bring those cars in. So, we don't have any out here this weekend, but we had quite a few front-wheel drive cars at COTA, and they did pretty well at any given point in the race. So that's what we're always excited to see new cars coming out and being people trying new things and them being successful.
Ryan still with us?
I'm gonna level with you. I thought you were gonna carry it.
Oh,
for a
no,
little longer.
sorry.
I was trying to eat my sandwich.
I got the answer I was looking for. No, I appreciate it.
So
sorry, I shouldn't have left Ryan.
No, that's okay. That's all right. That's all good. No, it's something that I consider. Excuse me. Now that we've opened up the factory-built race cars into GP1, that being allowed, has there been any discussion about running a TCR car in GP1?
Yeah, so that definitely has been brought up. What I'm kind of looking at there is, we've seen it at the pro levels pretty consistently that the TCR cars are allowed to be opened up a little bit. They can easily match the pace of the GT4 cars. I'm not saying that in GTO it would necessarily be easy, but relatively recently, we had the economy motorsports guys running the Hyundais, and they had put that car on the pole multiple times as recently as 2023. So I think the those more modern TCR cars are very capable. I do know there is some history of the M2s racing against the first gen DSG Audis. That was actually brought up by Rockwell Autosport, so I did talk to them about that a little bit. We went back and forth. What we're kind of looking at right now, and we're working towards a table that's really brings more clarity to what factory cars are permitted in general production classes.
Right.
What we're kind of looking for is more of a spec car that isn't kind of built to be world beating, because there's kind of different levels of prep. When we're looking at an M2CS, generally those cars were kind of built to run spec classes over in Europe. Yes, they've been brought into different things, but that was kind of the intent behind those cars. So they're very close to what you could, shout out to Montgomery Motorsports, number 24 this weekend. They went and built one of those cars from a street car, and it kind of proved that, hey, this car is very similar to the factory built car, except it was more, it's much more complex to build something from scratch and overcome all the safety, and security measures that cars have, and the more complex ECUs.
Right.
If somebody's going to go through all of that work and trouble to do that, then those cars should be we should look at those cars and see if they fit. And so far, they fit really well. I do think, obviously, again, the TCR cars are very, very capable. And some of even, I think you could make an argument that some of the earlier GT4 cars, the really early ones, I'm talking even maybe the track day versions of the 981s that came out that were not full GT4 specification. Us, our other business being a Porsche shop, we saw a lot of those cars. We could make an argument for that, but at this point, I want to protect the grassroots nature of the general production classes.
Right.
What some of these M2s, M240s are going for now that they're out of homologation, you can buy one for less than the cost of building a new E46 M3, and I want that to be an option. I want WRL to always be about having the choice to do what you want without being obtuse, and that's kind of what we're aiming for. We're looking for a value proposition out of any cars that are going to be brought to the GP classes that are factory cars. They have to have value, either if it means that they're easy to operate, if they're reliable, if the cost is reasonable. Those are all things that we're kind of looking at, and when we're making those decisions. But right at this moment, I don't foresee any additional. We're not looking to bring in anything that's really outside the scope of what's currently permitted in the GP classes.
Got it. That makes sense. I think you've landed at a pretty good spot right now. Brendan and I occasionally talk about, what's left as far as E46 parts. And so when you've got these like really, really high-end builds that, Moorhead and Choice and Screaming Goat have, that's, workable still. But you do find as you kind of trickle down the order a little bit, people who have the less high-end built M3s or even like 330i's in GP2, that the part supply is starting to dry up a little bit. And it's a problem that's going to continue to happen. And so the question's always been, well, what do you do next? If you're that level of team, what do you buy? And I think the GR Cup cars are still a little bit on the expensive side. But as you talked about, the M240s can be picked up for relatively inexpensive. You could buy probably 2 or 3 of those for what a GR Cup car costs at this point. But we're getting closer and closer to a time where the road cars are becoming exceptionally difficult to set up for racing because of all the electronics that are built into road cars nowadays, that there had to be something in between to get us to the next step. And I do think it is, allowing that level of, one make Cup style car into those classes. And again, as you say, it's got to bring value, though. It can't be super complicated. It can't be super expensive. It can't be something that you're going to run everybody else off the road with, because it's, way better. And so I think a targeted approach to that is probably the right way to go, for sure.
And, again, I think there's many of us, and myself included, that would say everybody needs to drive a manual transmission.
Right.
But it's just not. It's not the way the industry's going, and as much as we might want to, we can't change the world. And it's good to see that these cars can fit in within the scope of the modifier table that's kind of already been in place for such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's seen adjustments and lots of things have been added, but still the same basic framework that has existed for going on 8 or 9 years now within WRL, still balancing these cars really well, and allowing people to do what they want, and not especially and particularly in the GP classes, not forcing somebody to, or making the perception that somebody's forced to some particular formula.
Right.
And that's again what the APV table is attempting to do, and we feel real confident we'll do in GTO, where you can pick just about anything you want that's relevant, and come and have a really good chance of doing well.
Excellent. I understand you haven't done your scouting trip yet for Thunder Hill, but the registration window is about to open here in a few days. Is that right?
Yep, that's on the 11th. I've had quite a bit of interest from teams in that area, answering a lot of tech questions. Mm-hmm. Quite a bit of interest in people who indicated that they're going to go, who are regulars, and quite a few making really long trips. So I appreciate the support there. We keep hearing from people on the West Coast. They want to see more World Racing League out there. Tons of people who have been towing really long distances for a long time to support us. Just a lot of teams doing that. And, it's on us now to reciprocate and
right.
And go back and go out that way and hopefully try to grow that into a standalone champ interest and commitment, where we can kind of grow an independent West Coast Championship
Yeah.
to the East Coast and expand on what we're doing. You know, the goal isn't to just run 2 races there. It's hard to ask somebody to commit, you know, to a build and modifying their cars to be competitive for World Racing League if we're not willing to commit to them. Obviously, we can't do that all at once, but we do want to continue our investment and commitment in the West Coast because that, you know, it's important to us, and it means a lot that people are willing to travel so far to participate with us and support us. And again, we want to reciprocate that.
You know, Brendan, it's funny. You were talking about there's not a whole lot of tracks that are similar to Eagles Canyon. And you know what West Coast track I think is similar to Eagles Canyon now that I'm sitting here thinking about it? Spring Mountain. Or is Brendan stepped away?
No, I'm here.
Because you've got the multi-apex kind of 90-degree turns. You've got the elevation change right in the middle of the track that the track goes across kind of, you know, twice. It's a little bit more compact. It's mixed into a little bit different spot. But I would say that broadly speaking, they're similar. That's a heck of a track.
Yeah,
we should go there. I'm going to take that down.
It put on a heck of a show last weekend, that's for sure.
It did, absolutely. No, it was great. Great race. You got Porsche Cup cars flying around there. It was fantastic. Yeah, but I think there's a lot of venues on the West Coast that would be suitable for WRL. I think there's several that are looking to kind of grow their, you know, slate of events that are available. But yeah, it's like RJ said, it's hard to do it all at once. You can't just commit and, you know, throw all the money at it and then have people not quite there yet. So doing it step by step, I think is the right way. I made this offer during the drivers meeting, and I do mean it. If you are an entrant out there and you want to go to Thunder Hill and you're not really local to that area, please call me or get in touch with me or message me, and I will set you up with an itinerary of things for you and your family to do either before or after the race. I will take care of all of that for you. It's not a problem.
Nice. Before we get too far
on
track here, I'm seeing the 888 Racing here is right. Number 102 right on the back of 282 TCB.
It's been going back and forth while you guys have been chatting.
It has.
Swapped the lead
I'm
more
realizing
than once.
that I have we've kind of got away from what we're doing here, but no, yeah, this is a good battle, and all the way back to 5th here, set by just 40 seconds right now, and that's fluctuated a little bit, and back to 3rd, separated by just 7. So
7.5. Yep.
Yeah, looking good back there.
Those GTO race has been incredible. I think there were some question marks going into this season with some high-profile departures. I think I'll just leave it at that, about what the GTO field was going to look like, and I'm still stoked on it, and it's still providing great racing. I'm very happy with how it is.
Well, I am getting a phone call from race control. So
that's probably RJ out then. He's got questions to answer. Is it too much close racing? Hopefully not. Thank you, RJ Till, president of WRL. Joining us for the first time this season. I want to get him one more.
Well, thank you guys so much for everything you do, and yeah, we'll try to make that happen.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you, RJ.
Yeah, this GTO battle has been really quite good. I don't think we've been catching a lot of it on camera. Not to slander our man Jordan Worth, but if we can try and get that 282 blue Super, there it is, with the black, red, and white Porsche just in arrears. 7 seconds further back, should be the second of the TCB Racing Supras. I think they just find themselves in a pretty evenly matched part of the race here. You know, and trying to, because I can't just live in the moment and, you know, take the information that we have. Got to extrapolate it somehow. I think we're all reasonably confident that Cam Shields is probably the quickest driver in that lineup. Although Ken Dobson may make that not entirely true. Be interesting to see what the end of this race looks like, right? We're into quarter number 3 here, as it were. If you're breaking the race up into 2-hour segments. And right now, everything's pretty evenly matched between these two cars, even with that slightly longer pit stop from the 102 a little bit earlier. Let's see what quarter number 4 holds here. Because if it requires either one of these cars to go on the attack, I think we're going to really see what the team, driver, car, etc. are all made of, and really set us up for something very interesting. But in the meantime, the racing here is really, really good, and the back and forth between those two cars lapping in the high 2 minutes at the moment is bringing that 246 back into the fold here. 6.7 seconds is the margin, and the TCB car 246 just did a 2 minutes too flat. So bringing it all right back together. 2 minutes, 0.3 for the 678 as well. So that's another one that's beginning to come back together. I would like to know what happened to the 87, however. That is a place I have something of a question at the moment. Because
I'm so close to the end. Give me 30 seconds.
No, you're good. The Stoic car dropped from 1st to 5th all at once. Back at 12:38 Eastern time, so 11:38 local time. Almost like it took a lap penalty, but I don't believe that it did.
I did see it trundling around by itself. I don't know if it had a brief mechanical issue or something like that. I was talking to RJ. That was one that was going around. That was the car that was in the lead of the class not too long ago.
30, so this was an hour ago. Let me look at the lap times here and see if we can figure out what the story was about an hour ago. Well, pit stop at lap 78. It's 3. That's a good stop. Maybe that was just it. Maybe it pitted later than everybody else. I just thought they were further up the order than that. I pitted right around the same window as everybody else, about 5 laps before the Porsche, 5 laps before the TCB cars. That just feels a little bit out of position to me, bearing in mind it did lead us back to green.
Sorry, Brandon, I'm just trying to get sucked back in here to the race and just figure out where.
No, you're good. I'm reading through
going.
our logs here on our kind of internal timing
Right.
thing. I'm not getting a lot on that Stoic car. Yeah, nothing in the race control log that would suggest that that's why it's falling down a little bit there, but may just be a little bit off the pace in this stint. Yeah, 205s, 204s, 206, 207. I mean, that would do it. Gradually losing time. May also be a little bit out on tires. The lap times have come out even in just within the last 8 to 10 laps. Makes some sense as well. Ryan, you probably hear the air wrenches in the background even from your position. I
cannot, in fact.
Oh, you can't? You're that far away, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if... I don't know if we've had those tire changes yet. Interesting to see on this next round of pit stops here.
I can't decide either direction, whether I think this is a track that's hard on tires and whether you'd want to change them this soon.
Well, we're past halfway, so I think now is fine.
I wonder if you're running your tires that you qualified on all day and then trying to see how far you get on those and then doing one additional set for the rest of the weekend? Like maybe, do you think you could get away with only 2 new sets of tires, basically? And I think you could.
I don't know why you would want... I mean, if you're trying to save tires, save costs, I guess it makes some sense. But I think the generally accepted pathway in GTO is that you have to change tires once. Yeah, trying to make your tires last for 8 hours is or even 6 to 7 hours for that matter, is not going to
Well,
work.
traditionally,
If
I
you do
feel like
the-
I see people wait until a little bit later, until like the last couple stints, so that they have fresh tires for their ace at the back half of the race.
So, not to go down a topic we don't need to go down again, but
Sure.
if you are picking up all sorts of full course yellows and things like that, and the field is being bunched up, yeah, you're going to want fresher tires at the end of the race, right? The more you can do to have better tires when cars are closer together, the better off you're going to be. But I don't anticipate that happening for the balance of the day. I think at this point you'd be better off with consistency and kind of making that change a little bit closer to halfway. Now, that being said, we had 40 minutes of red flag and 2 actually quite long full course yellows. I think the first full course yellow was close to 30 minutes. And then we had the extra 3 or 4 laps at the end of the red flag. So like not every minute of our 4 hours and 39 that we've done so far has been heart stopping. But we're kind of getting to that point where we've done 3 to 3.5 hours in anger, and you would look with 3 to 3.5 hours left. Like, okay, this is halfway on total demand, let's say, for tires, and this would be about the time. Yeah, without having somebody down with eyes in the pit lane, we don't really know, obviously. But I don't think there's a really compelling reason to not change tires. If we're all going to be doing this for 8 hours, I think you just do the generally accepted best practices. Now,
Indeed.
if you happen to be running the Continental tires in GTO, yeah, that tire will go, man.
Indeed.
And that would be the smart move if you're trying to save the money on tires. Go get the Continentals and just, you can run all day. But I don't think that's really the case for most of the GTO runners. Margin from first to third is down from 7+ to 5.1. Another decently quick lap from the number 246, trying to make this a TCB 1-2. Six, 7, 8 stack racing with their Scallion puts in quickest time of the race for that car, 158.592. So, we didn't really talk about this with RJ, and it can sometimes be a slightly sensitive subject. But we got to go down the pathway here anyway, as it relates to things like APV, performance balancing, anything of that nature. What we saw yesterday.
Before we go down this, now that you've said the keyword that'll get everybody clued in the race control, like, oh, watch out, they're going to talk controversial, which I'm sure it won't be controversial. But now that we have everybody, somebody let RJ know that he did leave his radio up here in the garage. Okay, go on.
Yep. No, it's easy to look at a qualifying result and say, oh, well, everybody going and getting the ultimate pace, the 991.2 was a second and a half quicker than everybody else in the field. Like, obviously, this number doesn't work. There are so many more variables in grassroots and amateur racing. And
yes.
Like, to be direct, that involves drivers. Like, Scott Noble.
Yeah.
We had a chat with Scott Noble earlier. He's like, yeah, I'm like within 2 seconds or 2% of the pros. Right, second and a half at Sebring of Lucas Stoltz or whoever it was. Like, A, that's amazing. B, a second and a half sounds like a lot, but when you're talking about a guy, a 63-year-old who's doing this for fun, and a 30-something factory driver paid 6 figures a year to drive this very specific race car in this very specific platform, a second and a half across 17 corners and 3.5 miles is such a small margin. It's such the amount of variability in a lap at Sebring is very, very high, and for you to end up within that margin of a pro is really actually quite remarkable. But when you come back to amateur racing, you say, oh, well, it's a second and a half difference, a 2-second difference. That is almost always down to differences in driver and or tire and or mission. Right, somebody going out and trying to set a banger in qualifying is very highly likely to be a second and a half or 2 seconds quicker than somebody who has just stuck somebody out to go get 15 minutes of low fuel, fresh tire practice or whatever. Or somebody who's going out and trying to make progress on a setup or whatever. It's not representative. What you have to do is take these races in their totality, right? Take the total amount of data you get, which is massive across 15 hours of doing laps, by the way, and then look at where these differences are. So, okay, Cam Shields this morning started the 102. 158.044. Amazing lap time. Really close to the pole time. Might have actually been marginally quicker than yesterday's pole time. We have reason to believe that 158 is the ultimate pace of that Porsche as it's currently built. Stack racing stack racing with Rapscallion, 158.592. That's half a second. It's still a really, really small margin. And as RJ just said, these are two cars that are making their lap times in fundamentally different ways that in the end we're trying to get quite close together. We've got them within half a second, but it took 4.5 hours of doing laps for us to really understand what the raw potential of that 678 is. Right? So you can't just take these snippets in time and say, oh, well, this isn't working. Or, oh, we need to do something, right? Because it's not, you are not dealing with the way pros deal with BOP. You are not dealing with pro versus pro. You are not dealing with manufacturer politics, right? You're dealing with people doing things on their own time, on their own program, with their own build, trying to figure out the way to make their car go faster, and then you're trying to strip all those variables away and say, this is the performance differential between these platforms. This is what we're willing to give various cars in terms of help or penalty in order to equalize the playing field and bring more people back into the fold a little bit. And so far, it seems to me, Ryan, like they've done an exceptionally good job at it.
They've done a really good job. And speaking of reactionary BOP politics, the other thing that I think WRL is aware of, because I know that RJ is into racing and he gets it, is you can't react the APV based on the outcome of one race. So, for example, if there's a car that runs a little bit heavier, that has, a lot of power, obviously, but ends up running into some handling issues, say here, Ohio, or anything like that, and you go, okay, well, we'll lighten up the BOP on them a little bit so they can take a bit of weight out, and then we get to Daytona and they blow everybody's doors off by 5 seconds a lap. You have to account for that. Not every car is designed and built to be optimized at every single track. There's going to be tracks that suit your car and don't suit the other cars. And I think that's important to think about as well, that you don't want to make rush judgment based on, outlier funky events. A car that's fast here may not be fast at Mid-Ohio. It may not be fast at Road America. It may not be fast, on Thunder Hill. Thunder Hill, I think, is kind of a interesting track to try to set a car up for. There's a lot of high-speed turns where you really wish you would have more downforce, but there's also, a lot of reasonable-sized straights. They're not huge straights, but they're reasonable, that you're going to wish that you had some power, but you've got to use the brakes sometimes as well. It's really an interesting track in that regard, and if you are trying to get everybody to be at the same pace there as a baseline, all these cars run within 0.5 of a second at this track. They're almost certainly not going to run within 0.5 of a second anywhere else. And so trying to stay away from being reactionary when you get a weird result like that, I think is going to be important too. Fortunately, I think that we have the right people at the helm who understand that concept that isn't always necessarily understood elsewhere.
Yeah, and look,
I think that's the most delicate way I can put that.
No, it is. And if you want to put it in the context of pro racing, let's just take a step back and look at what happened at the end of the Rolex 24, right? Where we all spent basically the entire race thinking, well, what are we doing here? This is a Porsche walk. The 963 clearly has a favorable BOP. It does everything better than every other car around it. And then when we get down to the nitty gritty in the last couple of hours, it turns out Cadillac actually had some legs and was able to take the fight to the team and the car that have won the event for the last 3 years. To me, that makes a pretty compelling case that things were actually in a good place where balance of performance was concerned. It took 21 to 22 hours to get to that point, right? To where we had stripped all the other variables away and we said, okay, mano a mano, car versus car, with it all on the line, it all worked pretty well. And that took not being reactionary. It took not panicking. It took, trusting the process. Go Phillies.
That's right. Are you a
Flyers.
76ers fan?
76ers. No, I'm not really an anything fan when it comes to NBA.
That was the originator of the trust the process.
Yeah, trust the process.
Torpedoed
permeated a lot
many
of
years.
Philadelphia.
Sure.
Over the years. But anyway, yeah, I think this sort of patient approach, and to be fair, like, I haven't heard a lot of complaining about it. I really heard no complaining about it. We just don't know what it's going to look like and how it's going to function until you throw cars on track. And what we've got is, it's this
pretty
race
good.
This race isn't what it is because of the APV table.
Right.
This race is what it is because
It's
the whole
racing.
platform, top to bottom, just really suits what we're trying to accomplish here. So all good things.
Very, very good. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed this chat. I've enjoyed the race. It's been incredible.
You enjoying being back in the paddock, Ryan?
I am absolutely enjoying being back in the paddock. My day yesterday, as well as this morning, were more stressful than I would have wanted.
You'll have that.
So I didn't really get to feel like I was in the paddock yet. But I think at Barber, it's going to feel really good. I'm really going to enjoy it.
Registration
Are we currently live?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Registration's still open for Barber. You should go to Barber. It's a good track. Right there at the Buc-ee's. If you need anything, you can head to Buc-ee's or Bass Pro. They're both right there. They've got the cool motorcycle museum. You can go there. You can see the creepy hanging person that fell on an Indy car. You can see the spiders, which I don't like at all. It's a weird phobia thing for me. I don't like being over there placing cameras. It just freaks me out. I'm not a big fan. You can see the lady in the pond. All the great things. All the statues and such are available at Barber.
You just don't appreciate art, Ryan.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is. I don't like art. Ryan,
I didn't say you didn't like it. I said you didn't appreciate it.
I don't appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Well, when you're someone with my upbringing, art is just whatever you throw on the wall. It's any poster with or without frame that you Scotch tape up. Speaking of Scotch tape, I think I need to Scotch tape some of these cameras better so they don't fall over.
Talk about Scotch tape.
Scotch Michaels. He would be brutally offended, that turn of phrase.
I don't think he's a big Scotch guy.
I don't think he's Scottish either. That's why he would be upset.
Scott doesn't seem like the kind of guy that cares about, British nationalist interests.
No, but he does seem like the kind of guy who cares about complaining when things aren't technically accurate.
Sure, fair.
I don't think he harbors any nationalist feelings, but I do think that he would be cross about that.
Greg Rogers in the chat. Pretty cool that there's live coverage.
Yeah, let's hit the chat up.
Who handles the AV and streaming? It's us. It is DriversEye Live. Ryan West and Brendan Kazmarek on the call. Jordan Worth is our producer this weekend. We do, about 40 events a year between our partners here in the World Racing League and SCCA Super Tour, Porsche Club of America, POC, Porsche Owners Club. We get around. Ryan was at Spring Mountain last weekend. I was down at Sebring.
Porsche Owners Club?
Yeah, I said Porsche Owners Club, POC. Ryan both get a week off, and I get to go to Buttonwillow, and we each have about 20 events to handle this year. It's been pretty cool. It's been a cool build over the last couple of years. WRL was kind of the OG partner for us before this was ever even a concept of being something we could do on a regular basis. And we think we've built something pretty neat across all eras of what WRL looks like. But in any case, it allows us to bring grassroots and endurance racing and the best of that kind of racing to the masses, and share this corner of the sport that we all enjoy so much with y'all. So thanks for being here. As always, appreciate your company. We jump on board the Toyota R&D number 90. I think I mentioned this last time I commentated a race from here, but when I was trying to learn the track and learn sight lines for camera angles and things like that when I was here in 2024, the WRL's first visit to Eagles Canyon Raceway, I spent a lot of time watching onboard videos, and at the time, the most onboard videos that were posted were of either FE2 or Formula Mazda open wheel cars.
FE2.
And I gotta be honest, every time I watch like a GT car on board around here, it looks fun and it looks really like enjoyable and technical, but this place looks like it would just be a blast in an open wheel car.
Oh yeah,
watching
some kind of aero
hustle
on there, like yeah.
Well, or a car that's like light on aero but really well balanced, so you can slide it around a little bit and kind of hustle it around like a go-kart. Like
right.
To me,
like a Formula Ford.
Yeah, Formula Ford, or like I said, FE2, Formula Mazda, the old Formula Mazdas. It just looks like a hoot, man. This is your battle for second we've just got on camera here, by the way. It's all kind of come together. 888 Racing, TCB Racing 246 is a white Supra, and then, finally having crept into the conversation, is the 678 of Stack Racing with Rapscallion. Which, and that all happening behind the race leading 282 we just saw come through the shot there. There goes the 246. So that is move done for second place in GTO.
And they're still battling going through turn 6 here. I find myself trying to watch them in the distance more so than looking at the screen, which is a disservice. Certainly.
Yes, we noticed that earlier on. Mostly at the restart, where we're like, we are hearing about this before we are seeing it.
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't sure where that shot was going to end.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Because I know that we have a big hole here today for turn 2.
Yeah.
Which, with the way the Wi-Fi has been going, I don't think setting up camera 10 to be the Wi-Fi camera for turn 2 is going to be anything remotely helpful, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. Are you in that building on the far left of the shot, Ryan? Going all the way down?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm at the one next to the timing tower, yes. Right there, yep. Not the far left building, that's somebody's house. I'm in this, what would be the center building.
Fascinating. All right.
Yeah. That's where I was last year as well.
Yeah, I think I was in the same building, but it was very, very not done.
It was reasonably well done when I was here. It was just like finishing things. Like the hallway now is enclosed and fans and air conditioners and things, and the bathrooms are really nice.
Yeah.
So like those were the things that weren't finished, but like the insides of the actual suites were very recently completed.
So I think when I was there in 2024, I had already been sick for a large portion of January. And I kind of had this lingering sore throat that just wouldn't go away.
Sure. Was that Hammer Gate and Sawdust Gate?
It was Sawdust Gate. Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole thing, because it was literally an active construction zone. Like they were cutting,
wood,
like framing and stuff. Yeah, down the rooms for me. They weren't separate condos at that point. Everything was still open. So they were like literally building the structure down the way,
sure.
And I have never been so miserable at a racetrack, man. Trying to stumble through 15 hours of commentating with a sore throat while you're breathing in sawdust was a brutal experience.
Yeah, no fun at all. It occurs to me, Brendan, this is going to be slightly off topic, that I probably could have brought those tripods and I just put them in like a carry-on sized suitcase and then just checked it. And it wouldn't have been that expensive. And I could have just brought the tripods and then taken them back. Maybe I should do that next time.
Well, you won't have to worry about it for Barber, but you can certainly drive them to Thunderhill.
I think there's parts of Barber that would benefit from, not to the same extent as here, to be clear. I think there's a couple spots at Barber where I really wish I had one.
Oh, maybe the hill up at the exit of like turn 9, that fast chicane.
Well, and at the base
gotta
is whatever that is, turn 5 right there.
Yeah, I mean, I do always put that one on a tripod anyway. Actually, yeah, so
Yeah,
you will need that.
exactly.
Yeah,
Gives you a little bit of option. Anyway,
gotta be careful.
Solid Call is with us again after having spent some
man.
time on the naughty step.
Again?
Presumably.
Oh, 678
Again,
is
he's back.
in and back out now. Sorry. That is that was part of that battle for third. Anyway, take it away.
Anyway, yeah, absolutely.
What's up, Ryan West? Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Hey,
Yeah.
happy to have you here.
Oh my goodness. Am I leading this? Can I lead this for a little bit?
You can lead it for a little bit if you want. Are you calling the race, or do you have an axe to grind?
No axes.
Okay, cool.
So here's what I see. I see the TCB car is about 15 seconds behind my boy Murray, which is to say we're about 15 seconds from going a lap down. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Do I have? Okay, so that's the climate, and I think we're behind the blue Liger. So that's the Madsen Liger.
Well, they just pitted in.
Okay, so that's 678.
Yes.
I thought it was the red 6. One that ends in a 9 is the red.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Did you see that guy's outlap? His gloves match his suit. It's very clear to see who. I can't tell from the Liger onboards which one is it, the blue one or the red one. But the guy that did that had that sketch outlap.
Yep.
It was an excellent outlap. I'm not saying anything mean about anybody.
Sure.
His fashion game is on point.
Excellent.
So, respect. I want to go up to my my boys. There's a bunch of San Diego boys on that team.
Oh yeah.
So the bros and okay, so the blue one just pitted.
Yes.
Cool.
The blue, right? That was the one we saw coming out of the pit, right, Brendan? Was the blue and yellow one?
Okay, he's taking a break.
Yes.
Which is cool.
Or we're off the air. It's one or the other.
One
or
or the
perhaps
other.
Brendan stepped away to go to the restroom.
Okay.
Either way, we'll just keep carrying here. That's totally fine. Yeah, that looks like to be the situation in GTO. That front GTO has it's shuffled itself a little bit, but it's all very much still in play, even with 3 hours to go here.
Yeah. This is great.
It's been fun. It's a good race. I've really enjoyed getting to watch it here, for sure. There's a pretty big contention of you guys out of Southern California now.
Isn't that weird?
I love it.
Yeah, and we're going, what is that direction? We're going east of the Rockies to go out and have fun and play with the homies.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. Yeah, so this San Diego team, Kingpin, is, 4 dudes that grew up in the Qualcomm parking lot, San Diego, where the Chargers used to play.
Yep.
RIP. And, and we're being fielded by an Atlanta team, Kingpin, Tyler Hoffman. Excellent organization. So happy to be a part of it.
So I will ask this because I think it's relevant to WRL as a whole. One, are you going to be at Thunderhill and Utah Motorsports Park?
Negative.
What? Hold on. Time out. 1 second. 1 second here. WRL has changed around its schedule to accommodate the West Coast, and you're not going to go to either race. Do I have that accurate?
That's correct.
My goodness.
Yeah, we are. We're bad friends.
Indeed.
We are dropping the ball on our brochure.
Hate to see it. Because that GTU car went a little wide.
A little bit of dirt. Very early apex at 2. And you know what they say? Early on? Or pardon, early in, early off.
Early off, yep. Absolutely.
Yep.
So that then scuttles my question of, are you going to make Tyler off and tow all the way to California, or are you going to rustle up some vehicles from the Rob Walker, stables that are already there?
We have a Lucky Dog car.
See?
I mean, it's about to be sold, or
Ooh.
We're working on it, but maybe we're going to sell it to the Rob Walker Racing support gentleman, and he'll be like, hey, I want to do this instead of you guys doing support for a PCA weekend time trial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. You're going to go to a PCA time trial instead of going to Thunderhill? Incredible.
I have never driven Thunderhill.
You should go. It's great.
You are 100% on all these things.
Oh.
I am so pumped. I've been watching Thunderhill videos ever since I was in college. So for 20, 30 years, whatever. And I want to do it. I just, the opportunity is wrong. The deal is we have other commitments.
Got it.
I think the big way to think about the RWR CSR schedule is it serves one man.
Sure.
That guy sitting
right. Oh, he's gone.
He moved.
He's disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. He's got commitments elsewhere. I understand.
Yeah, and so his number one, the thing that we like to do the most is hang out with our local San Diego region PCA in time trial. And the boys have this thing, if you're a SCCA autocrosser, I think they call it PAX. It's just an adjusted time, right?
Yep.
Our local region calls it Bench Racers Index, BRI. And so Rob just like poured down a completely excellent BRI winning car to just make a faster version of it. I mean, you should have sold it exactly how it was and then build a different one.
Yep.
Anyways, like the boys like Murray and Rob just like love to like drop elbows on the BRI.
Okay.
Right. So like with adjusted time, the boys usually go like 1, 2, 3 by like 3 seconds on adjusted time.
Oh wow.
I think that says a lot of good things about our guys.
Yes.
It doesn't say anything negative about the PCI population.
Sure.
Right? No shade. None.
Indeed. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, so decisions. Oh, I do have an announcement about the Rob Walker Racing.
All right. I'm here for it.
We're kind of stepping up our game in terms of track support.
Okay.
And we got a hot dog roller.
Nice. A hot dog roller for the driver's lounge, presumably.
Yeah.
Now, is this a hot dog roller like they have at 7-Eleven, where you can also do taquitos?
I'm not up to date on hot dog rolling technology.
Sure.
But as far as I can tell, it looks like there's stainless steel cylinders and they roll and stuff. And as long as it's cylindrical. And
interesting.
I don't think it has to be like an animal product. So like ovo-lacto-vegetarian soy boy over here would be fine with it.
Yeah, you could have. Well, you'd have to like designate certain rollers to be for your vegetarian cheese taquitos.
Let me tell you a secret about this ovo-lacto-vegetarian.
Yes.
I am a very 90s military kind of guy. I'm a don't ask, don't tell. With respect to like, if you're gonna make me an Impossible Burger, I'm very happy to be on the receiving end of that. I do not want to know. Like my dad does this thing where he's like, we go to a Mexican joint and he's like, is there chicken stock in the rice and is there lard in the beans?
Oh,
and every time he does that, I'm like, oh, this is a buzzkill because I don't want to know about that because then I have to like go to Wikipedia and figure out what lard is and then I'm disgusted.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So
Do you not know what lard was?
I mean, I watched Fight Club.
Huh.
There is a whole.
Sorry, I've recently come to the conclusion that there is no substitute for lard. Like
yes,
there
speaking as somebody who lives in a heavily Hispanic area with exceptional food, yes, I can agree with you.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have necessarily said that, but when we were recently in Poland, where they do still cook everything with lard, and man, it makes such a difference for flavor. It's so good.
I have put a lot of effort, Brendan, into learning how to make carnitas at my house and do it in such a way that it is like not how they do it in the truck, where they do genuinely fry the pork shoulders in lard.
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
And it takes me probably twice as long to make it, and it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's better than like Chipotle's carnitas for sure, but it's still not. There's just something you're not going to get by not cooking it in rendered beef fat. Or pig fat, or whichever one it is.
Yep.
Pork fat, yeah.
Yep, pork fat, yep.
Anyway, yeah.
So there was no lard in Fight Club. I just think of humans as pigs. That's my deal?
Yes, that's
All right,
correct.
Well,
yep.
Am I wrong?
But anyway, so...
Sadako, will you guys be going to Watkins Glen?
It's on the schedule. It's on the schedule.
Okay.
On the schedule.
We're gonna have a dog off up there.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna have you guys try a couple of different upstate New York hot dogs, Western New York hot dogs, and we're gonna see who the true champion is.
Well,
we got to bring some Sheboygan Sausage Company as well, and some Johnsonville. We'll have a Midwest versus East Coast hot dog off.
Listen, of all the sausages I've had, Johnsonville are definitely some.
That's true.
Ooh, I have a meta comment.
All right.
Okay, I think
I'm more of a MySpace guy myself.
Zanga? This is a Zanga organization, sir?
Okay.
Did Sadako have a Zanga? Can we just settle that real quick?
What is a Zanga? Is that the one where you
That's all the games.
No, that was the blog. That was like the prototypical blog.
No, definitely not.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a WordPress?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Not that cool.
All right.
Rob is like an old school BBS kind of guy.
Ooh.
or something like that.
All right.
Like he always whenever he has to like copy files on his machine, he always pulls up the little black command manager window or whatever that is, command prompt, and he's like, I'm gonna key stuff in because I'm a software guy. You know that guy wrote an operating system?
Did he?
He actually talks, but just not anywhere like in your vicinity when there's a microphone.
Yeah. Sure.
I promise.
No,
you.
that makes sense. No, I believe it.
Okay.
He talks with me. Like we sit down.
Yeah.
I say things. He nods. He thinks I'm an idiot. That's fine. Anyway, Brendan, I'm sorry. You asked a question. Go ahead.
No, I was going to have a
genuinely
meta
Oh, you had a meta comment. That's right. That's right. You had the meta comment. Go ahead. Go ahead.
DriversEye Live last weekend. Murray over in Nevada, Rob in Sebring.
Yes.
I feel like I dropped a very high quality joke in the chat.
Okay.
Like it was at least a B, probably an A joke.
Okay.
And I got 0 traction. And it's like, what is wrong with the chat for these guys? Is it like, as DEL, you guys aren't like, your delis just aren't like
So,
strong? Or
I
is
can-
it PCA is just like, you don't understand?
I can speak to my half of that.
Before that, let me
situation.
tell you what the joke was.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Lead
that's
change
fine.
again.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead.
As we're doing a screen wipe, there's a
Tremendous. Peak driver's eye live there, man. Holy cow.
Oh,
Anyway, Sadako, I'm so sorry. Carry on.
The red and black Liger did the good old turn 1 early in, early off.
Yep.
That was a dirty mess and not going to plan, but he looks like he's up and running again.
Before I interrupt I'm going to interrupt your interruption, which is took JT to task, and I think Brenda did too for calling it a Liger. So I feel like I have to, in the interest of fairness, do the same thing to you. It's not Liger, dude. It's a French company. It's Ligier.
Oh, I
Can we
thought you were
compromise
referring to a stripy Supra. That was like, oh, this is like a cross between a lion and a tiger. It's the Ligier.
No.
You were trying to say Ligier?
Yes.
Sadako, man.
Oh, like I really was surprised that you weren't already doing that, and I was like, okay, I'll blow him up for it. That's fine, because I know we gave JT so much flack for that, so much, and like for Sonic to just stand here and say it repeatedly, I'm like, nah, I gotta say something, man. Like, you know. Anyway.
All right, let me offer a compromise for you.
That's fine.
Can we call it Tygon? Instead of a lion tiger, can we call it a tiger lion?
No,
Right,
it's not. It's not either. It's Ligier, someone's name. He won Le Mans.
Okay.
Cool.
So, PCA Club Racing, Rob Walker is a human who drives a Boxster. No, it's a spec Boxster when it's PCA, and POC it's a BSR.
Yes.
As far as I can tell, it's either like a tire difference or a transmission difference. 171. Some people call it purple. I think it's lavender, but it's the zombie car.
Yeah.
Like it's got all these zombies on it. The reason it's a zombie car is because the car has been annihilated and then put back together. So Frankenstein, zombie. And then it's really funny how Ginsburg and whoever on the live stream called it a goblin for a while. I'm like, okay, all right, fine, whatever. I mean, at least they're acknowledging that there's a live stream on. That's cool.
Yep.
Whoa! One of those GRs had a big slidey at the exit of 2. And so Rob Walker in a zombie car. It's like it's a target-rich environment
The
for
Rob zombie.
zombies. Okay. So,
Yes. Okay. All right. Yep.
all right.
Yep.
Okay. So you're okay. So the joke that I set up is, did you guys hear about Rob's new business in San Diego?
No.
New business venture, car storage, house of 1,000 Porsches. Okay. Fine.
Yikes. That's well crafted, but that just gets a head shake from me. You got to be pretty on top of it to get that one.
Do I not get this
Now-
because I'm in the East Coast?
No, you don't get it because you don't listen to Rob Zombie.
And you are not a B movie horror flick fan.
I'm barely an A movie watcher. I don't watch movies.
I saw, speaking of movies, and I swear we'll get back to the thing that I was going to tell Sadako here in a second. I saw 4 people from where I was sitting on the plane. I saw 4 people see the F1 movie click and then turn it off after 20 minutes.
After the best part, am I right?
It's like, my goodness gracious, people. Like, they get to where he's testing the car, and then the race starts, and they're like, whatever, and they turn it off. I wasn't a fan of that, but anyway, the reason Greg Kramer doesn't interact with the chat is because I don't ask him to, because I feel really weird saying, excuse me, 30-year television veteran Greg Kramer, will you please interact with the chat? It just feels wrong. Like, I just want to let the man do his job, and he did a pretty good job.
It's very important that you tell the man how to do his job.
He was doing just fine without needing me, other than misnaming John Momeyer Mike Momeyer on 4 different occasions because he had it written down wrong on his. That's the thing. Absolute professional. He writes down the name of the person he thinks he needs to talk to and then puts it on his monitor so that he remembers it. And he wrote it down because we were talking about Mike Monsalve, and I think he and I confused what we were talking about. So he wrote Mike down, and he kept referring to him as Mike Momeyer.
But Monsalve wasn't even there.
He wasn't, no.
Weird.
But we were talking about onboards, and I was trying to flip through the list of onboards while he was me questions, and I think he wrote it down because I had half responded to him and then was trying to do something else. So it was my fault, and
we are doing some pit stops.
Yes, you can.
As far as I can tell,
yes, we are.
Based on the broadcast, if the race was to end at this very moment, TCB would occupy the GTO podium. 1, 2, 3. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. 1, 2.5. Yeah.
2.5.
1, 2.5.
Well,
because Stoic both is and is not TCB.
This is
TCB managed cars. Oh, go ahead.
Can I derail your derail? The best stickers in Texas are in the TCB trailer hauler right now.
Okay.
What's his Justin Marks, the track house. Jason Marks.
Yep, Jason.
Marks. He has the best race car stickers that you will see this year.
That white car is going to go down the inside at turn 3 here. And they're going to make it stick.
That's TCB on TCB action. That's 246 into the lead. Past the 282. I am also... Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You're good.
Just from an informational perspective, I do want to get this out, lest we be accused of not paying attention to the race, which,
Yes.
Would never.
Which is true.
I would never.
Let me check.
282, 246, into and out of the pit lanes. Believe they both changed tires. Pit stops went up from the low 3s to the high 3s, 347, 349. That indicates a tire change to me. 87 Stoic, remember, slightly off sequence. 3 minutes 15 was their last stop. They're only about halfway through a stint, so they're a little bit out of position there. Stack Racing,
so they're
Scallion 678 changed tires, and 888 also changed tires, but a much longer stop for the Porsche. It was a 451 lap compared to 349, so over a minute loss relative to the 2 Supras at the front of the field on the pit stop cycle there for the 888 Racing Porsche.
And so that means the 77. Excuse me, 1 second. That means the 77 has a shot at the top 5 here, because if the 888 has another slow stop like that,
well, I don't think it'll be that slow,
or 2 more slow stops like that.
If that's
right, because that's a tire change.
That's what I think. Yes.
But Kingpin knows how to do stops is the thing, and they're pretty good at them, I would say. Yeah. So that's going to give them a potential top 5 there, and that means Stoic is really racing the 77 and the 102? Question mark?
I mean,
depending on how
everybody's racing
shakes out.
The only car that's truly out of position right now is the Stoic 87. That's the only car that is off sequence, out of position. Where is it going to end up? And my assumption is that that car is still going to be able to do this on 2 more stops.
Yes, but my point
everybody is going to be doing 2 more stops.
If they catch it on the wrong side, they really need to be looking at least what the 678 is doing. But if I'm assuming the 77 is going to catch the 102, then the 87 is kind of racing the 77.
No, I think the 87 is
from a certain point of view.
I think the 87 is more in position than out of position at the moment.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
No, fair enough.
Just based on who's going to need what for pit stops. Now, it will need a longer stop at the end. If I have that right. I got to think about this.
I think they will need a longer. I think is how that's going to shake out.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. Yeah.
Well, it depends
No,
on how
that's
they
right,
choose
that's
to.
right. It will be a longer stop. Yeah. So it may drop them back. I mean, it's only. Look, Stoic is 7 seconds ahead of 678, 52 seconds ahead of the Porsche, 59 seconds ahead of the Porsche, a minute ahead of Kingpin. So I don't think they're going to lose a minute by taking on 2 extra cans of fuel, but it may drop them behind the 678 if the pace stays there in the 678.
Yep. 678 only 6 seconds behind, so that's good pace. Is this one of the most successful outings we've seen for the Ligier?
What chat is? It's pronounced Liger.
Okay.
You are going to have.
It's literally even.
You have to respond to the delis.
Oh man, I don't have enough width to have the delis open. Is the problem? So I'm not even seeing that right now. I can see them, and he's choosing to ignore them. That's.
Just real quick.
Anyway, GP1.
Can I address something in the chat before we go down the next rabbit hole?
Yes,
here?
please.
Yeah, Optivo Racing. Maybe I've set up a regulation factor behind car 83's pace. And not the first time he's mentioned the pace out of the car number 83. That's the Palomar GP2 class-leading BMW E36. Last lap was a 2:11.8. Fast track last lap 2:15.9, 2:15.4, 2:22 for the Lil Hee car. But that's. Oh wait, why did it open Kingpin? What's that about? 222, AOA 221, Garage 66, and the 212s. Okay, that's a lot of big numbers and a lot of very spread apart numbers. When you look at the ultimate pace of these cars, 2089, 2098, 2095, 2106, 285, these cars all operate in the same window. I mean, it's all right in that zone.
Yes.
The current pace of the Palomar car is almost certainly just down to that team's experience, consistent execution, setup, refinement of the platform, all of the things that you need to go fast over long distances in an endurance race, that Palomar team has in droves. Right?
Yes,
the
absolutely.
Consistency is, and I think you should assume will always be there for that car. They're just not going to have the variability that the other cars in the class have. So yeah, I mean, ultimate pace for every car, right in the same region. It's just that at the moment, the 83 Palomar car is executing better than everybody else in the class. And so it's built up a nice, almost 5-minute lead for itself.
And its ultimate pace isn't that far off of what the 66's, or I'm sorry, the 214's ultimate pace is.
To add on to what Brendan was saying about the 83 Palomar car, I saw one, Nick, N-I-K, now I'm blanking on his last name. Whatever. Nick, the guy
Romano.
who's doing YouTube things. Like, have you seen him do YouTube things with the S2000 being an undrivable car with snap oversteer?
No.
Point is, Nick Romano.
It is Nick Romano. Okay.
Is kind of good. He's kind of really excellent.
Yes.
So it's not funny how good a silver is relative to bronze.
Yes.
It feels bad every time I see it. And
indeed, a bronze just podiumed at Daytona though in the pro class. So there's that.
And I think Jason Hart is a silver too.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
If you ever got the FIA driver designation, you would like put that on your race suit, right? I certainly would.
No,
I'd have it just as like a big logo. Like this race is about me being a bronze.
No, you know what I would genuinely put on my
here.
race suit just because I like the nostalgia factor of it all?
Cigarette brand?
Blood type.
Yep. Blood type.
Oh yeah, they don't do that anymore.
They don't. I still see people putting blood type on their cars. It's admittedly SCCA people, which shall we say we're in
Careful.
period when that was.
Think of the
cars
contracts,
certainly
Ryan.
weren't.
The contracts.
I was a little behind, but what do I know? Was it?
Anyway.
It was, right?
What?
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, what? Wait, what? Are we live?
You're not. You're like a second or a second and a half
1-2?
behind.
Is Santa Call a second and a half behind?
Yeah, it's your whole connection.
fascinating.
Second and a half, he's talking about pace relative to Tyler Hoffman.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, GP1. Let's go ahead and do that. The 29 Screaming Goat Racing has overcome their hardship of being in the back and then having whatever trouble they had in the morning, are now in the lead of GP1, followed by the 140 Team S Collective. They've been consistently at the front all day long, but they are some ways back now, which is unfortunate, about 30 seconds. The 550 of fifth gear also has run up front most of the day, 19 seconds back. So in third place, so it's BMW with a Chevy motor, followed by two Porsches, Porsche motors, presumably. Fourth place, number 46 of Ginger Racing, nice and consistent. The 522 of Choice, fifth position, about a minute back. The 22 of TCS, the 555 of Asian Canuck, the 24 of Montgomery, and then, of course, the dearly departed 326 of Zipa Racing.
One of the cars we should not lose track of at the moment is Toyota R&D Racing number 90, 7th in GTO, lapping within a couple of tenths of its fastest lap time, 2 minutes, 0.795. It is the quickest car on the circuit. Unfortunately, it is also 3 minutes and 39 seconds behind the race leader.
Yes.
So it is a long road to hoe, and I don't expect it to get there. However, if it continues to lap 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else in the class, it's going to get close.
Yes. Did you resolve Denny Stripling's issues with his, and by issues I mean us being able to get his thing into our system?
It was tabled.
It was
we
tabled.
know what the solution is. I have explained the solution, but it is unsolvable while the camera is live.
Got it. Okay. Sounds good to me.
What a nice young man.
Denny Stripling, yeah.
I've called more races with Denny Stripling in it, or not called, but broadcast more races with Denny Stripling in it than I would say most, probably, and never spoken to him.
I don't. And never spoken to him. I was gonna say Rob Walker is also a frequent DriversEye Live event attendee, especially last season. It was like every weekend, no matter what we were doing. Rob Walker's there. He's there. He's doing it.
Yes. No, but I finally talked to Rob back at Laguna. First time I chatted with Rob. No, I did chat with Rob at Coda as well, but
that's right. The first time.
Poor guy only said like 7 or 8 words.
Dude, I will never forget, Sadakal. I will never forget the first time you brought Rob up to the booth. Like,
yeah. That's an off.
Yeah.
You want to do a replay on that?
Your first weekend, and Rob had no interest in talking. He just stood in the corner like a frightened cat. They're like, "Oh, this is my team principal. This is Rob." And I was like, "Oh, does Rob want to chat?" And he just stood there like staring out the window.
Rob is actually a really smart boy.
We got a little sideways. Slid it coming back on the track. I'm sure if you're the Stoic car,
as well.
You're not excited about that happening right in front of you as you go into the pit lane. Probably not your favorite thing of all time. Nice.
That'll be Stoic now to 4th then. Probably a little bit further back than that now. TCB 1-2, Rapscallion 3rd. Anyway.
The 90 is back. Oh, it looked like it was slow coming out of turn 1. Maybe they did not. I'm sure they didn't pit, but perhaps they were in traffic.
They did.
Oh, they did pit. Okay,
last
so
lap
then they are back out.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think they've had some issues. They've been in and out of the pits like a couple of times, which is why that car is down the order now.
Sure.
They're not doing more than about 10 laps at a time without pitting.
Is this a fuel pickup issue?
Who can say?
One of the favorite issues to have, fuel pickup.
I have a request. I would like for Scotty Elkins to be on mic at the same time as Chad Carnevale. I'm convinced that they have the exact same voice producing hardware. They sound identical to me.
Do they?
Yeah. So
I have talked to both of them extensively at point, and I don't think I agree. Partially because Chad does not have a mild Southern accent.
No, it's weird, right?
Should he?
No.
But it's what?
What?
It's like hardware, like race car BOP. Everybody makes noises based on just whatever the formula is. The hardware doesn't have to be the same. They can get to the same lap time with different stuff. I don't know. Who cares? Let's go back to one of our favorite topics.
All right. Which one's that?
All right.
Hot sauce?
Nope.
Yep.
Nope. Nope.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I do need to take you to task for this though. So we had this whole discussion, Brendan, before, right, about hot sauces on the air, and that's like a thing that we talked to Sodicall about. Right?
Oh, we did, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, what type of hot sauce do you think Sodicall, Southern California resident, connoisseur of hot sauces, ordered specifically by name to go with his veggie burger last night?
Tabasco.
He ordered Tabasco, for God's sake.
Oh man,
We're in at a minimum Tapatio country. You can get Tapatio in North Texas. Like, that's doable. And you probably could get Valentina or Cholula if you really tried. Certainly in Houston you probably could. And I was just appalled, just absolutely shocked to see him doing that.
I appreciate being taken to the task, not at the table.
Yes, absolutely.
But in front of all of the delis.
The delis. The deli boys.
When you guys get a Patreon, you're going to have different tiers, and my tier is going to be the sausage. Wait, no, the spicy sausage.
Sausage.
Okay.
Sausage call.
No, please stop. Anyways,
Salsa kielbasa.
Whoa.
Not a kielbasa.
Subject: racetrack and its goodness or badness.
All right.
Eagles Canyon Raceway, I think, is my favorite racetrack of all time.
Really?
Okay.
All right.
It's a strong
and let me tell you, I've only driven a dozen. I've only driven a bunch. Like
the 282 is pitted as well. I'm sorry.
So this place, California boy, feels like this is so much like Sonoma with respect to elevation change. Like, I'm going that way, and there's going to be pavement. It's going to be paved when I get up there, probably, I hope. I mean, it was paved last time. It's like that, Sonoma, but it's also like Chuckwalla Valley Raceway. And James Tiberius isn't here to say that it's a fake racetrack, but it's like CBR, that it's got these long, sweepy turnies where it's like, what in the world am I supposed to look at to figure out where I am in this turn? And so this combination of like terrifying elevation, but it gets you the good elevation of just like cresting and like being terrified, and like big compression, big sweepy turns. This place is great.
Yes.
I love this place. This is really, really excellent. Oh, and it's a good facility too.
It is a good facility.
It's a good facility.
I've heard that.
So, you know the bit that I was a part of once? I don't know if it's an ongoing bit or if it was just when I was there. It is Rob Walker should buy XYZ so that we get to do it.
Go on.
Rob should buy a Chuckwalla.
Oh, that what? Then he'll have to run a business. Do you know what his day
let
job
the
is?
people who are there run it. But Rob, I'm going to see if I can get a live react to this.
Yeah, it's
Rob
like a
Walker should buy Chuckwalla Raceway now that it's for sale.
That will take time away from him rebuilding fourth gears in Boxster spec transmissions.
That's fair.
Right?
That's fair. He says no.
Dude, I don't know if you've heard about this, but in POC they're thinking about making a rule change to allow straight cut fourth gear.
Yes.
Because the boys just keep launching transmissions all the time.
Yes. Well, that's why you should upgrade to spec 2.7. You have a limited slip diff.
But who wants to be guaranteed a podium, right, in a field of one dude?
Look, man, here's the deal. There's, 5 of you that run in the Rob Walker situation? Not all of you are guaranteed a podium.
You're right, because there was a Chuckwalla November or October where we went 1, 2, 3, 4. And the only reason that we did not everybody got a podium on every day is because there's enough steps. Boom!
Oh, man. Bring back GP3 so we can have Rob Walker Racing run their Boxster specs.
Boxsters. Yeah, I'm into
GP3. Yeah.
They can just show up.
That would be fun. No, we just have PCA guest class. It'll be like, what was that called? GT Challenge during the ALMS.
DX.
That'd be great. Can you imagine any WRL race with like 30 or 40 cars plus an additional 25 spectators?
No.
Yeah.
Pretty
Dude, actually, yes. I love it. I love it. One of my favorite things about the worst video game of all time is the 0x kill, where you
This is
get,
iRacing. To be clear.
essentially like
Dear viewer, we're talking
Yes,
about
it
iRacing.
is iRacing.
Yeah.
hypothetically you're like at New Atlanta, right? And you just like mess up the guy's arrow by like just getting under his tail a little bit to like lift his end, and there's 0 touch. It's no net code, but your proximity to him ended up ending his race, but it cost you 0 X's, right? And so like the 0x kill is like way cooler than getting a pole position. Anyways, the easiest car to 0x kill on the planet
Yes.
is Boxster Spec. Those are terrible cars, and the people that drive them are just like always like shell shocked. And those, oh man, I would just go out there and it's rabbit hunting season, man. I just, poor guys. RJ, I would not do that.
This really contextualizes Sodicall telling me the other day that he, quote, used the force to split 2 cars on the straightaway.
Right? Force push. Like
Incredible.
everybody's played.
Anyway,
push
yeah,
or
Brendan,
whatever it
please go
was.
ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm just
Force Unleashed.
catching up on a few items from the race control log here.
Yeah.
One that caught my eye in particular. 1:10 p.m. Number 102 drive-through penalty. I think this is officially our first drive-through penalty in the World Racing League.
Our first drive-through penalty.
I think this
Folks,
is our first
we're
drive-through
here.
penalty. But in digging a little bit deeper as to how and why things are happening, I think I owe a bit of an apology because it's not that the 102 lost a minute changing tires relative to the rest of the field. They didn't. They came back in on the same lap they did the stop. So they did their tire change and everything, did what they needed to do, and then on the out lap came back in. So they spent both ends of that out lap in the pit lane, drove their lap time up to a 4:51. The following lap was the next out lap at a 2:14, and then they settled back into the mid 2-minute barrier, 2-minute bracket. So
Gotcha.
didn't lose as much time
There
as
we
we
go.
thought they did, but they did pick up a penalty along the way, elected to take the drive-through, and they now sit 1 minute and 14 seconds off of the race-leading number 246.
Now, I imagine I'm just sitting here thinking about Porsche Owners Club, how they do their classing, and then, we're sitting here doing WRL. It occurs to me that, like, you could put the GTE body kit on Cup car, I bet. And it would look sick, but then as RJ talked about earlier, you're power limited, and that's going to result in some drag, probably lower your top speed. But wouldn't that
Is
be...
77 past the
One is
Porsche?
you gotta look
Sorry.
Yes, it is.
I see
Is my
them
timing not
F1
updated?
right next to each other, turning into 9.
They may have
not
passed
updated.
them recently. Oh, okay.
They
It's
just
still
passed
pretty
them.
close.
They just passed.
So that is the 77 in 5th, right there.
That's our Scotty Elkins voice impersonator, Chad Carnival.
Perfect. Absolutely crushing it. So he's going to go hunt down the 87 at Stoic Racing. We're back to one of these situations where we've got 4 Supras in the top 5, which as a Toyota guy just feels great to say, even though they just changed their CEO the other day for a finance guy. Not
their
stoked about
host.
that.
It's over.
I mean, that'll happen when your revenue's up 4% and you're down 1.8. So,
Hey guys, I gotta get going. I think
right.
they're gonna put me in the car or something.
ooh,
Let's see.
you're gonna close out.
I know I get to close.
This is Mariano Rivera
closer?
getting in the car right now. The closer.
Whoa.
They're gonna flash all the
Sodicall
lights for
Lidge.
him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're hoping for more of that magic where I led the race overall for like 2 laps at Coda and then GTO for a full half hour. Felt kind of good.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you, pit stop strategy. But still, I mean, just like an IMSA, my name was at the top of the list.
It was there.
I led a lap, leading a lap. Doesn't count still.
You do get the 5 bonus points for leading a lap. So
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say that these are my favorite events. Like any event that I could do, I want to be here with the Bows. The guys that put on these events like do a fantastic job. the fairness of everything, the quality of prep, the humans here, it is really good. I also like how like incredibly respectful RJ is of our time during like meetings.
Yep.
He's just like wham bam bam, and
Yep.
then he doesn't need to do that thing where it's like, does my voice sound good? I sound like Chad.
Right.
Listen to me talk. But yeah, WRL is got it going on. All of the best because they have a really good product, and I am happy to be a customer.
Perfect. WRL, just like Stacy's mom. Thoughtcall, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Bye, Thoughtcall. All right.
Should we run an ad real quick? I feel like we haven't run an ad in
we're gonna
5
catch
hours.
our friends.
That's fine. We can catch them off guard since they haven't had to deal with literally any ads all day.
Fair.
Are our friends even still there? I know there was discussion about whether the
they're
friends...
doing it.
Okay, all right.
Discord's popping. I know. They're there. All right. Yeah, let's go say hello to Continental Tire, the single tire supplier, not the spec tire supplier as such. The exclusive tire supplier of the general production classes. We'll be back on DriversEye Live here in just a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Texas Endurance Super Prix here with the World Racing League. It's day one of the racing season, folks. It happened 2 weeks ago. Today is the first day of the endurance racing season. I'm Brian West. Alongside me is Brendan Kazmarek, at least in spirit.
Right here.
And then, and then JT, welcome. Oh, thanks for the pat on the back, Brendan. I appreciate it. JT Tammy has left us for some sim racing. I hope he's winning. Jordan Worth's on the controls. He's also just right back there in the control room, just right behind me in the kitchen. There's a little table right there, and Jordan's got his computer set up. And he's doing all the things. So yeah, we're all here together. The people ask me, where's everybody else? When they come up, having done this as long as we have, always shocks me. People come up, they're like, well, where's everybody else? I'm like, they're at home. What do you mean, where's everybody else? I've done it this way for 5 years.
We do this on a regular basis with literally every other series we cover. Well, where's Greg?
Yes.
Greg's not here. Well, but I heard
Where'd
it.
he go?
Well, yeah. You know.
Funny how that works. I think at some point we should all be on a Zoom call, and then if we're having a podcast mode discussion, our faces can be on the screen.
I feel like when you and I get into these spirited debates about various, the thing I need to see is your face.
People that are interested in endurance racing and people having goofy faces. We could become a meme, Brendan.
You know what I really don't want to see when I listen to him talk? No, I can't say this. Never mind. I'm going to get myself into trouble.
Who, me? You're talking about me right now? No, let's hear it.
No, who is the commentator you would least like to see talk when they talk?
Oh, well, you know.
What?
Anyway, I do know who you're talking about, unfortunately.
Do you?
Okay.
I don't know that you do.
I do. Oh,
I mean, like,
no, I was
professional
thinking...
commentators.
Oh, okay, that's... Okay, I thought... Got it.
No.
I wasn't sure you meant professional commentators. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
By the
Yeah,
way,
well, you know.
Full Torque Bonder in the chat asked who was talking before. That was Ryan West, our man who's here on the commentary. And the guest was Sadakal Khalsa, driver of the number 77 Kingpin Racing, Rob Walker Racing, Cargo Shorts Racing, Toyota Supra.
Yep. Lots of names.
Currently, as I pull up whatever window had the timing list on it, currently running in 5th.
They have more giveaway merch. I don't know if you can call stickers merch than any other WRL team I've ever seen. And then they gave me signed hero cards. I laughed and said, "Do you sign these for everybody?" And they said yes. And I said, "Wait, does MPC really have an autograph session?" And Sadakal was like, "Yeah, it's great." And then I look over at Rob Walker, and he's like shaking his head. So I'm like, I can't believe we have to do this. Great time.
I identify with Rob very deeply.
Yeah. Kindred spirits, as they say. Do you think WRL should have an autograph session? I think that would unironically be a fun time.
So I will say this. The opportunity to get up close to race cars, I think, is actually really valuable in engaging fans or people at a racetrack. Okay, let me frame this slightly differently. Right, when I was a kid and going to races, and I didn't really care what I was seeing. Right, it was just these are race cars and race drivers, and I'm close to them, and it's fascinating, and like I'm all the way in. Right, like I enjoy it for what it is. And that's all fine. As I've gotten older and as I've done more and more grassroots and amateur racing, I kind of acknowledge that, like, hey, what I'm doing here is mostly amateur racing. But the kids or people who are just being exposed to this kind of thing for the first time, it doesn't matter to them that it's grassroots or amateur. They're just things that go fast and make lots of noise. And the drivers are cool and badasses. Yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. And I think engaging people, even if we're only bringing a few hundred fans to Road Atlanta, which, by the way, is around this year that features a support series for the first time, right? Or the Radical Cup North America joining us on that Road Atlanta weekend, right? I think engaging however many people happen to turn up to that weekend and camping at Road Atlanta, finding a way to bring them in and let them see what goes on behind the scenes and let them get up close and personal to this stuff, I think matters. I think it can make a really big difference whether we know that it's grassroots or we know it's amateur racing or what is irrelevant. I think it's just incumbent on us as a series and us as not promoters, but as DriversEye Live to let people peek behind the curtain.
I think that Road Atlanta is the perfect place to do it because do you know when you would do it, Brendan? During the quiet hour. Do it just frankly. Do it just like how Farah does it.
Yeah.
Park all the cars right there on the front stretch or in pit lane, whichever way you want to do it. I would do the front stretch because then you can tell people you get to be on the track.
Yeah.
But park all the cars on the front stretch after the quiet hour. And then have that be like the fan walk around experience. And then do something with that time.
I actually hadn't thought about that.
Free hot dogs or something.
I actually hadn't thought about that. I was like, oh, how do you get people onto the grid when you start at 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, whatever?
No, exactly. I was thinking about that. And before you brought up Road Atlanta, I was like, oh, you could do it during the quiet hour.
Quiet hour. That is the answer.
Trying to think about how to do it at Barber, and like nobody's going to go out to Barber for that. And then you said, well, Road Atlanta has spectators. And I was like, oh, man, that's it. That's the one. People.
Hello, it's Cade.
It's Cade.
Oh, it's Cade.
It's Cade McKee.
Real
Cade
quick,
McKee is here with us.
Before we get on this pathway, I just want to say one other thing. Mike Anderson, if you open Road America to spectators, then yes, it would be packed.
I agree with that.
End of statement.
I think
Let's acknowledge that statement and hold on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's just there's no quiet hour. There's no quiet hour. But you can't do it in the middle of the race. You have to do it at 8 a.m.
or start at 9 a.m. I think if you invited people at Road America to come down onto the grid at 8,
I think.
You'd
I think
have to
people would
get
go.
the cafe open. if
Maybe.
you do that.
They would.
Anyway.
Cade!
All right. Anyway, that would be fun. Cade, yeah.
Yes.
Cade, do you want RJ's radio? You can call penalties for anybody else in GP1. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Cade, how's your race going? You guys have overcome a just terrible tragedy that you had yesterday.
Brian, can we remind everybody who Cade drives for?
To be disqualified from qualifying. Yes, that's
Great.
fine. Yeah, well, I mean, listeners know. The listener, the longtime listener knows who Cade McKee is. Come on, man.
So
anyway, Cade McKee with racing in the LS-powered BMW.
Yes. The number 29.
Yes. Overcoming some just absolute difficulties yesterday. What happened with that, man? Are you guys cheating? Are you cheaters?
You know, we often get that from quite a number of other GP1 cars. So. No, we were having issues at this when we were dynoing before this. Just randomly, we 5-6 horsepower umps here and there in the dyno
for fun.
Yeah,
nice.
And it seems that happened. So after qualifying, we took the DQ. We went back in the dyno and we redid it until we could get good beat.
Gotcha.
But yeah, and then in the morning we had a little issue. I don't know if you were.
The issues were being had, but we weren't sure what they were.
So we were having some throttle pedal issues where the pedal isn't like properly mapped, and once you go to full throttle, you get maybe 40 seconds. Even if you're off the gas, but 40 seconds since you went full throttle before it'd go into limp mode, which just turns it off. So I was actually cycling the master every time I was under brakes. And then we had that first full course caution, and we went ahead and recalibrated the pedal. But unfortunately, we did end up losing a lap there because we got passed by the pace car. But we got it back and then some. So
yeah, you fought back in a major way. Unfortunately, like, I did listen to the episode of Matt Farah's podcast, etc., and they talked about, you know, underdog teams at WRL and stuff. And like, how many more times can you guys show up and smoke everybody before you're no longer the underdog team? Because I know it's a family thing, and like that's really cool. But if you just keep coming and thumping everybody, like at some point you become the New England Patriots.
Well, I mean, if you ask them, they said we had a 400 horsepower.
Yeah, that's true. That's also true. I was like, not quite. Yeah, but at what point do you guys go into a weekend, not perfection, but like expecting to win? Do you still come into these like, oh, I hope we can do well? Or have you guys established level that this car is at in GP1 to the point where your expectation is, if everything goes correctly, we should be winning all of these?
I think we're at a level where we're coming into the weekend of no issues, no penalties, no setbacks. And no pit mishaps. We should absolutely be on the podium in GP and hopefully be on the top step. But you know, it just sometimes the race doesn't fall your way. So, but we're coming in with the mindset that it's very possible to win if you don't make any mistakes. So I mean, look, last year we finished one time off the podium, and it was here because we broke. So
yeah. And it seems like you've gotten that more under control as well. You were having problems with axles at one point. You're having problems with it was like oil leaking or something at one point.
Yeah. So the axles was more. Well, we only actually broke the axle once, but it was the wheel hubs were getting too hot in GTO just with the tires. Those tires were too much load on them. But we've also we changed up how we were preparing those bearings, so those in the wheel hubs, so those are lasting longer. We did have an oil issue where it was we were getting blow by in the valley throughout I think it was 24. We installed a catch can that's pretty much mitigated all that issues. I don't think we've really had any blow by issues. Well, from the engine, we haven't had any blow by issues. There seems to be just ever so slightly somewhere in the transmission since we've been to the LS. There's a leak somewhere where it will just, when you come to a stop, you'll get smoke coming through. Actually, although we didn't get it this morning, so.
Oh, there you go. Could be all solved then.
Yeah.
We were just watching the 77 try to stay ahead of the Porsche, the 888 Racing Porsche. Heck of a car from last year, of course.
Yes.
And it looks like they have managed to stay ahead as they come onto the stretch here. So we'll go to that at some point. So you're probably running, then, if you were saying that it's giving you like a 5 to 6 horsepower jump every so often, you're probably running 10 horsepower down then, right?
So, yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured. How big of a difference do you feel 10 horsepower in that car when you're like qualifying, for example?
I mean, you can't really tell that much. It's not something you feel as a driver, but it's something you can tell on the lap times, like a little bit. 10 horsepower is probably 2 tenths, maybe. So,
got it.
But it's not something like when you're driving out there that you feel, wow, the car is super slow. It's just affecting you every straightaway. You're just slightly slower. So
got it.
It's going to be an effect on the lap time. It's just not something you're going to immediately notice.
And you're not having to change how you're driving the car or anything like that. It's not some big change to make. That makes sense. How much are you changing the setup track to track?
It depends on the track to track, honestly, that we're moving to, but and the weather a lot also.
Okay.
And how the car is feeling in that weather. But we make some changes. Sometimes we unload it and we don't change anything. I don't think we changed anything here. We maybe changed some tire pressures, but we didn't really touch anything else on the setup. Coda, for example, we made a couple changes. Not huge, but we made changes throughout the practice day, and that's. Sometimes that's pretty typical, I'd say, that we'd make some changes. Daytona, for example, we make changes as we go the day as practice there.
And are you making like shock and spring changes, or are you making like toe changes? What setup?
Sometimes, yeah, damper changes most often. Sometimes spring changes, toe and camber as well.
Okay.
Tire pressures. Occasionally change the roll bar stiffness.
Okay. Are you changing the front roll bar or the rear, or both? Both?
It depends on what we've changed both.
Okay. And you have selectable roll bar stiffness. You're changing bars, right?
Yeah. It's got 3 positions.
We were having this discussion at my work before. Have you ever driven a race car that had no rear bar?
No.
Okay. No. Frequently, I will get a car into the shop, either a Jeep that has been poorly modified or something else, where the roll bar links and everything are like bent and everything's messed up. And my insistence is that we just remove the bar entirely. And then my coworker's like, you can't do that. I'm like, but no, you can. We're in the city. No one's going racing in this Corolla.
I should clarify, actually, I've driven a car without rear roll bar once because it broke.
Okay.
Not because it had no rear roll bar. But in F4 at Homestead, we had a roll bar break on the banking. When you
in F4?
Yes.
Okay. Of cars that I would drive with no roll bar, I wasn't thinking about an F4 car, to be honest. I'm more thinking of like a Miata, maybe an E36, maybe an E30. Probably not the car I would want to drive with no roll bar, an F4 car. Can you talk about that for a minute? I didn't know you drove F4 cars.
Yes, I drove F4 in 2020.
In 2020. Did you do that as part of the Academy?
No.
No? Oh, okay. Are you aware of the Academy?
I think vaguely.
Okay. Do you know who Gustavo Yakiman is? Yes. Okay, it's his F4 series. Yeah. Anyway.
Why were you running F4, Cade? What was that about?
Yeah. Why are you running F4 at Homestead?
My wallet.
Your wallet?
Yeah.
What? It's cheaper than this?
Too heavy.
No. Sorry, you're saying
his wallet.
I thought you were saying why
heavy.
didn't I rise?
Oh, just two. Yeah, exactly. Get kind of light in that wallet.
Sorry, no, I thought you meant white. Am I not still?
Oh no, that's no. I believe anybody who's no longer in single seaters. That is self-evident.
Was this a let's try and build up to a professional career? Was this a I want to go run open wheel cars for fun? Like, what was the deal? I don't think I knew this.
I was going to try to go up the ladder.
Okay.
It was but I just this fight we finished 5th in the championship. We had couple podiums, but it was just not something that we could have moved up, but the price would have been, or would have stayed in F4 actually and done another season, but it was just the price that was versus we ran our first WRL season the same year versus the track time. It was just didn't really make sense.
Right.
So
which F4 series was that?
US F4.
US F4. Oh, so it was real F4,
yes.
not the Academy. Got it. Okay. Fascinating. Did anybody of note finish ahead of you?
Well, multiple IndyCar drivers finished behind me.
That's good. Okay.
Yes.
Hey.
I like to hear that. That's good.
Nolan Siegel.
Oh, okay.
Who's the Chip Ganassi pay driver?
Alex Pillow.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and they're paying McLaren, as it turns out.
Yes. But the third.
The third driver. Who is the third driver? I should know this. The third driver on Ganassi.
Willpower.
No.
Yeah. Willpower, the paid driver. That's going to drive me crazy. I'm going to have to look it up. Kate's going to look it up. He'll look it up faster than I will. Anyway, okay. Nolan Siegel, like, he's somebody, you know.
Yeah.
Well, ish. He's no, I can't think of the IndyCar driver names right now.
Kiffin Simpson is the one I'm...
Kiffin Simpson.
Okay.
Got it.
Yes.
Kiffin Simpson, who would be the next racing sensation, according to Declan Brennan.
Yeah.
He was going to be a big deal. He may still be. Never know.
Looking for results here. I'm not finding results.
Finding results for USF4?
Not getting the results.
Are you doing the thing I do to my coworkers that talk about how well they played basketball in high school, and then I pull up maps in their face? I'm like,
oh, here
weird.
we go. I got
Looks
it.
like you played 4 minutes a game.
I got it. Cade McKee finished 5th in the Formula 4 United States Championship in 2020.
Yes.
No wins, but picked up a podium in race 1 at Barber.
Nice.
And 2 podiums at Sebring.
Yep.
Nice. Yep. On the bumps, TM.
Let's see. Who finished behind you in the standings? Bijoy Garg.
Yes.
Kiffin Simpson, Jake Bonilla, Nolan Siegel, Race Liberante.
Wow.
Pretty much all we got here.
That's all we got?
Yeah.
So Cade McKee is a better driver than Nolan Siegel. Cade McKee could be in a Chip Ganassi IndyCar seat right now.
I don't think I'd fit now, but
I mean, I would
wouldn't try.
Sam Paley. I feel like I know who Sam Paley is. Why do I know who Sam Paley is?
Oh man, that's right.
He's a Ford Junior driver actually now.
Ooh, okay. Do you remember those days, the heady days, when the Ford Junior drivers would get their own Multimatic program in IMSA Pilot or the Carrera Cup?
Yes. You said heady day. It was like 3 years ago.
It was 3 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I saw that he was like actually their factory driver at Andy Prio's son.
Yeah, Seb,
yeah, at Daytona. I was like, oh, that wasn't that long ago that he was like in the Multimatic Porsche. I had that as a livery on one of my sim cars at one point. It was a nice looking livery. Anybody else in your car that's doing open wheel stuff that I don't know about?
Open wheel, no.
No? Oh, okay.
We do have one driver currently that is doing Janetta that he joined us. Well, he's been a friend of ours for forever. We kart race with. He hasn't been driving cars with us in WRL since he joined with us last year at this race, actually.
Okay.
But he did Janetta last year and ended up winning the championship in Janetta. And so he's going to go do the one UK race that they get. I don't know if he's going to keep doing the season this year in Janetta, but yeah.
Gotcha.
That would be the only other pro racing
stuff that's going on. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, that was a heck of a thing. Yeah, well, I drove an F4 car with them. Sorry, what? When did that happen? Currently, the Screaming Goat car is keeping one of the TCB Supras behind, doing a pretty good job of that. We did get to see for a little bit some choice racing, Screaming Goat racing action.
Yeah.
I have not seen you guys, I haven't noticed at least, you guys on the track at the same time as the SoCal Wrestlers car. Circulating?
They are not
I haven't seen them in a while.
No. They're 82 laps down.
82 laps down. That is a lot of laps, to be fair. So that's too bad. They're having some teething issues with that car.
That's the other E46, correct? Yeah, we after we pit and came back out, when most of the GTO field went, they did pass us, but I think within maybe 5-10 seconds of them the rest of the stint. So he pulled away, but not. It wasn't like I was still within sighting distance of him the whole time. So we were actually really close. Weirdly, that car has a lot of power for what you'd expect.
I believe it.
I think it might have been one of the fastest GTO cars in a straight line.
Oh, in a straight line?
Yes.
Interesting. That's kind of cool. Of course, those guys, I'm sure you've listened to the broadcast, so you know, they have driven all sorts of cool things in endurance races, up to and including a like Craftsman truck, like an old one that was incredible. And I've really asked Troy several times, and I probably will ask him again if I see him this weekend, when he's going to bring that to WRL. And he's repeatedly told me no, and I'm disappointed that that's the answer.
Is the no because it's too hot? Or
I don't know what the answer is. I suspect it's not a pleasant car to drive in endurance racing, and they were driving that car 10 to 15 years ago.
I see.
As opposed to now.
Yeah.
But that's my assumption. I don't know if that's the case.
I've seen pictures of that car in all sorts of places that are not necessarily on the racetrack in what was supposed to be an endurance race. So,
what is a truck? So, you know, a little off-roading's fine for a truck.
Sure, yeah. I'd buy the idea that it's a little too difficult to drive and have fun in over, you know.
Sure was fun to watch, though, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Nobody ever really cracked that at the 25-hour, did they? We're going to run a stock car style car. Just never quite worked for anybody else. Because they had that one team that would run the like Fury Camaro thing.
No, it was a straight up late model. The guy ran it in like the Southwest
it was a late
Series.
Model.
Yeah, what was that guy? What's that team name?
And it was like silver or gray.
Something Southwest. Something.
Yeah.
No, that was Motorsport Services Southwest. I'm thinking of somebody else. Let me think about this.
Motorsport Services with Array Family Wineries.
But there has been quite a few fun cars at Thunderhill. There's been a couple Daytona types. There was an old Lola Mazda LP2, but without a Mazda engine
with the wrong engine. With that engine that team had for how many years did they try to make that engine work, Brendan? Like 5?
3 or 4 years, yeah.
Yeah, like just trying to cram the squarest peg into the roundest hole. Car that they bought that is perfectly serviceable for the thing they're going to do.
Well,
you know what? I'm not going to call AER and get another motor. I'm going to put this thing in it instead.
Well, I don't know if you saw when that car raced in IMSA in era, how many times it caught fire.
Oh, all the time.
So,
that was when they were also trying to put a square peg into a round hole.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, similar process, similar results. It's just a different peg, man.
Even the non-diesel ones had teething
some issues. Yeah.
Turns out making a 2-liter, somewhat stock road motor makes 600 horsepower reliably. It's not super easy.
And like everybody else, that was the advantage of that chassis in period, was that it would accept any motor.
Yes.
You could put anything you want.
The rules
literally any motor you want.
Yeah, the rules also allowed you to. It was Clean Blast David Racing Products, by the way.
Clean Blast, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Clean Blast.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That would have driven me crazy as well. And speaking of Screaming Goat, Thunderhill,
that'd be it's no longer at Thunderhill, but it's at Ozarks now. Remember?
No, it's not at Ozarks either.
Oh, the WRL round.
They canceled it again. WRL is going to Thunderhill.
No, they're going to try it again. Just so you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll believe it when I see it.
That'd be quite the drive for us. If you've noticed, most of our races that we've done
are all in like the Texas.
Well, no, it's just
sort of
the East Coast, not necessarily the West Coast. I think the only West race we did was High Plains, and that was not a fun race.
Okay, but Thunderhill will be a fun race, and you get to hang out with me. We can go do stuff.
It's just we don't know how many car count they're going to get at Thunderhill, because it's traditionally the West Coast races in WRL have been less cars.
Utah was good. That's the thing, is if everybody who goes, I don't know if I should go if there's not going to be enough cars. If everybody just went, then there would be enough cars. Mm-hmm. But it's got to be the change you want to see.
But it's also the travel, and for us, there's certain racetracks that we want to hit as top priorities.
Sure.
Thunderhill would be a fun track to go to, but I don't think it's one of our top priorities. I think that here is because it's A, it's a nice track, and B, it's close.
It's close, right?
Coda, of course, also close, great track. Daytona, it's pretty good for us. It's probably the biggest race in WRL, I'd say, in terms of both in length, but in terms of car counts and importance, I'd say it's the most important race of the season.
Okay.
And then the other tracks for us, like we're not doing Barber necessarily this year, but Barber's a track that we all love as drivers and love to be there. Road Atlanta, the same way. And something like Road America, while it's interesting of the track, it's too far in Wisconsin. Washington's pretty far away. It'd be fun to do those, but it's on the priority list.
All right, we'll talk to somebody. We'll talk to somebody today at some point that is going to Thunderhill. Yeah, no kidding. We gotta find a sponsor.
Surely the Supra that was built for Thunderhill, the 25.
Yeah,
it would be out there, but you never know. Okay, I guess they
moved though. Now they're in Michigan.
Here. Yeah, no, they're here.
Are they here now?
Toyota is like
no. I know Toyota headquarters is in Plano, but this team is based out of Michigan.
Oh, it is okay.
Yeah.
I figured they were where the Toyota headquarters.
No, they were at the proving grounds in Arizona, and then they moved up to Michigan. Okay. I'm sure they're here because there is a strong Toyota presence connection thing here, but you know, I would also hope that I have pictures of the 90 before it popped up in WRL. Fun fact on my phone because I went to Thunderhill that year. I don't know why I wasn't doing that year. I think that year was the year that I actually went in between a COTA race in between. Like I drove up there, watched Thunderhill, then drove home and called the race again on Sunday.
Fascinating.
Oh, I thought you meant to COTA. I was like, I don't think you could do that.
No. No, I watched that car at Thunderhill while WRL was at COTA. Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of, that car's pretty slow, but I don't know if it just came out of the pits or...
It pitted not that long ago. I don't know what's going on with that.
Who? This is the 90?
The number 90.
They've been pitting on a regular basis, although it actually looks like this stint's been okay.
No, they're slow right now.
Yeah, 20 laps.
Not going well. 77's still ahead of the Triple Light Racing Porsche.
Are they for position? I thought the car was in the lead.
I think the TCB car is in the lead. They are, but that is still for position.
Oh,
it's just not for first.
Okay.
It's for fourth.
Oh, what happened to the Triple 8? Weren't they in second?
The Triple 8 has also taken the first ever drive-through penalty.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. That
Do you think that's
back a little bit?
It's for pit lane violation. It's a change. I would like to see it probably give them a little bit more leeway on the when you have time to serve it.
Okay.
I think 2 laps is pretty tight on whether you can figure out if you have video to protest or not.
Sure.
I'd like to see 5 or 4 or something like that.
Okay.
It's not like it's a drastically big difference. It would make a big effect in the race, but it just makes the team's lives a little bit less complicated to do.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I gotcha. It's sort of like I don't know. I think of that the same way I think of how they do challenges in baseball right now.
Yeah.
Where the manager comes up out of the dugout and like holds his hand up, and they call the room, and then they talked about it, and then they're going to challenge it or not. And I'm of the opinion that you either are so confident that you didn't mess that up, you're going to challenge it right away, or let it go. So but I'm not the one spending money to go racing it. What do I know? There's a bee there. There's just a bee on the camera. Went away. I appreciate Jordan showing that. Really do.
Get a bee replay.
A bee play.
Bee play.
That was good. All right, Kate. So it sounds like you're going to have some other ventures out in the car this coming year. Anything else going on in the world of Cade? Any new girlfriend, new job, new diploma, anything like that?
No, nothing particularly exciting.
All right.
For me.
All right. Fair enough. Well, thanks for coming by to chat. We got an hour and 48 left here. We'll try to get stuck back in with the race here. Anybody you want to say hi to at home?
I don't know if anybody's watching, but I just want to shout out all the team that's been working on the car.
Okay.
And doing great. So.
All right, perfect. Cade McKee, Screaming Goat Racing. Thanks for coming and chatting with us, man.
It was good to chat with Cade. Screaming Goat Squad. He's kind of the only Screaming Goat driver we see these days. We see a lot of Brandon Warwis. Mostly just Cade. Cade came up in the middle of the Matt Farah hour back at COTA as well, which was a whole experience. Getting back to the race just a little bit, been trying to follow along with this while we were chatting there with Cade. Race leader is TCB Racing number 246. That is 30 seconds ahead of the stack racing number 678. If you are curious as to what happened to the other TCB 282, it just seems like it's been a lap time thing. Maybe a driver that's just not comfortable behind the wheel of the car. Finally dipped into the 209s, which is good. Fastest lap time we've seen, or one of the fastest lap times we've seen out of that car since the last pit stop, but it has dropped that car back to 6th in class. At the moment, Stoic Racing is 3 seconds, just 3 seconds off the back of the stack racing by Rapscallion Ligier in the battle for second. So that'll be coming together here shortly. Kingpin Racing sits in 4th, 1 minute and 4 seconds behind the Stoic Racing Supra. So that gap also not closing there either. The 888 Racing number 102 Porsche rounds out the top 5 at the moment, still drawing away from that TCB 282, but losing out at the moment to the Kingpin Racing number 77. Hour and 46 minutes left to go. We do still have another round of pit stops, and we'll almost certainly see a driver change out of a few of these cars. So let's wait and see how those battles come together, or don't, I suppose, over the next little while here. But battle definitely still on inside that top 4, and you can extend that to the top 5 if you like here. Good fight between Kingpin and 888 still going on as well. That's just a second and a half apart there at the back of the top 5. Your GP1 leader, as we mentioned, Screaming Goat Racing, which chatted with Cade McKee, 2 minutes 55 clear of the Team S Collective number 140 Porsche Cayman. That's 34 seconds ahead of the 3rd place car, which is the other Porsche Cayman, the 5th gear Motorsports 550. Ginger Racing, number 46. Pretty anonymous afternoon, all things considered. Sits back there in 4th, 4 minutes and 44 seconds is the margin up to the lead car. Really have the pace to be clawing time back on the 5th gear car at the moment. Same goes for Choice Racing, number 522. They round out the top 5. 2 minutes 18 seconds behind the Ginger 46. GP2 we haven't talked about much either because it's just been so dominantly consistent from the Palomar Racing number 83. Gonna go try and get another national championship this year, you'd have to assume, after falling just short last year. Fast Track Racing number 986, the first of the 2 GR86s, sits there in 2nd, 31 seconds ahead of the team car number 989. And then it's a big drop back to the AOA Racing number 55 that sits in 4th. 23 minutes is that margin there, 9 laps plus from 3rd back to 4th. Lil Hee Hee Racing, the 97, back in P5. Garage 66 is still lapping out there, and lapping quite quickly at the moment. They are likely to pick up the spot here on Lil Hee Hee Racing, lapping 10 or 11 seconds quicker to get themselves back into the top 5. It's just happening so far behind the class leader, we kind of lose track of it. But 2:10.8 last time is the quickest GP2 car in the field. And yeah, able to pick up probably just that once, maybe 2 spots here to get back up into 4th in class before the end of the day.
What a great rundown. I appreciate that, Brendan.
Yeah, man.
That rundown presented by the letter A.
We also had a question in the chat earlier asking if 4048 had just pitted. It was a while ago. It was when Cade first popped up into the booth. 4048 pitted. They also picked up a drive-through penalty.
Ooh.
And another drive-through. No. Sorry, just the one. My fault. Just the one. Visor up, team elected drive-through. So it's a class
have to
one.
know, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And realistically, the only teams that I think are going to genuinely protest are the ones that have the big, like, IMSA-style overhead gantry with the, you know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about that has that setup. Anyway, they're not here. I don't think that's going to happen very often.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know when they made the mistake, and it's just going to be like, yeah, okay.
Well, so like Cade was saying, right, the rule as it's currently structured only gives you a 2-lap window to decide, yes, we're going to go pursue challenging this, no, we're not.
Right.
2 laps, that's 3 minutes, and that's 3 minutes from the time it's assessed. So for you to have to dig back and say, okay, do we have video of it? Do we not have video of it? How hard is it to go get? What are we likely to actually be able to see the infraction from the onboard camera or the whatever? If you bet and you guess wrong on the 1-lap penalty, you are hurting yourself probably 2 to 2.5 times worse than you would be if you would just take the drive-through. I like it as sort of a, as you said, like baseball, football type challenge system.
Right.
That does carry a bit of risk reward to it. But I think, given the time constraint, more often than not, you are likely to select the drive-through just as a matter of...
Well, it's a hedge, right? Because the thing that I heard the most was like, oh, I can't believe it's a one-lap penalty for a pit infraction. They shouldn't be that stiff, blah, blah, blah. So it basically gives, effectively, the complainers an out. Where it's like, hey, man, if you think the penalty wasn't fair, there's an avenue for you to contest that.
Yes.
If you're extremely confident, like extremely confident that you have it nailed down, then like, yeah, you should do it. And that's what takes away the whole like, well, X, Y, Z thing happened and I don't think it did. It's like, okay, if you really think that, then you should take the risk, quote unquote, of proving that you didn't. In the meantime, we're going to make that penalty less harsh for other people. So then you can't complain, oh, why'd I get a drive-through? I didn't actually do that. See, here's my proof, but I already did my drive-through. You guys hosed me. Then you can flip it back on like, well, hey, if that's the case and you had proof, you could have told us, and that's, up to you. So I don't know.
Yes, I do think it's too stiff a penalty, it shouldn't be that harsh, is a little bit disingenuous considering you get a freebie.
I do too.
Like technically it's a half.
And I heard that from more than one person.
Fraction. No,
more
I know.
Than one person told me that.
I do get the frustration of, oh, it's such a small thing, we only got a one-lap penalty. But like, no, you did two small things, and then you got a one-lap penalty. Is the reality of the situation.
Right.
And at the end of the day, it's the same rule set for everybody. Like, if you don't want the penalty, don't make the errors. Don't commit the infractions.
Yep, I agree. Well, they're racing drivers, so they'll always... I thought that was
they
always...
shouldn't be racing drivers in the pit lane.
No, they're racing drivers. They'll always want to do the least safe, fastest option. So, you can't really penalize them for that because they're just going to do that anyway. That's why, we shouldn't have yellow flags during the
I don't
race.
know where this voice came from, but I'm not sure I'm a fan.
That's my, person complaining on the internet voice.
Oh, okay. All right. Here.
That was also the voice of people
Racer
who thought they knew what they were talking about with chocolate. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
678 shown as
racer
off.
comment section.
Is that a pit stop for the 678? What's pit stop for Screaming Goat? Must be a pit stop. You see the 678 out there anywhere, Ryan?
Is that the red one or the blue one?
The blue one. It was last seen 4 minutes ago, so we should be getting back to reacquisition time here.
I do not see it.
This is a wrinkle.
I do see the red and white one. I do not see the blue one. Look how wrinkler.
Yeah. I think we may have a problem for the second of the stack racing with Rapscallion PGA JS2Rs. This makes it a Toyota Supra 123 at the moment, 246 from 87 from 77. And after, I think it's fair to say, what has been the strongest run we've seen from one of these Ligiers?
Yeah. Strong weekend for both of them.
Oh, now we see it on track. It's come back out 5 minutes 8.
All right, here comes can 4.
Was the lap time.
I hear you.
Man. Drops it behind the 282 from TCB and obviously the 888 as well. The real downside here is it's not even in a window to make it home on one more without having to stop again. I mean, the real downside is they lost 5 minutes, but it's, I guess, insult to injury that they're still going to have to do a splash before the end of this.
Right. Splash and dash.
I think we've gotten rid of that term from the racing lexicon, haven't we?
I'm trying to bring it back.
Have we only gotten rid of it because NASCAR doesn't have green flag pit stops at the ends of races anymore?
Jordan, when was the last time you heard somebody use the phrase splash and dash?
In NASCAR terms, never.
You never heard the splash and dash?
Splash and go.
Really?
Splash and go.
That's
where did I get
usually what
splash
they
and
would
dash
say.
from?
I feel like splash and dash hung around.
Was that just an a NASCAR 2003 thing? I think Splash and Dash was a thing. And we both remember it, which means certainly somewhere. All right, anyway. Do they still do Splash and Go, Jordan?
Very rarely does the situation ever come up anymore.
Yeah, see, like I just said.
Well, that's what I figured. Yeah.
But Jordan now has to be more diplomatic about it, so.
That's true.
With the way the races naturally play out now, the situation does not arise.
Yes, the massive increase in the number of cautions very naturally occurring at the ends of NASCAR races these days. DCB race, that's a change in the GTO lead, is it not? Yes, so pit stop for the 246 hands the lead back over to the 87 from Stoic Racing.
Sorry, just before we go away from this,
yeah.
Jordan, what's more likely? You getting in trouble from iRacing for something you say on your stream while not actually on iRacing, or you getting in trouble from NASCAR for something you say during this?
iRacing.
iRacing?
Yes. I feel like I'm already actively disliked in the iRacing office, so that it's inherently more likely.
That's what I figured. Okay, anyway. Lyndon.
Yeah. I was just looking at the last time we saw Stoic in the race lead.
That was when TCB passed them at like 3.5 hours to go.
It was lap 90. I have the number. It was lap 90, so 67 laps ago.
So about 2 hours ago. Hell yeah, I nailed it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Well done.
I'm paying attention. People think I don't pay attention. I'm paying attention.
I will say it's a lot easier to pay attention when you're not at the racetrack.
I disagree. I find that my mind wanders substantially when I'm at
Oh, it does, but that's only 2 sensory inputs, whereas I'm at the track, my mind wanders, and there's also like 7 other sensory inputs. I can handle 2 to 3.
I find that my mind wandering less, other than keeping track of all the things that I can keep track of here and trying to make them. To be honest, the Wi-Fi thing not working for the first 3 hours really messed with me. I could not get into anything. Anyway.
So I often think about whether or not we should be asking, or could be asking Greg Creamer to join us here in the DriversEye Live Global Data Center for
Daytona
World Racing League race. Well, yeah, so there is that. But part of me feels like it's cruel and unusual to ask guys who are used to doing like 3-hour segments on TV to just sit in front of their computer for 8 hours at a time and just talk and just keep talking.
I don't know if I want to subject Greg Creamer to doing that. Like, it was one thing when Greg Creamer at Faro was like, hey, I need your help covering this enduro. I know you know how to do it. And I tried my best, and he was complimentary enough, but I'm aware that I am not the caliber of person that he's used to dealing with. But for him to come be the guest in our realm, I feel like he's going to be like, what the hell are you guys doing? What do you do here?
Yeah.
What
We
is it
get
you
our
say
first
you would
20-minute interview with Sadakal, and he's just like, I think I'll just prorate this. You guys are good.
Look, man, if Greg Creamer wants to come do, go ahead. Oh, yeah, a little slippery.
Off and on
little
there,
slidey boy.
Drop 2 wheels.
If Greg Creamer wants to come and do CODA with us and we can get it paid for, and he wants to take like a 3-hour break in the middle, I'm totally cool with that. That's totally fine with me.
No producer, like there's nobody guiding where we take the coverage, just do our bouncing around. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he got to where he was pretty okay with that, and he did exceptionally well with it at Spring Mountain. But also that was a sprint race that was only 10 laps long or whatever. So, and there was 2 very defined battles that were visually exciting.
I mean,
to follow. So
10 laps in, 25, 30 minutes in, we're just getting warmed up. Like
that's true.
Yeah, we've talked about maybe a quarter of the field at that point.
I still have this theory in the back of my head that specifically at Daytona or Homestead, I could be wearing this headset, call the race, and do the rooftop racing at the same time.
I think you seriously overestimate your ability to multitask.
Oh, I could do color. I don't think I could call the race live, but I could definitely color that. I think that would work. The thing is, multitasking when I'm very clear about the fact that the thing I'm going to be doing is mediocre at both. But I only want to be doing one thing if I'm meant to be doing it the correct way. And I'm like specific about it being perfect.
Kingpin has dropped all the way back to 6th and now rejoins. 4:10.785 was the stop time, so that'll be Sadakal in the last stint and a half or so. Yep.
Ready to go.
TCB 282 and Stack 678. 2:28 lap time for the 102. What happened there? Quick spin. Yep, spinning continue. Turn 15.
Easy to do. You just throttle. Who among us hasn't been on iRacing? You just throttle up a little bit too early. You really trust that, like, no, it's a Porsche, it's going to grip. And you get the throttle way too aggressive, and it just goes around. Hasn't done that. Jordan, am I right in saying our only camera failures today have been failures of the mount itself and not actually?
I have got some bad news for you on that front. You just mentioned turn 15. Guess what? We've lost turn 15.
Turn 15.
Turn 15 out.
Tough.
Ugh.
For those of you who are turn 15 fans, he is.
Wait, turn 15. I can fix that one. Should I go fix it?
Go for it.
All right.
Turn 15 is the Rick Mast of turns at Eagles Canyon. Running 35th.
What did Rick Mast do to deserve that?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know Rick Mast.
Rick Mast.
I know about Rick Mast. No.
Rick Mast.
What do you think Rick Mast is up to?
Hanging out.
Was he the guy that went on the Dale Jr. podcast and talked about his carbon monoxide, long-running carbon monoxide?
Yes, his career got cut short because of that, yeah.
Why was it just him? What happened there?
No, I'm sure it wasn't just him, but I think his was just the most severe, and I think he also had some other underlying health problems that exacerbated it.
Yeah, sure. It's fair.
What a beautiful day in Decatur, Texas. There we go. That's where we are.
Most days it is Decatur. I've been to Decatur once. It's actually not that bad. There's it's not like it's not close enough to the Dallas metro area that you could, after the race is over, like go into Fort Worth, and go hang out.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's pretty. Ooh, almost fell over. It's reasonably pretty country up there, and nice time of year to be there. It's not overwhelmingly hot.
Yeah, this looks like this would be miserable in July.
I think so. I've been fortunate enough that the times I lived in the plains, I did so in the spring and the fall, where it was exceptionally pleasant. I've never done the sweltering heat thing in either Texas or Oklahoma.
That's what I thought while in Tulsa. I was like, this is nice in January. I don't think I want to be here in August.
Yeah. I mean, March and April, you really could get anything. You get temperatures in the 80s, temperatures in the 30s. We got ice storms and snowstorms. We got tornado warnings. I mean, you really run the gamut there in a span of about 7 weeks.
Coming up.
Tulsa.
I
do miss the WRL trip to Hallett. Hallett is my favorite racetrack in the country.
It's not on there.
No. Nope. It got kind of put aside there in favor of Ozarks for a year. And I think we went back to Hallett, but the car count just wasn't really there. And so we moved on.
But the Burt brothers are there.
As trade-offs go, like giving up Hallett for Watkins Glen for, double the car count or whatever it was seems like a fair trade to me. I do miss the Hallett. Alex Green, I love Hallett. I really do believe that like 80% of people who have gone and either raced there or flagged there or just been and kind of experienced it, I really do think they kind of fall in love with it. It is the best club racing track in the country, and I don't think it's really debatable. The places that just don't have all the amenities of the pro and the spectator facilities, it's a great little spot. And it races really well. But, alas.
Oh, trouble.
Oh. That is a backwards Cajun Canuck. Truly the epitome of all things Acadian. Number 555 out of 7th place in GP1.
Well, let's grab a replay here.
Instant. Oh, yep,
It
too
just
much speed on the
swapped
way
ends
in.
on him. Yep.
Yep, once it hit the grass there with no grip, it was all over. I'm going to provide a little shout out here to a car I don't think we've mentioned once all day. That's Singler Racing Team, the number 13. 9th place out of 12 at the moment in GTO, and kind of just been picking off positions as attrition has become an issue. But they're now ahead of Lupe Tortilla, AOA Racing at 54, SoCal Rustlers in the 181. And I mean, they're not terribly far off the back of the Stack Racing with Rapscallion number 669. So it is there for them if they stay on track, and it's kind of just what they've been doing, even though they do show themselves at the moment as being about 6 laps down. Elsewhere in GTO, your lead margin is 56.2 seconds, coming down just a little bit between 87 and 246. 246 is going to owe us a stop here. Last up pit stops for these cars. 33 laps. Oh, 246 was already in. So Stoic will drop when they come in. Remember, from way earlier, they were a little off sequence. .102 was last in at... Been a long time for the 102. 123. They're on 38 laps. Is that math right?
I have got some news for the Turn 15 fans.
It's back.
We're back.
We haven't zoomed.
You know, I don't mind the nice panoramic of it.
All right.
You get the whole corner here.
You do. I do like detail.
No, I understand. But, it's like an artistic shot here for a little bit. You get a nice panoramic of the final complex.
Yeah. Having that high cirrus helps as well.
Right.
Yeah, it's a little depth. Anyway, that late car is getting dangerously close to being able to make this without an extra stop. 38 laps, 39 laps. That's getting on for an hour. I mean, that is over an hour and 20 minutes, which is about what we're going to have left. I wonder if they've been in max fuel save mode on that car. A bold strategy. Also explains why cars like Kingpin and Stack Racing with Rapscallion, okay, yes, it was a long stop for Stack Racing, but they dropped as far as they did because we didn't get the equivalent pit stop, or haven't had the equivalent pit stop yet for the lead trio there in GTO. Putting ourselves up for a little battle here for second in GP1 as well. S Collective and Fifth Gear Motorsports. If you recall all the way back to our red flag and second full course yellow of the day, that GP1 class was split, and it gave Team S Collective an advantage out in front of the field of something like 1 minute and 45 seconds. So obviously Screaming Goat clawed all that back and more. Fifth Gear never really got back into that conversation, but they've kept at it, and now are within 19 seconds of the other Cayman in that field. We'll try and take the fight for the second spot on the podium here. They're each only going to owe us one more stop before the end. That should be all fair. Suzanne Shields may ask who is currently driving the number 102. I don't have that information. I think maybe if I refresh Red Mist, I'll get something. Nope, I don't have that information. What kind of onboards do we have at the moment, Jordan? Anything good? Toyota R&D. That's good stuff. Stack. 669. Like that. Oh no. Screaming Goat? No. We out on Screaming Goat? Oh boy. Take that as a no more Screaming Goat. Not really. Yeah. Went down during the pit stop, I guess, and then popped back. Now we've got a pit stop from Fifth Gear Motorsports.
Hello.
The first of those two Caymans to make a stop. Oh, thank goodness.
It's gone that long.
No. No, you did well. There comes Fifth Gear. Out of the lane, as the kids say.
The pit lane's so chopped.
What does that mean? I think I know what
Bad.
that means. Oh, okay.
Bad. Oh, the Stoic car just went through on the TCB blue car, whichever one that is.
I think that car's a lap down.
Oh, okay.
The 282?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know what screens I'm supposed to have up when. This is a mess.
It's a disaster.
I do have a small monitor sitting right here next to me as well. I could just as easily plug in. You know.
But you have enough HDMI cables.
Yes, oddly, that's not a problem I have. Nor
that's good.
bullet power cables for some reason. You know,
What, like what, bourbon?
Not bullet. No, what do they call those? The you know, like the big kind of hexagonal pronged cables with the 3 slots in them, like you use for monitors. I have so many of those.
Just like a power supply cable, like for like a computer.
Well, not every computer uses those, but yeah. I'm
Most
sure they all
have like a conventional power supply.
Yes. Anyway, I have so many of those.
This mixer is the first and only time I've interacted with a USB printer in some time. Indeed, all of the mixers.
Oh, the USB-B?
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe I have one for my thermal printer.
Oh, that's right, that you take with you. That's right.
Which I forgot last time when I went to Sebring. Yeah.
Oof.
It was unfortunate. There's a 102. So that should be last stop of the day for the Triple I.
It's a long time.
Racing. Yes.
An hour
however,
and 17.
Yep. They
Brad
went
McCall
from...
routinely ran that car out of fuel.
No kidding.
so
my favorite
I don't
memories
know,
of
man.
that car when it was stopped onto the side of the road out of fuel. 123 was the previous stop before this one at 164. So 41 laps. I mean, 2 minutes a lap, right? That's
80
right
minutes.
in the window, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Fair enough. Maybe round 3 just didn't know how to read a fuel gauge. Could that be the problem?
It feels like probably a classic case of just overthinking things.
Do you think Brad McCall's listening to this broadcast right now?
Yes.
You do? See, I think he's out. I think he's out.
Deeply closeted WRL fan.
Some would say the deepest possible closet.
Hello to Brad McCall at home.
Hello to Cole Lofsgaard.
What's Cole doing?
I think
recording
Cole's
any
more
cooking videos?
Cole's more likely to be watching than Brad. That's my take.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's nice to just be racing again, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've been racing for a month, but yes.
No. Well, yes, but I mean, specifically.
Oh, you mean
here.
fun racing? You mean good racing?
No, because. Well.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Oh boy.
I mean, I had fun racing last weekend. I've somehow drawn the straws to be able to do the broadcasting for the 2 most fun series we cover.
Yeah.
Purely in terms of on-track product.
I don't.
Spec Miato's usually a fun watch, but like, I don't know, some of the GT races, man, like the big bore class.
Yeah.
Some of those I try to watch. It's like, oof, like this is real tough.
Every broadcast I've done so far this year has involved something extra or like unusual, where I'm just I agree to do something extra and then I thrash to try and get it done, and it's just like it takes the enjoyment out of the weekend. It's not there's nothing just straightforward and simple about it, you know. Whereas here you just kind of get to settle in.
I took on that challenge this weekend.
Yeah. Charlie Stryker, do we know who in GTO still needs to do a pit stop? Hello, Charles. Stoic 87.
Not the 102.
Correct. That's, I think, the only one that's definitely safe. I think both the 87 and the 246 are going to need one, although the 246 is probably just going to be a splash. Their stint was 118 to 156. It's only 38 laps, and they pitted, already 11 laps ago, so that's not going to work. DAC Racing by Rapscallion will certainly need one. And then 282 might need 2. Try and find its last stop here. Really last in at 122? 43 laps? Yeah, I guess that 282 is probably good. So the Porsche is the only one that doesn't need another stop. It is 3 minutes and 4 seconds off the back of the off the back of the race leading car, and oh, sorry, no, I have that wrong. It's 4 minutes 10 seconds off the back of the 87 race leader. It's 3 minutes 4 off the back of the 246.
Trouble.
Oh, that is 214.
Yeah.
Do not see that car off the track very often.
There was another car involved here.
Oh, man.
My.
Absolutely drilled by the 555.
Yeah, that's well.
Yeah, that door didn't look particularly open, and even if it was, I don't think the 555 was anywhere near close enough to be able to get that done.
Indeed. That's...
Yeah. This is also where I learned that Jordan doesn't move the dots on the replay cameras.
He
moves them on the main cameras.
Yep. I don't want to call...
I didn't even think about it. Oh, there's a 2 off and on for the 550.
I don't want to call balls and strikes here. I feel confident saying that that's going to result in a penalty.
Yeah, we don't need Steve DeBrecht for this one. I think
that's
that's
a tough
one. It is. And look, I mean, sometimes you get suckered in, and you think, oh well, this door's open, I'm just going to go for it, and then you get into the ABS, and the ABS feeds back, and then you're just not stopping the car. Like that happens. But contact is contact here. I am confident in saying if I were behind the wheel of the 214, I would not be anticipating a move up the inside from a car that far back in that corner.
It's the trapezoid of danger, or whatever.
Yeah, whose thing is that? Randy Pope's?
That's Randy Pope's, yeah.
Yeah.
Trapezoid of danger. Diamond of danger. Oh, that's alliterative. Diamond of danger. We're gonna keep that one.
Diamond of danger?
Or
I don't think it's a diamond, though. Because Diamond of Danger insinuates that it has an equivalent angle at the entry point, which is just not the case. Vortex of Danger.
Well, it's
the vortex.
Like a rhombus. Like a rhombus.
It's the rhombus of risk.
Yeah.
Because the one vortice starts at your front left
Vortice!
corner.
Man, it's a vortex. You cannot have one vortice. Holy cow.
Fine.
It's like trying to have one alumni. You have an alumnus. Or an alumna. You do not have one alumni. You do not have one vortice. Like saying apices, and then, well, yeah, when I got to the apice in the corner.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Ironically, Vortex of Danger pointed out by @Cajun Canuck Racing. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate your sacrifices to the bit. Really do.
Oh, no. That's, what did Santa Claus say earlier? Meme aware.
I think so, yeah. You know what? I respect it deeply. Deeply respect it. Well done. Thank you. New fans, if you have stickers, please send them our way.
Yes, absolutely. I will facilitate all sticker transfers. When I went to change the Turn 15 camera, I saw the Kerdog car parked in its garage.
Oh, all right.
So, disappointed.
Yeah.
I didn't bring the hat. Do you know what I haven't gotten all weekend, though, Brendan? A single comment about my IROC hat.
Oh, did you buy an IROC hat?
No,
no, it's the one your coworker gave me.
It was the one I was given. It's an old one, and I've been wearing it. Not a single person has said a word about it. I'm very disappointed. I wasn't doing it for the attention, but I thought it was cool enough that people would be like, "Whoa, is this an IROC hat?" And nobody's.
So when I was marshalling back in the day. At the Rolex 24, a lot of people would just give away old stuff or trade stuff, if they had old racing memorabilia. And there was a hat. It was an all-white, trucker hat sitting on this exchange table from NASCAR Winter Heat, which was the original trial event for the Super Truck Series at Tucson Raceway Park or whatever it was back in 1994. And I saw it there, and I declined to take this hat. Thought about it. I was like, oh, I'm never going to wear this because I don't like trucker hats because I was,
Sure. They weren't in yet.
They were not in yet. And I regret it constantly.
Yeah, I believe that. The weather has not been appropriate for me to wear my Tequila Patron Scott Sharp NASCAR jacket. And I'm a little disappointed.
Shouts to Ed Brown.
Yeah, no kidding. Thanks, Ed, for hooking it up with this cool number 9 Acura jacket. Don't know why those were made. Can't imagine they sold very many.
Wait, is this a Highcroft jacket or an Extreme Speed jacket?
I believe it is a Highcroft jacket. But it doesn't say Highcroft
if it's an Acura,
anywhere.
Yeah,
it does,
Highcroft.
It's Acura, but it doesn't say Highcroft anywhere. It just says Tequila Patron 9. And the 9 is in blue.
Oh,
yeah, so it's
9,
Highcroft.
Yeah. Oh, and blue. Because the Ferraris were just black and green, and I think there was a silver and green.
Yeah. Well, what was the number board number is what I think the blue was supposed to be.
Oh, right. They were also occasionally orange when they were on fire.
Well, don't talk about Autocom like that. They were orange when they weren't on fire also.
That's true. It's true. Technically.
Did you realize that that engine would want to win Le Mans in GT? Or was it not Autocon? Who was it that ran that 3.5-liter twin turbo in an LMP2 car before it actually went into everything else? It wasn't Autocon. It was some other.
What? When?
No, they did. No, Brendan. They did not win.
Are you talking about? No. I said when. When?
When? It would have been ALMS like 2010, 2011.
I think it was a 4-liter twin turbo. Wasn't the AER engine back then a 4-liter twin turbo?
No. This was after the AR. It was a Ford. And I remember them talking about, I don't know if it was Autocon or who would it have been. It was one of these LMP2 teams that like showed up occasionally and was bad when they came. And it was one of these where they're like, yeah, they're coming back, and they got this new Ford engine that's based on the one that goes in the pickup truck now, and it still was bad. And then like 2 or 3 years later, it ended up in the back of the, or probably 2 years later, it ended up in the Daytona prototype.
Big Ganassi car, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually don't know.
Was it Autocon? It ran for like 1, maybe 2 races. I think one was Laguna. One was, I want to say St. Pete, but I don't think they went St. Pete in
There we
that
go.
time
10
frame.
tenths for him. I'm going to get the answer.
There we go.
First thing coming out is that Roush Yates will be offering a Ford EcoBoost Turbo V6 for the P2 class. Also a technical partnership with Lola.
It was in a Lola. I do remember that.
Same engine as in the Ford Taurus SHO, 3rd generation.
Yep. Same engine that's in everything that has the Ford 3.5-liter twin turbo.
But I don't think this was in an LMP1, was it?
No, it was a P2.
Okay, so it was second. It was like the late gen P2.
It was before P2 went closed cockpit only.
Right. So it was when they forced them to use production blocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or
okay.
like the GTE engines would work or whatever. Yeah.
No.
Or
So
GT2,
yeah,
I guess.
2011 and on.
Would have been 12, 11 or 12 probably, because it was 13. Because 13's the year I went, so it would have been 11 or 12. Because 13 was the year they had all the real cars. Was 12 the year that it was Conquest and Level 5? So it must have been 11.
11 Teams Championship LMP2 Level 5. I think it was the only team. United Autosports also ran one, it looks like.
Oh, maybe it was. Well, it might have been United. No, because United would have run for like Sebring or something.
Yeah. 2011 held. No LMP2 entrance in. Oh no, that's not true. Dyson did. Oh no, that was the combined year.
11 was the combined year?
Yeah.
Okay, so it would have been 12 then.
P2, Project Libra, Radical SR10.
Project Libra, yes.
Ford Roush Yates
Yes.
EcoBoost in an SR10.
It was in an SR10 though. Okay.
Yeah.
I would have lost a lot of money. I would have bet you $10,000 that it was a Lola. It was a 3.2,
Yeah.
but it was still the twin turbo and it was the Roush.
Driven by, would you like to guess literally any of the drivers?
Give me 1 second. Project Libra.
You're not going to get any of these.
Was one of them the guy that was on Dinner with Racers that's like a friend of Ryan Eversley? And it was like a really depressing show about how they like his career basically folded. And this was one of the last. Maybe he was an Autocon. Maybe that's what it was. I can't think of his name right now. Go ahead and read the list to me.
Andrew Prendeville.
Okay, I vaguely have heard that name.
Who did 3 seasons in Firestone Indy Lights.
That's probably why. Yep, okay.
Rusty Mitchell.
Who is Rusty Mitchell? That's somebody.
He did some Star Mazda stuff. He ran for Intersport for a little while.
Intersport.
Yeah, he did like 6 Indy Lights races in 2011.
Okay.
And Duarte Felix da Costa.
Wow.
And
You're right.
Antonio's half-brother.
Half-brother. Wow.
Yeah.
You're right. I would not have listed any of those.
No. Matt Guyver in the chat. Burt Brothers, formerly known as Utah Motorsports Campus, has changed ownership again. Is that an again, Matt? Like since we were there again?
No, I think it's my understanding, and Matt knows better than me, is that the ownership had quote unquote changed, but now the actual new ownership has taken over. Was
right. So that's right, because RJ was having like first new meetings with the new ownership when we were there, but they weren't like fully installed yet. Yeah. Okay. Who owns it now?
The Burt brothers.
Do they?
Presumably. I don't know.
Well, Geely owned it, right?
Geely? What, like the Chinese car company, Geely?
I thought so.
Could be. No, didn't Ford just announce? Hang on a second.
No, Geely bought UMC in 2018.
Oh, so Geely sold it. Okay.
I guess so, yeah.
Fascinating. Why would Geely be UMC? Weird. I thought Ford just announced that they were going to be seeking partnerships with Chinese auto manufacturers to set up manufacturing here. And I thought I was about to get a story open, but guess not. All right. Anyway, Project Libra. How many races did they enter? 2?
Just 1.
Was it Laguna?
It was round 3. I already closed the tab.
Round 3, so it would have been Sebring, Long Beach, Laguna. Yeah, probably.
Here we go. It was 6 hours at Laguna. Yep.
Well, that would have been the last 6 hour. As I recall, that car did not last an hour, much less 6 hours.
Yeah, they dropped it to 4 for the following year.
Yes, which was the year I went. And then they made it into one of these lame races.
Yeah.
IMSA is not an endurance championship, it's a sports car championship. Not all the rounds need to be endurance.
You know what? You don't... Sorry, I just clicked forward onto the 2014 United Sports Car Championship schedule. The highlight of the calendar. Standalone prototype challenge round, 2 times 45 minutes at the Kansas Speedway Roval.
I forgot about that.
That is...
They wanted to get the same number of events or something, and there wasn't enough room for all the cars at Long Beach or whatever. Yeah.
Presumably somebody had inked a long-term contract with Kansas Speedway. Like, well, we're going to do this, but... That's quite funny.
Big yikes. What a time.
I've added timing so many times today.
You have. I appreciate your commitment to timing success.
To be fair, I think the person we need to appreciate commitment for is Joseph, who has been fixing and then breaking and then fixing things basically all day.
Nice.
Brian Griggs has also been sending information along.
Good. Got a lot of good people in the chat. What? Can we customize the tower to make the driver name appear more frequently in the rotation of gap, car, sponsor?
If we get, maybe it's time for a rethink of what data we do and don't show there anyway. Yeah, we'll talk about that one.
All right. I think it should show all of them. I just think there are some which should show more frequently than others.
Try this again.
On board the Rapscallion. Bunch of Rapscallions. Their cracked window. Oh man, that's. Oh.
There we go. Timing should be re-updated now.
Nice. All right. Good. Well, 57 minutes to go here. Should we run one more ad? I think we should run an ad. I'm gonna declare it. I say that we are running an ad as Brendan walks away to go to the restroom. 1 hour to go. We'll go green flag to the finish here from Eagles Canyon Raceway, just outside of Dallas, Texas. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Eagles Canyon Raceway here in Decatur, Texas. That is what the address says. I checked. It does not say Denton. It says Decatur. In North Texas, just outside of Austin. Fly into the Dallas airport to get here. Or, I'm sorry, not outside of Austin, outside of Dallas. Lord forbid I confuse the two.
Did you fly into the Dallas airport or the Dallas-Fort Worth airport?
I flew into the Dallas-Fort Worth airport. My apologies. I don't think of Love Field as a real airport. The same way I don't think of Oakland as a real airport.
Okay.
It's like
well,
it's basically
we can dive into that later.
Not a real. Same way that like the Long Beach airport, even though I love it, is also not a real airport.
Okay.
Anyway.
Talk about that one in therapy.
That would involve having a therapist, Brendan.
Oh. Something insurance. I don't.
Actually, my insurance is incredible, and I still don't have one. It's like more like something time, something 90-minute commute each way.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyway.
Any excuse.
You know what? I had Gino Manley. Yeah. Well. Anyway, I had Gino Manley yesterday before the drivers' meeting. No, you can do both, man. I can do. I know that you can do both. And so now I'm thinking about it, and He's like, I do both. It works. I'm going more than you are. I'm like, that's true, but yeah, well, and if I do both, I could probably live next to my work. Like, all right, like maybe. So anyway, potentially on that. Still got to mull that over. Don't feel great about it.
Sure.
Gino Manley, childless, also. Fair to say.
Yes, yeah, that also. Let's just very quickly here run, not down the field, but through a couple of updates here.
Yes.
Scott Noble. Okay, now where are we in GTO's fuel remaining? Who needs a full stop splash? Who's good? Max track time, presumably also Charlie. Also interested in final stops for GP1 and GP2. Okay, let's reset.
Let's do it.
See. Let's reset what we see. GTO. Stoic Racing last in at lap 168. That was 7 laps ago. My belief is that that car will probably be good to the end. It went 39 laps on fuel. 168 and 39 gets us to 207, which is 32 laps away. That is over an hour. So that car is good to the end. TCB Racing was in at 156. That is the number 246, to be clear. Last in at 156. They went 118 to 156, which gives us 38 laps. 156 and 38 gets us to 204.
So Stoic has overcome being off cycle, is what we're coming down to. Because about 2 or 3 hours ago, it was like, Stoic's going to have a longer stop. And they did, but they've on pace already done it. I think in
some ways they were actually benefited by being off cycle, because that extra stop, let's say, actually didn't cause them to make an extra stop. It just put them in a position to where they were basically done to the end. I think the 246 may need a splash. 156 plus 30 was the number 38. Gets us to 204, 175 to 204 is 29. Nope, 19 laps. I think the 246 may need a splash. 888 Racing is good to go. We've already done that one top to bottom. Toyota R&D Racing should be good. I'm not. Why have they?
Is Kingpin good?
No, sorry.
So
Timing's
Kingpin
throwing me a loop. Hang on.
I do want to know. Kingpin had a 243 stop.
I think that was a final stop. No, I think that was a final stop.
Okay, but they had one at 157 as well, though 10.
Yes,
that's why I'm
but
confused.
My belief is that maybe they came in to make that final stop as just a splash, and because they only did like 10 laps, they just sent Sadako with a full tank and said, "Okay, you're good to go to the end."
Got it.
That's my guess here. The gap there is substantial. It's 2 minutes 38 seconds up to the TCB Racing 246, but that TCB car is going to owe us a stop either way. 888 Racing, like we said, is good to go back there in 4th. Stack Racing 678, good to go as well. They were in at 169. They're set, and they are 1 minute and 4 off the back of the 888 Racing. Porsche, watch for that position to change, actually. I think that may go in the favor of Stack if things continue as they are. GP1, Screaming Goat Racing, good to go. We saw them in way back at lap 150, but the math works out in their favor. Team S Collective definitely owes us a stop. 5th gear has already been in and out. The gap is 1 minute and 56 seconds. They were in at 156. So I'm pretty confident that Cayman is going to be good to go to the end. I think I said it out loud at the time, actually, whereas S Collective has not made that equivalent stop. So let's keep an eye on that 2nd place car in GP1 along with the 2nd place car in GTO for cars still needing a pit stop. Ginger Racing has been in and out. That car is good to go to the end, but not really in contention to pick up a spot there on that 5th gear Cayman. GP2, Palomar, whether they're good to go or not is a little bit irrelevant, but I do not think they are. I think they're going to need a splash. Fast Track Racing, number 989. Last in at 144. Before then, they were in at 121. They really pitting at 20-something laps? No. It was an early stop.
No,
they're doing about
a splash to go to the end?
30 laps. So 144 plus 30 gets us to 170. Yeah, they're going to need a splash in the 989. 986 is on a similar kind of program, so they're both going to need stops before the end. That's second and third in GP2, and then what's happening behind them is a little bit. Yeah, there's not much that's worth fighting over there off the podium in GP2 at the moment. So I don't anticipate anything major shifting here, given the gaps that have kind of strung themselves out in GTO.
I agree.
I think my takeaway from this race is going to be, we talk about pit stops and pit stop time and pit stop execution and all that, and the 888 obviously had the drive-through penalty there. It wasn't a full lap, but it did drop them a little bit further back. But I think given the long green flag run we've had through the afternoon, this race was kind of won and or lost on the consistency of drivers across the early afternoon. Right? If you were doing laps consistently in the 205, 206, 207 bracket, while your class competitors were doing laps in the 202s, 203s, being within 2.5 seconds is still, competitive and respectable, but over the course of a long stint with no safety cars to kind of rebunch everything up, it's easy to drop a lap or a lap plus over that extended period of 2.5, 3 hours. And I think that's where today's difference maker was just that long green flag run and the consistency of the Supras that are going to, all things being equal, end up filling out the podium here.
I agree. I think it's been a revealing first race as well to see kind of who has what sort of pace in hand. RJ talked about potential adjustments to the AVB table coming out of this race, but it's hard to say one thing has been better than the other, because until they ran into issues, the Ligiers looked good. We got a lot of Supras out there. Lupe Tortilla in the M4 has kind of had a tough day. The Porsches had some slow stops, so it's hard to tell. Oh, there's a caution now as well.
Well,
that's gonna make people pull the trigger on their pit stops and bunch the field up.
Yeah. Well, Kingpin's already coming on, so they did need a splash apparently.
I don't see anything.
No, and there's nothing
requiring.
There's nothing in the. Oh, so 555 is being listed as stopped in the cut through over at turn 5. Do they need to get that car back to the paddock?
So there's been cars stopped over there for some time. Both cars actually are up on flatbeds at the cut.
I wonder if they both came around to the cut through and they said, okay, we're going to get you on the flatbed, and then when we're ready to go, we'll go full course yellow and bring you guys back. They're both staged there, kind of ready to go. So I thought we saw cars out of position there in an onboard, just like we saw about 4 or 5 minutes ago. And I thought, that was a bit weird, but then I moved on.
So why
I
not?
think that's what this is about.
Why not wait anyway? Like we've got what, 40 minutes, 45 minutes to go.
I mean, it's already been half an hour, but the problem is if you put cars on the flatbeds or on
now they're not available.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, they've been not available this whole time.
Yeah, but then you can just
doing
bring
a
it
yellow
back.
now in case there's a yellow later. Like
is there another car stop that they can't bring back until they release these two?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, but I don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't see anything,
stopped.
and there's nothing reported in the race control log either.
Yeah, I think they're just going to gather everybody up and do that. There's also a fire.
What?
Like not at the track, obviously, but up the road a little ways. What looks an awful lot like a brush fire, to be honest. Like
if I had $5 for every time we've covered a brush fire on DriversEye Live this season, even at this young stage of the year, we would have several dollars. Wait, we don't have any brush fire back at Sebring in January.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We don't have a camera that's in position to show that fire. It's probably a burn pile, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it is making a lot of smoke. But it's going away from the track, and it's in that kind of ravine that is, I guess that would be west of the track, towards Decatur from the track, more or less. Like if you're standing at that flag station that's at the end of the backstretch, and you look away from the track that way, like towards the dirt track, over there.
Yeah, that would be west. Yep.
Yeah.
So Kingpin, we think we've had make this final stop, right? We did see them in.
You already
so
thought they had made their final stop.
I did, because they had a 2:43 lap on lap 164.
They have a spin? Was that a spin it to win it?
No idea.
Is that what Sodicall did in practice yesterday? Was spin the GR86 to win it? Were you able to get onto Instagram and watch that?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
Oh, Porsche made an extra stop here. Wonder if they were marginal there or what.
Well, as discussed, Brendan, that Porsche has a long history of being marginal on fuel. I still haven't seen the pace car either. It is not at pit out though, so I haven't seen it count.
Matt Guyver does update. A local company with a passion for motorsports purchased Utah Motorsports BBM from Geely in the beginning of 2026.
Nice. All right.
Is it Matt Guyver and is it Zalus?
Is it Zalus? Potentially.
They're
Did
gonna
the
buy
NASA
it.
guys
They're
get
gonna
together
buy it.
and buy it?
They're going to buy it and then spend the next broadcast from the track complaining about how much they hate it.
Yes, I agree. You know what? We're going to sell this track and we're going to get a different track.
You have a visitor? So anyway, this full course yellow here does fundamentally remove the question mark over fuel. Although I don't know that anybody was really close enough.
Well, what it has done is hose Stoic here. Because now they're
let's see
behind
what the margin is.
Safety car. Yeah, but they're going to be in the same row at least. Who's on the same lap here? Because
246.
Is the 77 on the same lap? No, they're 2 laps down. Okay.
No,
so it's
but
just the
77 and 678 are.
Right.
Okay, so there's 87. Oh, man. It split fifth gear in S Collective again.
Oh. Well, no, but they're
they're
almost
right
a lap
together.
down. I was going to say they're next to each other on track.
Well, so how's that worked out? Fifth gear pit just before.
Yeah, that's what I'm sitting here trying to figure out because I saw the row go through.
Fifth gear pitted at the yellow and then got stuck behind the overall race leader.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they pitted too soon.
That's too bad.
Yeah. S Collective had also pitted, it looks like, just before the yellow. So that's bad luck with pit stop timing. That is a little bit preventable. Like if you know roughly where your position is relative to your class competitors and the overall leader, you could say, okay, we're going to let the field bunch up and make sure this doesn't happen.
Right.
But yeah, that's a tough draw either way. Anyway, the other
especially would Racing Control have disclosed that this was going to occur?
I don't know. Real quick, you're going to catch them on screen here. There is the Kingpin number 77 climbing the hill. Directly behind it is the 678. That is the on-track battle for third place in GTO.
Okay.
So that, when we go back to green, will be head-to-head. Oh, and the 282 is back there as well. So as we come to the final corner here, are lights still on the safety car? Yes, looks like it. Yep.
So... And then TCB is also in that?
Sorry, yes. So
group?
that's what I'm trying to get to. There's
Yeah.
246, which is a lap ahead, and then behind the 246 is the 282, which is doing in that same battle for third. So 7-7 there, 6-7-8 there, and 282 is that bright blue Supra at the tail end of the line. That is 3 cars battling for the last step on the GTO podium when we go back to green. Stoic, incidentally, Ryan, we said we needed to kind of let this one sift through. The 246 is mired in that other pack of GTO cars while Stoic leads. That margin under yellow here is 20.1 seconds.
Right.
So nobody's really been hosed here in GTO other than, I guess, Stoic losing a pretty substantial lead.
Right. One would think this is going to be a pretty quick turnaround on the safety car.
Well, they've got to get back to
the
the
tow trucks
paddock.
probably have to go back to where they're supposed to go, huh?
Exactly. Yep. So back to the paddock or the pit lane, drop the cars, and then back out to, because there are 2 of them.
Right.
Right.
And
they
they're
can't
both
just leave the one
occupied.
and say, well, that's going to be the next one ready to go.
Yeah.
Matt Kyver says harsh. Matt, man, that is easily the funniest race we spent, or race weekend we spent last year.
Yes.
Easily.
Is Screaming Goat going to catch the back of the queue? Now they're gonna. It's gonna be another lap or 2. They'll be fine.
Yeah, I think at least. Potentially a battle on for third. Actually, not potentially. Definitely a battle on for third in GP1. So not only did the 50-year Motorsports number 550 kind of get screwed a little bit here in being a lap basically down, but the Ginger Racing number 46 is the next car in line behind the other Cayman. So in the queue, it goes 550, 140, and 46, and the 550 and 46 are battling for position. Which is fascinating.
It's Brendan's 3rd favorite Ginger thing.
That's correct. Do we have lights on the safety car, Ryan? Can you see them from where you are?
I can't see it. No. Once it goes down turn 11, I can't see anything.
Just lost.
Yeah.
You guys are headed to 79 degrees tomorrow? Is that right?
That's correct.
All right.
I strategically wore my pant day. That way I can wear shorts tomorrow.
We're going back to racing.
We are.
The green flag flies once again at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
Going to make the escape, and I believe the Ligier's already made its move on the 77.
Nope. Incorrect. Wrong Ligier.
No? Oh, wrong
for the
Ligier.
blue one.
Right,
Yep.
we're looking for the blue one. The blue one is still behind.
Yes.
As they go up the hill into turn 3.
Yep, down the hill on the other side. A little bit of reprieve here for the number 550 as well, which is not having to deal with the same...
Oh, no. The Ligier had to go wide. I don't know if there was contact or not, but I think they tried to make it stick around the outside and couldn't quite do it. Put a couple tires off. The blue one. So that's going to let the 77 escape a little bit. Now, that has incidentally allowed the 550 to stay ahead, whereas the S Collective car has now fallen back into the clutches of the Ginger Racing BMW.
That's not the battle we're worried about. We're worried about 550 versus 46. So you are correct.
That's my point. The 550 has become safe. Yes.
It benefits the 550 here to have all that scrapping and lapping. That's the point I was trying to get to was all that scrapping and these faster cars, particularly this GTO third place battle coming through, has given that 550 a chance to stretch its legs a little bit. Now it's going to have to deal with a trio of GTO cars. And look at the margin that 550's pulled already. What was just 2 cars is now like, it looks like 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's that drama they had there between the 77 and the stack racing car.
Yep. The 77 and the 678.
Falling back though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's already out to like 5 or 6 seconds, I think, when they get back to start finish. That is the battle for third in GTO, escaping out the front. of the second placed of the Ligiers at the moment, the 669. Kingpin tips it in there to turn number 15. Just missed the apex a touch. Good launch for the 678 down the front straightaway. But not close enough to do anything with this lap. Get the updated gap here across the start-finish line. Just 0.6 of a second last time through.
We'll see if the Ligier is able to go deeper on the brakes. No, not quite. I think they tried to sell the dummy move there into the first part of turn 3. 77 doesn't fall for it.
678 is all over the back of Sadakal in that 77, though.
Ligier takes that outside line again. It's going to give him the inside, going back up through turn 5. I've lost it.
Oh, there it goes, up the inside at turn number 6. Pushes the Supra just onto the marbles, a touch there on the way into turn number 6. And that is going to be enough to get the Ligier back up onto the podium for Stack Racing with Rapscallion. Kingpin Racing number 77 back into P4. While this is happening, up at the front of GTO, the lead gap is 5.5 seconds. Stoic Racing making its escape at the front of the field, out ahead of the TCB Racing number 246. It's got to be more than 5.5 seconds. Where is the TCB car? Way back here. Oh, maybe that's right around 5.5 seconds. Anyway,
should be 10. I'm hearing.
Okay, yeah, I'll buy that.
10 seconds.
Yep. Fifth Gear Motorsports back to Ginger Racing last time through. It says 1.9 seconds. It certainly didn't look anything that close when we saw them. There goes the 550 down through the bottom of the hill. There's the 46. Yeah, that's a good 5 or 6 seconds, I think.
And cars in them, yeah. Yeah, it's quite a distance there. That Ginger Racing car is really going to have to find a way to start just a little bit of time out of the car ahead. Out of the 550 ahead, correct.
5.6 was the margin last time, according to Racer. I just had to look at the actual time on the page rather than our kind of broad spectrum monitor here.
Let's see.
Updates again this time, 6.7. So good couple of laps here for the Fifth Gear Motorsports Porsche Cayman to gap the Ginger Racing number 46 just enough. Down in GTO, Stack Racing with Rapscallion number 678 has gapped Kingpin Racing by 2.6 seconds on that last lap. And that's not because the 77 is going slowly at all. That is a really good time from the 678, 159.3 on the oh, that's the 4048 car off at the exit of turn number 6. Tried to go around the outside of I caught that car as it was happening. Now I don't remember who it was, but tried to go around the outside through 6, and that GTO car was always going to track out to the exit. Here it is in replay. Oh, it's a 282. Yeah, it stepped out on him.
Yeah.
282 tried to pinch it there, and the rear stepped out. He went to catch it. Unfortunately, no contact was made, but it did walk that NPO1 from 4048 competition out into the weeds. No harm, no foul there. Certainly not anybody's fault, although an interesting move to go around the outside there, if indeed that was the 4048 car trying to get past.
Still a lot of action here with 29 minutes to go there, but
yeah, no
fight
kidding.
For.
Yeah.
Well, no. Scott Noble's joining me up here. He points out the stat car 159 twice in a row. They've now eked out a 6-second gap to the 77.
Yep. Yeah, just like that.
Whoever's in that car, no slouch. That car's got plenty of pace and is obviously not for position, is catching on track the Stoic Supra as well.
You know, we've had an onboard for the 678 all afternoon.
Have we?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I've been looking at the timing, and oh, you mean we've had the 678 as well as the 669?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, you know, there's not a whole lot to see now because they've made the move. Move is done. The SoCal Wrestlers car has come back out as well.
Oh, very good.
It is currently, as I talked about, it is currently ahead of the Screaming Goat car, so we'll be able to kind of watch the ebb and flow of that. At least I can, so I'm standing here next to it. It does have the legs on the straight. Everybody anxiously looking at the timing here. Waiting for the timing to update on the GP1 battle. Uh, 6.5 seconds, it looks like, for the 5:15.46. And then the 13 of Singler Racing Team, we haven't spoken about them very much. They're only about 2.7 seconds behind the 669.
Yeah, so I mentioned that, I think, while you were resetting your cameras. We just hadn't talked about them at all. They were kind of hanging out there through basically picking up positions through attrition, but now actually do find themselves in a legit battle there for the 7th spot in GTO. But we lost the 102. When did that happen?
I have not seen them circulate since going green. They pull in on the lap of the green flag. I don't think I saw them take
5 minutes 49 lap, it looks like, and then a 2:10, and then that was it.
Interesting. Well, unfortunately, they had dropped well out of contention for a top 5, just based on their, because they took that pit stop and they've had something going on.
Yeah, it wasn't on the yellow lap. The yellow lap would have been there like lap 183. And that long lap was lap 180. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what happened there. Maybe this is a bit of, well, we're not going to get, we're not fighting for a podium at the moment or anything anyway. Let's just pack it in and preserve the car for tomorrow, which is fair enough.
Tomorrow? What do you mean tomorrow? Well, good news, folks. WRL has 2 days of racing. We'll have another race just like this one tomorrow morning at the same time.
Just like this one.
It's close.
Yes.
Almost like this one. If you squint, they look the same.
Just 1 hour shorter.
Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. Same picture. Same race. It will be 1 hour shorter, which adds a little bit of a different dynamic to it. Not a ton, but you've put some miles on the car today, and then tomorrow you've got less time to try to play the strategy game. You really do have to push it a little bit more, dare I say. The 678 has gone around the Stoic Racing car. Again, that's not for position, but that just shows the kind of pace they're putting in. They have caught the leader and have, I think that's them unlapping themselves. Or they're 2 laps down. Only 1, okay.
No, it was 2 laps down. It's now only 1. 4 minutes 4 is the actual time gap there.
I'm really, really glad to see the pace out of that car. I know we've touched on that already today, but they've been trying to make that car work for a while now, and I think it's finally paying dividends for them.
Some of that I think you can put down to them going to a 2-car operation.
Yep.
Right? Because there was a time, a long time there where, yes, okay, we had 2 Ligiers in the field, but one was off-leash motorsports, the other was the Rapscallion car. And, we got a second car.
And the GTU car.
Yes, although I think that car only did 1 or 2 events, and then we never saw it again.
I think they did 2 or 3 weekends, Noel. I've definitely seen that car more than 1 weekend.
I think you saw it here, and then I think we saw it at Barber, and I think it was pretty much it.
Those might have been the 2 then.
Yeah.
Maybe they had it around at some race earlier, and then they weren't running it, obviously. Yeah, focusing on those two Ligiers, a good decision. And they're tied in with automatic somehow. Do I have that right?
Who?
Rapscallion.
Not that I know of.
They're always like pitted next to them. They're together. They're
maybe
like,
they know
using the same. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway,
interesting.
Anyway, I think they're associated, and that's why the blue car looks the way it does. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm a little bit disappointed that fizzled out as quickly as it did.
Well,
honest.
we're not.
It really does.
Quite...
Brendan does show what Brendan was trying to say earlier, insofar as the safety car bunching everybody up doesn't necessarily make the race better.
No, and if you kind of put that to one side, the yes, okay, the GTO thing kind of fizzled out, but as quickly as that GP1 battle became, kind of stretched itself out, now that neither of them are fighting traffic, the margin from 550 back to 46 has kind of stabilized there right at, well, it was 5.6 seconds. This time it came down again, another 0.6. Now it's 5 seconds flat. So we're not quite done here yet with the battle for third in GP1. There is fifth gear, just cresting the hill at turn number 3, out a little wide from the apex there at 3A. There is Ginger Racing, number 46, a little bit tighter. Gets tipped back into 3B. Remember, these GP1 cars not likely to have changed their Continental tires throughout the course of the day. They will regularly go 8+ hours as they are asked to do here. So I do wonder if maybe that E46 has been a little bit kinder than the Cayman. Over the balance of...
Sorry, I've been talking. I'm not on
No,
mute.
it's okay. Over the balance of this afternoon, just lent a little bit of an edge here in the late stages to that Ginger Racing BMW. Ginger car will have to contend with the second place car in class at Team S Collective number 140, who isn't lapping quite as quickly, so it's going to have to be a decisive move to not be impeded along the way here. Actually, our top 4 in GP1 all right together headed into that final sequence. We can follow that here, Jordan, for the next little while. 20 minutes left on the clock. I don't know if we still have that camera at the bottom of turn 14. Pick them up here at 15. The 550, I think, is going to get passed here by the number 29 in the not too distant future as well. Here's the gap, 5.0 last time through, 4.8 this time. So only a couple of tenths this time around, which does suggest to me that just maybe the 140 is ever so slightly holding up the number 46. At some point here, they're going to go chase this podium. I think the 46 is going to have to make a move. Oh, 140 is out wide, but 46 BMW not close enough to get a move done. They head down the hill towards 5 and crest up to 6 on the other side. 29 going to show the nose here on the 550. This is probably going to cost the 550 just a little bit of time in this transition from turn 6 over into 7 and then on the brakes into 8. Get them up the other side as they clear our cellular dead zone there at the north end of the circuit. And expect to see the Screaming Goats appear here first. Yes, they do. Already a couple of car lengths between themselves and the car in third in GP1 at the moment. It's not been quite such an easy go for that number 46 BMW. Just does not have the legs to get any closer than about 3 or 4 car lengths there up the long back straightaway and into the braking zone. Worth noting while this is happening, the margin between 29 there and 140 there is 2 laps. So it's not like the 140 is chasing Screaming Goat here. And nobody's in any obligation to get out of the way or anything like that. But
right.
I do have a suspicion that this is just hindering that number 46 Ginger Racing BMW enough. The margin looks like when we get back to start-finish this time.
We are starting to run out of time here. Even if they can clear them and they have that kind of pace, I don't think they're going to be able to get up to the 550.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at probably 8 to 9 laps here.
Yeah, and the 550 I don't think is being held up by the 29, but the 550 is behind the 29.
Well, they are now.
I wonder if that's saving fuel.
No, the 29 was quicker. They went through last lap up at turn 6, so that just changed. 29 is a quicker car. I just don't think the 550 has the pace at the moment. Oh, there goes the 46 up the inside of S Collective up at turn number 3. We saw that S Collective came in out wide their last lap, and this time through just enough to let that Ginger Racing BMW up the inside. So now it is a one-on-one fight in this GP1 sandwich between the 5th gear Cayman on its way through turn 6 now, and the Ginger Racing team BMW.
The Ginger Racing.
Or I guess it's not Ginger Racing Team anymore. It's GR. Maybe I'm thinking of Grasser Racing Team. That's where my confusion is coming from.
Racing.
GRT.
Ginger
Grasser.
GR.
Yep.
GR Racing at Canyon, you would assume is a Toyota. For Gazoo Racing, obviously. Anyway.
Sorry, I had.
I hate it. I hate it when I do a mediocre joke and then Brendan just goes silent and it's like.
Speaking of jokes,
was it
no,
that
I
bad?
can't tell that one. No. I very briefly just turned on the Porsche Sprint Challenge broadcasts from Apex Motor Club to see what that was like. There are 7 992s at the front of the field, and 4 of them just took each other out at turn 1, lap 1.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like that time we were watching.
Like the time
we
what?
were doing Atlanta, and we were just baffled.
Le Mans? Oh, we were doing Daytona.
Yeah, we weren't doing that, obviously.
Yeah. We were.
Oh, we were doing Daytona. That's what it was.
Yeah,
I thought it was Atlanta. Yep. Anyway, I guess that's the right spot on the schedule. Yeah. Fortunately, Le Mans usually happens on or around the day of my anniversary.
Tough.
So I can typically watch it. So we typically spend our anniversary at home, chilling.
3.9 seconds becomes 3.7 seconds. But the Ginger Racing car, 209.187 last time through. That's a good lap now, not in behind the traffic. Oh, the 550 drops the wheel there between turns 3A and 3B. As it got back on the throttle, just tipped the car a little bit sideways and then carried on. Lucky to get away with that. Probably only cost it a few tenths of a second. That is enough. Brings that number 46 now back into the fold. Look at how the 46 has gapped the 140. I'm sure that to some degree the S Collective car is in bring it home mode, but I think 5th gear and Ginger both kind of realize what's at stake here.
Yeah. Brendan, do the thing. Do the thing for the 46.
What?
Do it. Press the button. Make it do the graphic.
Hang on. I gotta get all the way back there.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was that
you're
far. Good. Okay.
No,
I usually have that on my second screen. It's like, bam, right there.
I
spend more
did
time
previously,
looking
but
for
I
the
had
number.
to focus on doing other things.
Got it.
There we go. Let's see if it does it.
You should wire those to your Stream Deck.
It did not do that. I don't have a Stream Deck.
Oh, you don't?
No. Oh, wait. I did it on the wrong feed. Sorry.
Did you do it on the Portuguese feed?
No, I did it on the...
okay.
Yeah, there we go. 5.6, 5.0, 48, 39, 36. That's really good stuff. And apart from that 2:10.4, which was the lap that they had to make the pass on the number 140.
Well, now it's going to be closer, obviously.
Will this time, yeah. We won't get the update in real time, but we can queue this up again.
2.2.
Yeah, good chunk taken out that last time. Palomar missing. Did they owe us a splash here?
I don't see it stopped anywhere that I can see.
Yeah, it's an intriguing one. Haven't updated yet.
You go to the paddock,
Margin
perhaps?
was 7 seconds. So even if you think you're like remotely marginal on fuel, you just come in and make the stop, right?
Right.
Well,
with only a 7-second margin?
Well, no, and the lap time was only a 2:15, which isn't indicative of somebody. Oh, wait. They're missing, so that's not a pit lap. That's just they didn't come through. So I guess they're pitted before start finish.
Right.
Which, okay, fine. I think I would have expected them by now.
I agree.
Yes, 4 minutes ago they were last seen. Is there late drama here in GP2? They didn't have enough in hand. They have enough to stay on the podium here if something has gone wrong. Didn't have quite enough in hand to... Okay, now they're back. 4:55.9. That is a long lap.
I wonder if they had a noise or something goofy. Or a tire going down. There's all kinds of things it could be, but yeah, the upshot is that's not a great situation for them.
Their GP1 battle. Down to... Oh, no, not updating anymore.
2.3. It's stretched another
Was
10th.
2.3.
I thought it was 2.2 before.
Oh, was it? Maybe it was.
Yep.
Yeah, it actually half a tenth. Fifth gear able to match Ginger Racing, who dips into the
205.
Dips into the 208.
7 for Ginger. That's best times. I'm sorry. Yep.
No, that's okay. You see it there.
Why is difference not where gap? Whatever.
Yeah, no. Fifth gear, 2 laps now in the 208s, compared to Ginger having put in a 209.9. A good response from fifth gear here in the last couple of laps, just to stabilize the time loss there. We're just over 2 seconds, and you can see it on screen. I mean, it was really coming down quite quickly. And now that we're inside the final 10 minutes of this Saturday 8-hour enduro at Eagles Canyon, it just seems like fifth gear has found a fifth gear and has been able to just stabilize that margin. Tiffany Dell obviously putting in the work.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
How old is Tiffany Dell? Can he, like, drive a race car fast still? Isn't Tiffany Dell like 80?
74.
74. That's younger than I would have thought. All right. Jason Plato must be getting old then as well. He was younger than Tiffany Dell, but not by a ton.
He is 58.
Is he retired, or is he still driving BTCC? You don't keep track of European saloon car racing?
I haven't since I was a teenager. I very much did.
I used to try to keep tabs. Like, I would scroll through the championship standings for everything and be like, oh, okay. Oh, that's a name. All right. Just, like, watch it passively like that.
Fifth gear pulls out another couple of tenths now. It's 2.6. Quick spin for the 282 up at turn number 13. Spin center and continue. That is your 5th place car in GTO, not at risk of losing that position. We really don't have anybody that's at risk of losing positions at the moment. That the stack racing with a Rapscallion car. Nothing disparaging to Sadakal. I mean, he's been in the 202s and 203s this entire stint, which much of the GTO field has been. Unfortunately, the car he was battling, the 678, has been in the 159s basically the entirety of his final stanza. Yeah, including a 150.
3 to 4 seconds.
Yeah, they did a 158.2 on lap 193. Crazy stuff. It's quite funny. The main camera there is stuttering, but the driver-facing camera is super smooth.
You got to make sure the important stuff's working. Got to keep your driver cam going.
Interesting.
Ram.
Palomar showing the nose on Ginger, or I guess vice versa. Ginger going around the outside of Palomar.
Seven minutes to go here.
Been a solid day, all things considered.
It has been a solid day.
Yeah.
I'm glad the fire ended up being a non-story as far as the track surface is concerned.
Oh, over at turn one.
Turn one, yeah. There's a definite dark spot on the pavement, but people are not like trying to avoid it or anything of that sort.
I did notice that earlier. You can see it on that turn one camera there, right where the track of fluid kind of starts to come across the track out into the runoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, stack racing 678, just taking a breather on that last 2 minutes flat only.
Who is in that car? They occasionally have like a rotating crew of interesting people, but I haven't seen any press releases or Instagram posts with like, oh, this is the interesting person that's in the car this weekend. Do you think it's Tim Rapscallion driving the car?
No, I don't know.
No,
I don't
know either. Now you get the driver ID working, man.
Nathan Wagner is a name that just updated very briefly on the 550 Fifth Gear Motorsports entry, although this data may not be completely current. Oh no, looks all right. 2.369 that time, as the 550 gives a little bit of time back to Ginger Racing. Mike Anderson, just FYI, we are not showing the nose to anyone. Fair enough. Yep, it was the Ginger car getting past the number 83, which makes a lot more sense. There it is. Well, gap went out a little bit, and then it's come back down to 2.3, kind of in one chunk.
Been pretty steady though. So aside from that one mistake by the 550, it's been consistent. A little bit of an ebb and flow.
Not his last name.
JT Tammy, welcome back.
Oh, he's back.
Howdy.
I imagine
Just in time for this to wrap
that
up.
That your return means hasn't gone well.
The race just finished.
Oh, it did just finish. Okay.
Yes.
3 minutes before the WRL race finishes.
They sing that. They're pretty good.
Yeah. I think, I mean, unless the Ginger Racing number 46 can dig deep here and find, you know, that like a second a lap on the 550, or the 550 lets its hair down a little bit, and relaxes a little bit too much.
Yeah.
I think this is just a bit too much to ask. Great fight, though. I mean, for as much as it's spread out there right off the green flag because of all the GTO traffic, it did come back together really nicely.
But if you're in the 550, you have to know these are the laps. You're locked in. You're doing qualifying laps until the end of the race. You don't have that much longer to hold on. You just have to avoid a mistake here. Stay nice and steady. Like, obviously, I'm not a professional race car driver or an amateur race car driver. I'm a nothing race car driver. But in my head, I would think of it as like, look, you could give away a second here, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. So, like, don't try to over-optimize and make another mistake. Like, be okay that, like, I lost a 10th there. Like, that's okay. Just keep your foot down. I imagine we'll be getting the white flag soon.
Yes. Do you have eyes on the flag stand from where you sit?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
I haven't all day.
That should be here shortly, though. Next time, we're under that 2 minutes mark. So next time we see the race-leading Stoic Racing Toyota Supra. This will be Stoic's first win in the World Racing League. I think it is. And I realize that it is a combination of a number of other teams, but or at least in terms of contributors to those cars. But yeah, not seeing it yet out the flag or off the flag stand. But as the clock hits 3:59 local time, not so very far away. Beginning our 203rd and final tour. That's an AOA car just in front of the Ginger car, headed up through turn number 14. And if it wasn't basically done by that point, I think, even though we're going to get 2 more laps here for these cars, I think it's going to be just... Ooh, are we going to get 2 more laps? I don't think so, because I think that's the Stoic number 87 who's going to come through and pass at least one of these cars and split the GP1 battle before we get back to the checkered flag, as now the last lap begins of the 2.7 mile Eagles Canyon Raceway layout up through the chicane at turns 1 and 2. Yeah, this will be the last lap for the GP1 cars. 46 being hounded by the number 87 as they come through this segment. My guess is the Supra will get them out here on the exit of turn number 5. Which is a pretty innocuous place to get that pass done. Shouldn't upset the 46 too much. Question is, what does it do, and where does the pass get made on the 550? It's on the way into 6, so the BMW's just offline a little bit there. Has to breathe out of the throttle to let the Supra go through. Supra will probably catch the Cayman before the end of the back straightaway, so everybody we're watching now is on their final lap of the day. Screaming Goat will get one more, but the GP1 lead not in contention at the moment. There goes the 87. So your lead battle in GP1 is right there on screen. It's down to just over a second from the looks of things, maybe 10 to 12 car lengths. A couple of really deep braking zones for the 46 here might help close the margin up, but I think the fact that the 87 has come through to put one final lap on them means that this thing is just about done. I don't know that it would have been done anyway, or a move would have been on anyway with one extra lap, but it's not going to matter, as climbing the second to last corner is the Stoic Racing number 87. Leading in GTO, leading overall into the final braking zone. Will come through to take the checkered flag here in just a moment's time. Eyes are on the 2 cars behind them, though. The margin is down to 2 car lengths. Does the 550 get it turned back to the apex? Yes, they do. Gets back on the throttle and will just hold off the Ginger number 46. In the battle for third in GP1, Stoic Racing number 87 wins the Saturday 8-hour enduro at the Texas Endurance Super Prix.
Also,
fantastic
keep
race.
An eye out for the 669 and the 13 from Singler. They were getting a bit close there. Last time the Singler car was quicker.
Yep, 1.7 seconds is the margin. If we have the onboard for the 669, I actually think that's them in the distance there. Yep, it is. 669 with maybe say 6 or 7 car lengths in hand. It is enough. And celebrating, I have to assume, A, holding off the Singler car, but B, as far as I can tell, 2 trouble-free races for the JS2Rs today. Yep, 678 comes home third place on the podium, 2 laps off the overall race leader. And the 669, Tim Adams behind the wheel of that car, comes through to finish 7th overall, 7th in class. That is a really good day for both of those Ligier JS2Rs.
No, outstanding day for a couple of cars which, as we've mentioned, have had tough starts to their careers here in WRL, starting to show, I think, the potential that was always there of having, a lighter car in GTO. Not as light as a prototype, obviously, but a lighter car than some of these bigger GT4 cars with the big motors. So, pretty pleased to see that. Brendan, will it do the thing? The results?
I can do that as we're kind of wrapping them up audibly.
All right.
Because they're going to scroll rather quickly.
Sure.
So give me a moment on that.
Well, if you click the one that's do not return to...
yes.
Anyway.
Yeah. So we'll get a quick rundown of the running order here in GP1. That battle for third, tremendous stuff at the end of the day, but it was Screaming Goats Day ultimately on the number 29. A good day for S Collective as well in the number 140 to come home second on the podium. Yes, okay, full course yellow worked in their favor, but they hung on to that pace advantage really, really well, all things considered. There in GP1. So your podium is 29, 140, and 550. GP2, Palomar number 83 with the lap in hand in the end over the Fast Track Racing number 989. Palomar 83 absolutely pedaling it there to the end. No risk. Fast Track Racing sweeps the rest of the podium. 989 from 986 and a lap to choose between them. AOA Racing number 55 ends up P4. Some laps off of the Fast Track duo, Will Healy Racing, and the number 97 rounds out your top 5 there. And GTO, as we mentioned, Stoic Racing wins from TCB Racing number 246. In the end, the margin was 44.4 seconds. It didn't feel quite that close as we were focusing on things that were closer. But 44 seconds is still a pretty compelling result. Margin of victory there in GTO. Stack Racing with Rapscallion, as we said. Ligier ends up on the podium with that 678 car. Kingpin Racing number 77 ends up in P4, just off of that overall podium, with TCB Racing number 282 in P5. As JT mentioned, well, before we get there, the 90 Toyota R&D Racing Supra ends up P6. Kind of in no man's land there, stuck behind the 282, but ahead of the 669, who it did end up holding off, the Singler Racing Team number 13, who winds up P8, and then trouble for the cars underneath them, 188, 54, 102. The Porsche did not make the finish, and the SoCal Rustlers BMW hit trouble there as well before the end. And of course, our lone GTU competitor, 40-48 competition, number 148, 171 laps complete, ends the day in 22nd place overall.
What a race.
And how?
8 hours of good racing. It would start to spread out. It would come back together. It would come back together. It did exactly what Brendan said it would do when he talked about why you should do Code 35s instead of full course yellows.
I will acknowledge the reality, which is that the full course yellow there at the end did kind of set us up for the run, especially in GP1. Okay, our other 2 battles that we had set up kind of fizzled out. Yep. I don't know that I thought it was a net positive there. But it did
I don't think
give
it was
us
net positive.
it gave us something relatively exciting there in GP1 to follow through to the end.
Right.
So all things considered, yeah, I thought it was good day, good clean day, which we always love. Other than what happened with the Corvette down at turn number 1, which is really unfortunate.
Appeared to be nobody's fault, mechanical failure rather than
it did look like
contact
a
or
line
anything like that.
or something there, given that it was at the rear of the car. These things do happen, and in the end, the driver was okay, which is all that really matters. And we got everything cleaned up and put ourselves out for a day that did finally kind of settle into a nice, predictable rhythm where we could really digest things, which is not the way these always go, but was the way today went. I thought it was a better day for it.
JT, any thoughts for the first bit and then the end that you saw?
I mean, I really enjoyed the first half. It was very good. We ran relatively trouble-free. There was not much contact. A lot of clean racing. We got to start to see strategies evolve as the race went on. And so I'm looking forward to more of that tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, unless you all have anything else to say, I think we can wrap it up here. Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah. No, I think we're all set.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. Excellent. So this has been 8 hours of World Racing League action here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, an hour shorter event. And we'll see you right here for a little bit more racing action. I think a lot of teams will go away having made mistakes today, make some fixes overnight, and then have the car ready to go for tomorrow. So another day of racing action that will not be easy to predict what will happen, as is standard with World Racing League events. So I'm Ryan West. We've got JT Tammy in the Pacific Northwest, Brendan Kazmarek in Easton, Pennsylvania, and Jordan Worth from near Mooresville, North Carolina. I don't know the actual specific name of the town that he's in, but he's somewhere. Oh, it is Mooresville. Perfect. Okay, I wasn't sure if it's one of these other ones out there. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We will see you again tomorrow, right here again, 8 a.m. Central. Have a good evening.